What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, afternoon, whatever pre or post Christmas time it is for you. It is the 25th of December 2025. This is NCCtv coming at you live from Amami City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body in this post-capitalist hellscape. In the glitch, chat, glitch. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta drink more coffee or something, chat. Oh my god. Coffee, like, just after you brush your teeth, though, it adds a little flavor to, like, I'm like, I don't remember getting mint coffee, but here we go. No, chat, this is like I think this is like some serious like long pull, like it's super dense coffee of some sort. So yeah, hopefully that'll work. I don't know, I have not felt 100% since I've been sick, I'll be honest. I felt like my brain is still, I mean, obviously, you know, it's not like what I was feeling when I was sick, right? But it's just like not back to 100% yet. Sometimes a little spacey, sometimes a little trouble focusing, I don't know. We like to say brain fog. We have a word for that. Something like that, chat. Oh god, did people hear Trump's Christmas message to that 8-year-old girl? Have people heard that shit? Right while the Epstein shit is dropping. Donald Trump telling a 8-year-old girl that she sounds cute, and I can't remember. Not fun. What, do they do this every year where they have the president, like, there's the whole like NORAD track Santa thing? It's kind of fucked up. You know what NORAD is? It's like a weapons system, right? For World War III. That's pretty much what it is. And they were like, it's like dressing up fucking the Grim Reaper in a Santa hat, you know, for the season. Just celebrate the season. I only heard him pushing clean coal on a kid. He would. He would. Yeah, I mean, what are they gonna do? Because from what I understand, like the price of solar energy is lower than the price of coal energy. And yeah, it can only get like low. You know what I mean? What are they gonna do at that point? What are the future Trumps gonna argue as a reason to keep coal around? That, like, you know, it's not the same energy. Your computer won't run as well on solar energy or wind energy or something renewable. It's got to be coal. The coal energy is what you need, right? Google tracks Santa every year. I wonder, they should do Palantir. What, like that Palantir would be the modern surveillance state system. Not Trump doing kids yearn for the mines memes in real time. I can imagine Minecraft movie part 2, and there will be a part 2. Trump showing up at the opening. We love clean coal. We love clean coal. Brought to you by Microsoft. Has anybody ever seen the like the first use of AI I really ran into on YouTube was probably the Presidents Play Minecraft. It was that Joe Biden, Donald Trump, and was it Barack? Yeah, I think it was Barack Obama. They had a Minecraft server. And there was a whole thing about how like Trump doesn't like Clinton, but Obama wants to bring Clinton onto the server. And of course, Trump builds a golden tower. Obama was there. Yeah, Obama was definitely there. And Biden had the ability to, what was it? His whole deal, like he could turn into Dark Brandon. Like he was usually pretty useless. Like Biden was usually kind of sucked at Minecraft, but occasionally he'd get like, he'd turn into Dark Brandon and be like really good. Oh my God. I'm trying to drill, chat. I'm trying to drill, baby, drill. So I can drink this orange juice. Yeah. Drill, baby, drill. The same arguments they made about gas instead of yeah, the same thing, right? Where they're appealing to a pure aesthetic, you know, imaginary value of the I still miss having a flame, but induction is extremely efficient. I don't know. Maybe I don't know about cooking. Meanwhile, the gas stove will get particles give them cancer. Well, yeah, we got to make sure that they can have gas leaks, right? This is what America's all about. Gas leaks. No prescription testosterone if you're a trans guy, but all the testosterone in the universe if you are a cis guy, an older cis guy that goes to your doctor complaining that your testosterone is low. He tests you and it's not, but you insist on getting, you know, supplements, you know, no problem there, right? And I swear to, I wonder, chat, if there was some switch that I could hit to cut it all off, right? All the Tren, all the TRT, all the fucking, you know, supplements, all the weird fucking supplements like that these guys are using, would like half of the right-wing shit just disappear overnight? Would the arguments not be so harebrained that I'd hear from these fuckers? Like, would that change? You know what I mean? Is that the source? Because it kind of does roughly correlate. Like, I remember in gym culture, kind of like when steroids got cool, right? When it became this like cool, edgy thing that was like, you know, and I feel like it's right before Trump got elected the first time. It's not just about the gas leaks. Apparently it creates a residue. Huge articles about it. Damn. So people are just like poisoning themselves in their houses with this shit then. Gas stoves are nice. Well, look, chat, this is one day that I'm not going to be covering Trump that much. I mean, I might watch that clip really quick of him being bad Santa. God, that's not even a funny joke. Gas stoves are nice in the kitchen. You can start the flame at max. It takes 4 seconds to 3 seconds to heat anything. It's good shit, but definitely not useful in homes.
At Alex-33 super chatted $7.22. 1. Merry Xmas. 2. Vote for iStory. 3. Girl, have you seen Heated Rivalry? Final EP just dropped and I died. Face holding back tears, face holding back tears, face holding back tears, smiling face with heart sparkles.
Smiling face with heart sparkles. Wow, and holding back tears too. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you, Alex, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, and thank you for getting us started on the thank you for getting us started on the butterfly goal. That's right. If we capture 10 butterflies in the next, what is it, 2 hours and 29 minutes, then I'll put a butterfly in my hair. Have I vote for AI story? For a second I was like, Toy Story? Wait, what? No, the AI psychosis. And Crotchy also said, oh my gosh. Wait, what did Crotchy say? Crotchy had an opinion on this too. I love things directly on the flames, tortillas, peppers, and such. Oh, AI Christianity. Also AI Christianity. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we're starting off with 8% on the AI psychosis. Yeah, we got bonus content. We got content potentially after the content, chat. Even after the content is done, like, right? I program the first half of the show, and that is indeed, yes, Ethan Klein getting sued, Hunter Biden getting interviewed, and Clavicular ran over some dude. Allegedly, chat, allegedly Clavicular. One in chat, I think I pulled this before, and I don't think anybody knew who I was talking about. Do any of you know about, I mean, some of you, I feel like people have said something about Clavicular in here. Maybe people know about Clavicular now. Right? Before, he was just a, I mean, he was on his way to becoming a lolcow, really. Like, he's from this looksmaxxing community, which is all about guys, like, rating themselves from 1 to 10, giving themselves a very low rating, and then finding fucked up, borderline dangerous stuff that they can do to themselves in order to increase their rating, which they think is like an objective thing. It's like an objective thing. It's an objective thing, except that strangely, some of that objectivity, you know, is comprising a little bit of racism too. Actually, a lot of racism. There's a lot of racism. Wait, you know what? The first time I saw Clavicular, it was just, can you put my dodo to the Trump ballroom? I can indeed, Joel. Here we go. So wait, where are we at? We're at I think 8 + 7 or something. I said that like Beavis and Butthead. Oh my god, chat, I saw this weird video and it was the female Beavis and Butthead. And you would think it wouldn't work. You would think it would be just like, you know, no, that's not, girls are, you know, right? But somehow it works. Somehow they translated Beavis and Butthead into being girls. I think, wait, no, I think it's like, oh no, 14. I think it's supposed to be 14. Because there was also another super chat as well. I think I'm paying attention to what I should. Like I said, chat, my brain is kind of cooked right now. And that's why we're not doing hardcore politics. I hope you don't mind. Also, it's the holidays, and I felt like you could, you would appreciate maybe something a little bit lighter, you know, than the Epstein files. I mean, we'll be back in that soon enough, I'm sure. But I mean, Clavicular, that's kind of getting dark. But yeah, the first time I saw him was where he was talking to a black woman, and he brings up his phone and says that she looks like this one black guy. He shows this picture of this black guy and he says, "Don't you think that they don't they look the same?" And they look nothing alike. And it's just like, okay, what is this, a TikTok influencer being racist, right? But no, he's not just a TikTok influencer being racist. That's a dime a dozen. That's a dozen a day, right? That happens all the fucking time. TikTok influencers being racist, right? This is a looksmaxxing TikTok influencer being racist after having made some of the most ridiculous content in the world, and you know, starting to be dark from Milano's tan. I don't even know what that is, Narwhal, but yeah, I remember something about that. He darkens his face in a way. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm thirsty, I'm sleepy, I'm everything. Hope your crippy was goog? Is that like slang for hope your Christmas was good? There were 2 Twitch subs before you came. Oh, what? Wait. Oh, weird. Before I came? I'm so confused. Maybe they're not showing up or something? Before the intro, before the intro song stopped. Huh. Anyway, I'm gonna try not to get too confused, chat, because I'm already down to 1 brain cell. I'm basically orange cat status. And look, that should be okay, all right? I know orange cats, they make it work, chat. If they can make it work, I can make it work. I don't know if I've got long COVID or what the fuck is wrong with me, but yeah, my brain is like all fog. It's mostly fog. It causes your body to make more melanin from the inside out permanently. Does this mean we're gonna be dealing with more Rachel Dolezals? I don't know. I don't know. We'll get into that. We'll get into that, chat. Narwhal's talking about clavicular, injecting, you know, skin darkening stuff into himself. You know, he does bone smashing. Apparently he's got some kind of like thing that he hits himself with to make his chin bigger. And I mean, I guess, you know, like it gets the tissue inflamed, so it kind of maybe sticks out more. That's one of the things. I mean, there's also these aesthetics that some of you may or may not look. It's been so mainstreamed. It's been so mainstream. So, you might have run into it without realizing what it is, but it is like incel pickup artist. What is it, like PSL pickup artist something and something? I got the meaning. Good. Because that's about all I'm able to figure out with my 1 brain cell, chat. I'm on orange brain cat tonight. Orange cat brain today. But yeah, and the other thing is Ethan. Yeah, I think I buried the lead, chat. I buried the lead, right? Look, this is a holiday gift, okay? Or you know, somebody getting like kind of what he deserves. Foreign made a video about him before the latest thing. Yeah, I was gonna watch the Foreign video. I thought it was pretty good. The other video that people are talking about is the Jarvis one. Jarvis Johnson, I think, has done a video on this guy. You know, like apparently people have been making videos about him for a long time, but it just kind of recently went like super mainstream but yeah, all this looksmaxxing stuff, all this like aesthetic stuff, like the thing about having a big, I mean, you know, we've all seen the Chad meme, right? It's all coming from the same shit. Chads and Stacy's. Garfield or Heathcliff? Wait, what? I need to... But yeah, Ethan Klein finally getting a little bit of getting, what is it, a taste of his own medicine in court. In court, apparently, chat, this is real. This is going to court. Ethan Klein is getting sued for defamation. You might remember a young Yemeni gentleman from a few years ago who Ethan said was a pirate, which is wild, but also said was a terrorist, a Houthi terrorist. Now, we've done a little investigation into this, and you know, it turns out you can't just like call yourself a Houthi in Yemen. You're, you know, it's kind of like, you know, the region that you're born in, or the, you know, the family that you're born into, right? And it's correlated with is it being Shia as well, I believe? But anyway, yeah, he's not a Houthi. But that's not what he's getting sued for, right? Ethan Klein is getting sued for calling him a terrorist, because that word really does mean something and has actually cost him like the ability to travel, for instance, right? Like, so he's got damages. Yeah. I'm trying to remember, his name is Rashid Al-Haddad. And, looks like he's doing a GoFundMe, to raise money to be able to sue Ethan Klein. And Alex Novell has just covered this, the fact that Ethan is getting sued. Also, in addition to, you know, Alex talking about that, we're also given a new version of the Michael Jackson interview. If you remember the Michael Jackson interview, I'm not talking about an interview with Michael Jackson from Beyond the Grave. I'm talking about Alex having hired a Michael Jackson impersonator in order to read the part of Ethan Klein's messages. Oh my God, chat. I feel like maybe this is slightly loud. Is it slightly loud? I feel like it was slightly loud. Hoping that Ethan Klein gets endlessly bogged down. That would be nice. That would be nice if he got to a place where, yeah, where he had to think about resources, where money was an object, right? Where, you know, suing somebody else meant giving up on something tangible to him and his family. And maybe he would rethink that and ask himself, is it really worth it? Do I, you know, like, I know I've sacrificed my own health, both mental and physical. I've sacrificed, you know, my reputation, but do I really want to sacrifice like the well-being of my family, right? He's not in he's in a position right now where he can kind of, you know, he doesn't really have to think about that, right? Suing is his hobby. And I don't know, I mean, this could be, you know, the first of many pebbles to start the landslide to take Ethan Klein down. We can only hope. We can only whisper of a dream. But yeah, I also realized I've owed you a video game stream for a long ass time now, and we need to make that happen too. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do video game streams anymore. Like, I do know how to do them. I just, like, you know, obviously it's appealing to you know, a certain audience, but not everyone. Oh yeah, we've also got this new, the channel's called Things I Care About, and I actually know the creator. Here, he does, like, you know what Simplified is? Like, there's some channel called Simplified that does historical videos. So they take, like, you know, historical events and they draw little stick figure comics. And, I wonder what jurisdiction. I think in the United States is my understanding, right? I think he's being sued in the United States, right? And look, defamation cases are hard to prove, but I feel like this one's you know, pretty easy to prove, right? I don't know. The whole, like, I mean, we're talking about not a public figure, although I don't know, maybe you could argue he's a public figure since he's on TikTok. But anyway, yeah, Things I Care About just made a video of the 1967 Israeli-Arab War, from, you know, an actual historical perspective, not the revised version of it. Yeah, the lawsuit is pretty straightforward. I think so too. Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah. It'd be hard for a Yemeni court to, you know, pursue damages from a citizen of the U.S. probably. Ethan has already lost a defamation suit against Cav. True. And that one, I mean, if Cav had not let him off the hook for that one would have been expensive. Like right there, that could have put an end to his expensive hobby. That could have curtailed, chat, Ethan Klein's watch collection. Maybe even make him consider selling the watches that he does not need. Because I don't think anybody needs as many watches as Ethan Klein has. Cardi B won a defamation suit. His TikTok fame, is not an issue, really. Well, I'm saying there's a higher standard in terms of defamation for a public figure than there is for a private citizen. I just don't know what is the bar for that? Like, what makes you a public figure? Like, how famous do you have to be? Wait, one of them did go through? Cav was suing for 50 million. They settled for 6K and an apology. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like like Ethan Klein with a big minus 50 million, you know, sign above his head. That's what I wish to see. That's what I need to see, chat. And as if that's not enough, chat, we also have a conversation between Hunter Biden and who is this guy anyway? I think he's like he's a right winger. I don't know much about this guy. I do know though that you're gonna be glad that you showed up tonight for this content, because even if my brain is not great tonight, even if I am in orange cat mode, even if most of my you know, reaction to the video is along the line of yeah, based, I think you're gonna enjoy it just for the content. So that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. What? Sean Ryan. Okay, so not like a Fox, he's, for some reason I thought this guy used to be a Fox News host. But chat, we got 5 hours or so of interview here. I don't want to watch all of it. Hopefully it is hopefully it's got some timestamps on it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, 5 hours and 27 seconds. Let's see what they talk about. National division and media, immigration, veterans, and something else. Legal issues, loyalty, and something else. Here, I'm just going to read it off of the description. legal issues, loyalty, and threats. Yo! Omega Star, thank you for the gifted community subs. Oh, by the way, chat, don't get used to these stream alerts, all right? We're on the way. Plans have been made to make new stream alerts, right? To kind of update, because it's been the same ones for a while, right? But yeah, thank you for the 5 community gift subs, Omega Star. Who just got jellyfished? It looks like Leah Nicole just got jellyfished. Trash Song 987 just got jellyfished. Banary just got jellyfished. The Jerbear just got jellyfish. And Donk Bonk just got jellyfished. Also, earlier, and that is thanks to Omega Star, earlier, Gorilla King, God King just got jellyfished. Courtesy of Jules Severwood and Neopergos and one other person. Albert Kiki fan, I think, may have just re-upped their subs. It's not showing that, but I'm gonna trust you. Because why would you lie to me? And also, at this point, I believe the, other people's, I trust other people's perceptions a little bit more than my own right now. I don't know what's wrong with me, chat. I mean, I kind of do. I was sick recently. I'm guessing that's what I'm still kind of getting over that. But yeah, plenty of water is what you should be drinking. What I should be drinking. 5 hours? Why? We are not going to watch 5 hours of that. Okay, just so I hope nobody's disappointed. I hope no one is disappointed that I will not be watching 5 hours of Hunter Biden debate. I'm going to try to just zoom in on the stuff that's interesting, or maybe even, look at some clips or something. Early life and grow. See, like early life, we don't need to know more about Hunter Biden's early life or his addiction. Biden dinner conversations, Biden's achievements, who cares? Afghanistan withdrawal, career integrity and political fallout. Some of these are so, the names are like, this making me worried, right? The names are kind of generic, and I know YouTube does have like a thing that uses AI to timestamp your thing. Oh my god, chat, I did that on one of my videos, or I didn't do it on purpose, right? But I selected like auto, and this is the reason I don't use, in case anybody's wondering, this is the reason I don't use like auto timestamp, is that it was the Anna Marie Forcino and Tara Mooney video when they collabed. I reacted to that, right? And one of the sections, it named white power, right? Like it just named like the thumb, right? Like the different sections, like intro, talking about this, talking about that, and then it's like white power. And I'm just like, you know what? I know the AI doesn't know what that means, and I probably said something about something, like white there, and then, said something about power. So it, like, I mean, I'm sure it's something like that. I don't think it's not like a Grok situation where we've got Mecha Hitler actually naming, because this was earlier in the life of AI, right? When it was even more, less quote unquote intelligent, like. And after that, and I didn't know it either, I put it up. The video did, for me at the time pretty well, and then it was only later when I was like looking at the video, I was like, wait, what? Why does it say white power? And I looked. It named one of the sections of one of the segments of the video white power. And I probably said those words enough, and to get the wrong kind of attention now. Jesuit universities and advocacy work, Burisma and international controversies, addiction struggles and path to recovery. So they talk about addiction like twice in here. They got some ads: recovery, family, self-acceptance, connection, love, and redemption, public misconceptions and media framing, Jake Tapper art and media psyops, laptop controversy and defenses, foreign deals and corruption accusations, Trump, Kushner. Okay, so it does seem like this is kind of backloaded. It does seem like it's backloaded, right? It's a lot of the good stuff on the Hunter Biden interview is going to happen towards the end of the it's going to happen towards the end of the conversation. But yeah, I'm sure there's some interesting stuff in there. There's other stuff that's not so interesting. Oh, peeing on jellyfish stings doesn't do anything. You know, yeah, I think my dad told me it did. I don't think I ever tried it out. But I remember him suggesting that. And then my mom was like, rub it with sand. And I was like, I think we're gonna go with mom's idea here. Sorry, Dad. Sorry, Dad. We're not peeing on my jellyfish sting, okay? That's not happening. I think mom's got the right idea here. I don't know. Rubbing sand is probably not good either, right? I can't imagine how rubbing sand on your jellyfish wound would help. Hunter is a yapper and he rambles on a lot on this. Well, you know, Aussie Welder.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $10. Black trans lives matter. Screw the patriarchy. No ethical consumption under capitalism. Down with imperialism. Deconstruct all unjust hierarchies. That should balance your content back out.
From where it's at right now? We use vinegar for box jellyfish stings. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. He's a yapper and he rambles a lot, but like, shouldn't this guy have an editor? Doesn't this guy have an editor? I get that on some level, right? You know, just posting a large video on YouTube is easier than like edit. I mean, they also do edit it down into, I don't know. There must be some utility to it, right? The reason people usually put up long videos that maybe could benefit from some editing is because they know that somebody out there is going to be watching that whole fucking thing. Somebody, like, for everybody who sees 5 hours and 27 minutes and says, you know, I turned my nose up at this, right? There's gonna be a whole bunch of people that are really excited, right? And honestly, if what you're going for is ad revenue, and they do pack those videos pretty thick with ads, right? Then I guess you could make a decent amount of money. That video's like, the strategy there is just to put out a video that's going to get a shit ton of watch time, right? Even though like most people, the length is like what keeps them from watching it, even if they were interested in it, right? They just don't want to get involved in a 5-hour thing, right? But the people that do, you know, most of them, they get bored of it after 20 minutes. They're like, all right, that's enough Hunter Biden already, and they click off, right? But then it's the people that, like, I don't know, either they find it interesting or, you know, they're Hunter Biden stans or something. More like peeing your pants when it's cold. Oh my god. See, now that's one thing if you're like in Indiana in the United States, Joel, but if you're like in Scandinavia, wouldn't peeing your pants when it's cold kind of like end in them freezing and like you can't walk because your pants are frozen? Isn't there like a real drop, like right when it's seriously cold? Like when it's not just like in the negative Celsius, but negative Fahrenheit, right? Then I feel like that would freeze really quick. Sean Ryan strikes me as someone who likes to hear himself talk. Oh, you're talking about Sean Ryan being a yapper, right? Has 2 first names. Find that suspect right to begin with. Anybody know anything about him? I really don't know anything about Sean Ryan. To balance out the white power. Jesus Christ, thank you. Oh my God. I didn't get that for the longest time. This is where I'm saying, chat, I don't have 2 brain cells to rub together right now. I have 1 brain cell and I'm sharing it with every orange cat in the planet, okay? It's because clearly because of the color of my hair. That's what leaves me susceptible to orange cat type behavior and lack of meaningful cognition, whatever. Wait, he's ex-CIA? He's ex-CIA? Whoa, okay. But what kind of right-winger is he? What kind of chud? What kind of Pokemon is this guy, right? Is he a grass type? Is he an electric type? Is he a psychic type? Is he a Groiper type? Is he a Neocon type? Is he a Natcon type? Is he a Yarvanite? What kind of dude are we dealing with here? That's my question, right? Because we got we got 3 dudes. Okay, one of them we know all too well, Ethan Klein. Another one, we don't know. Well, I don't feel like I know at all. The Sean Ryan guy, I don't know him from like Methuselah or whatever, right? I don't know him at all. And then you got Clavicular, who I just found out about. And I mean, wow. What an interesting guy. What an interesting fact that guys like this exist. And here's what sucks about Clavicular, right? It would be great if what he was a fucking random lolcow, right? Some guy that comes out with crazy shit that everybody's like, whoa, that's right, and just was like a subject of curiosity, right? But I don't think that's what he is. I think he is actually somebody who has ascended, if I'm not mistaken, to the top of this format of I don't know, incel adjacent, red pill. It's hard to define looksmaxxers, right? Because we're not talking. I mean, like maybe they start off as incels, but the true incel, believes that he is doomed, right? That's black pill. I think, right? That your life is miserable, you aren't masculine enough, and nobody wants you, and everybody's gonna treat you like shit forever, right? That's the black pill. And then this one is like the black pill, but if I hit myself on the chin enough times, if I like bonk, 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 then that bone is gonna get mashed, and then it's gonna grow, and I'm gonna have a super prominent Chad chin, and then like my life's gonna change, and I'm gonna get buccal fat removal and go on, a certain substance maybe that also helps remove that cheek fat, if you know what I mean, and also go on another substance. What is tren, chat? Can anybody explain to me tren? It's not Tren de Aragua. It's not even Trendy Agua. Or, as we drink here, Nam Maprao Sai Manao. So if you're rich enough as an incel, then you can... So that's what I think that's his innovation, right? He starts from the incel, like, existential... truths, right, of doom and black pillness, and then he says, but I got one crazy trick that doctors don't want you to know about, bro. And instead of one crazy trick, it's like all the crazy tricks. It's like all the surgery and the bone mashing and then he can like, I don't know, he can like carve his 6 into an 8 or something. Is that the idea? So he's trying to be like, yeah, I know you thought that this was impossible, but it is low-key kind of possible if you are really rich. Trente is 30. Trente Aragua. I saw a looksmaxxing article where these guys are getting chin implants and jaw implants. Yeah. And he's also obviously in the gym and he's on, but nobody knows what this trend stuff. I guess we'll have to find out. We're gonna have to enter the world of trend. I've heard people say this word before. I know it is some kind of a 6'7" de. Okay, de Aragua. It's anabolic used in beef factory farms? No. Oh my god. Wait, so you're saying it was never like approved for human use? These guys are using cows or like bull steroids? It's gender affirming care. That's what Hassan is saying. Hassan's been like, I don't know, kind of like walking the line lately of just like fighting with his chat in a way that's actually we're because usually chat when Hassan yells at somebody in chat, like the rest of the chat is like, yeah, you really are woke of the day. Yeah, get out of here, you liberal, right? You're too woke. Get the fuck out of here, right? But this time he's got it's got like his whole chat being like, you know, if you're talking about Barry Weiss, you know, if we're talking about, I mean, horrible person. Maybe you don't use like Dick Suck Mountain as your like go-to metaphor for her ascent to prominence, right? And he's like, no, this is anyway. Like there's more and more of that, and then wait. And then the fact that when he was calling Clavicular I mean, I guess we'll watch it. I think we'll watch it. I think we'll have to watch it because Hassan's coverage of this, I think, is the best coverage I've seen so far of the you know, the incident, right? I think there's like a kick clip or something of this too, but have you ever tried Googling 6'7"? Albert, I Googled everything a long time ago. I just forgot it already. Yeah. Tren and melanotan are not prescription. Neither is meth. I think the meth is separate, right? I have heard people say that he's on that as well. Or maybe sometimes people will say that and they mean like they got a Adderall prescription. Maybe it's not actual meth. He thinks money makes him special and wants to channel that through aesthetics, I guess. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a whole long ass thing of aesthetics, and he's like an intelligent plant. Wait, who is? Ex-Navy. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, Sean Ryan. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just like it's in a way that's actually gonna. I don't know. I don't know where this leads. Right? But yeah, what did he say? It was something like he was like, basically Clavicular is a trans guy. And I'm just like, oh God, that's not gonna look good in a clip, Hassan. That's gonna come back. But anyway, wait, have I got, yeah, we're at 54 right now. That's the bonus goal. If this thing gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and do an extra topic. I need to do some kind of like, I don't know, subathon or something, like some way, give myself permission, you know, to do like an indulgent stream of, you know, including some video games too. Today is not the day for it though, because we got a schedule that is chocked full, and I need to get going. So yeah, keep that in mind. I'm gonna be playing Soul Hackers as soon as I can figure out how to make that happen, how to make that work. We'll try to get some real progress because we really haven't gotten anywhere in the game, chat. We basically did the first level and that's it. And I want to get further. I want to get way further. Yo, Joel, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Look at that. Starry B, you just got jellyfished. Mr. P53, you just got jellyfished. Is 53 a good p-value? Anyway, Expiration 44, you just got jellyfished. Dang Delang, you just got jellyfished. They are still throttling YouTube. You just got jellyfished, and I may have mispronounced your name. If so, I apologize. I apologize if I mispronounced anyone's name. I'm turning into a jellyfish, right? We're at 84. Yeah, we're getting okay. So we're definitely looking at some bonus content, possibly now. So the first thing about the bonus content is we got to pick it, right? Like I always say, I program the first half of the stream. I program the free half. You get to put that towards Trump's Ballroom. I will indeed. Okay, so look at that, Trump's Ballroom. What is under that ballroom? I don't know. Let's find out. You get to program the fun half, right? Because the fun half is it's all about you. So how do you program the fun half? How do we choose our topic for that? You choose it by voting over on YouTube. Yeah, that's right. I'm streaming on Twitch and on YouTube. So feel free to come over to YouTube, make your voice heard, place your bet. Right now, it looks like AI Psychosis, AI Christianity is getting the most votes. We got 37 votes counted already. So make sure to make your voice heard. I want to see those votes. And while you're at it, if you don't mind, slam that like button for me, if you could, with your thumb. I know one thumb alone doesn't seem like it'll do much, but if we put our thumbs together, I swear to God, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and push my content out to more people. And if you want that, if you want to see that happen, if you want to invite in more friends, right? You could help by, you can say, I'm doing my part just by hitting that like button. Other free ways you can support the stream is you can go over to our blast off to Skeet. I don't know, Blue Sky post, right? That's on Blue Sky. And if you have Blue Sky, you can bump the blast off, right? You can like that or hit it with likes or repost or whatever you want, even comments, in order to get more people's attention over from Blue Sky, right? That is also helpful as well. How am I still thirsty? Chat, I have just pounded the fucking... I'm worried I'm getting sick again, right? The last time I was having trouble thinking like this, it was because... Anyway, I'm probably just dehydrated. I don't know what I would have done to dehydrate myself, but I must have, I must have swallowed the do not eat packet or something and some kind of thing. Oh no, am I hungover? I don't drink really. Or no, I shouldn't say I don't drink really. I should say I haven't drank in years. Not even New Year's. In fact, I think the last time I did drink was for New Year's. Because it's not as fun for me. As, I don't know. If somebody has like a cool alcohol that they want me to try, I'll try it with them. But other than that, I'm just not that interested in alcohol. But yeah, go ahead and make your vote heard. AI Psychosis, AI Christianity. That's the Christian transhumanism video essay from Art Chad. That is at 36%. What's Under Trump's Ballroom at 28%. Arab Israeli War animated by things I care about. One of my favorite content creators, somebody that does really fun little animations, and somebody that I think knows a good deal about history. So if you want to see it animated, then there's that. And then in last place, we've got the new YouTube plagiarism scandal. You might have heard of this, right? Too much salt or sodium? I guess so. I don't know. I ate a big meal this morning. That's all I can think of. Is I ate a rather large Christmas breakfast, right? I had a spread, right? I had the one of my favorite. It's like a northern Thai curry called khao soi, which is I don't know. However, for some reason, khao soi, I think it may be the rule that it has to be excessive. It has to be big. It has to, you either get the carb heavy khao soi, where it's cooked with a potato and carrots, or today I got the protein heavy khao soi, where it had like ground, like, I don't know, like it had like ground vegan meat in it. Like it had some kind of not some kind of like not meat in it, and it was like a ton. I was just like, wait, no, but anyway, yeah, it's got two kind of noodles, right? Regardless, right? It's got a crunchy noodle and it's got a yellow noodle, and then then the broth is like, you know, coconut milk, right? So it's a very, yeah, I ate that and a big smoothie. So I don't know, maybe it has something to do with that. But anyway, that's our bonus content. Those are the bonus. Oh wait, I'm supposed to show you them. They're right there. Look at that. Amazing. But thank you, Narwhal, for balancing out the stream after I said a word that anyway. We are balancing out shit. Coffee and tea are dehydrating? A little bit. Like if that's all you drink, for sure. I mean, they're you know, they're diuretic, right? But they also have a copious amount of water in them. If the thirst persists, you might need to get your blood. You know what? Maybe it's just because I just ate a big meal. I think I just ate a huge, absurdly sized meal, and I got super thirsty. I don't think it's diabetes. I've always had a very low A1C. So, but anyway, we got some cool things to get into today. We're gonna have the content is gonna kick ass, and so is the bonus content, which we very well may get to because we're at 84 out of 100. The other little meter here thing is the butterfly goal, right? This is the goal for putting a butterfly in my hair. If you want to put a butterfly in my hair, if you want to help me do that, we just need 10 super chats of the teal variety or higher, and then the butterfly goal will be met. Confetti will fall, and I'll put a butterfly in my hair. So yeah, those are the two goals. Again, this goal goes up every time. Wow, burp. Every time you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself something, or if you get yourself a membership, or if you gift memberships to other people, if you support me on Throne or on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me over on the Twitch stream, which you can do for free by using a Prime sub. If you got Amazon Prime, then you can hook that baby up to your Twitch account, and it'll give you a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If you use it on me, you'll get to rewind all of my VODs while they're live. Yeah, you can. If you miss something, you can rewind. That's like a subs only thing on Twitch now, apparently. And then you know, if you get yourself a sub, which gets you the emotes and the ability to, or if you gift a sub to other people, which is very generous, right, to do, then that makes it go a succulent Thai meal. Yeah, pretty much. I don't think I got Thai diabetes or anything from it. I mean, it's heavy food. It's heavier food than I usually eat, especially for breakfast. But I don't think it's a diabetes one shot. Hopefully. But thanks for looking out for me, chat. I'm sure I will recover. But anyway, so yeah, that's what makes this number go up. If it goes up to 100, I'll stick around and cover the top topic that's getting voted on, you know, by voting. And if it gets to 200, I'll cover the top 2 topics, right? 300, etc. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to, or sorry, yeah, when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want. And just like I did for Joel and for Crotchy and for wait a minute, somebody else too. Right, I will put your money where your mouth is, adding it to this chart, which is tracking the bonuses that get applied to the poll at the end of the day. So, you know, at the end of the day, I'll add this number to the number on the polls, and we'll see, you know, which one's highest, and that's the one I'll do first. So I think that covers everything, and I think I better just jump into this chat, because like I said, we got so much to cover, and I need to hydrate somehow. So oh wait, before I do hydrate, I mentioned my Patreon. All right, you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're close to the beginning right now, let's go ahead and do those, right? Shouts out go to Tracy Eva, shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, shouts out to Tyreful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayer, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Foul, shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moenoip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts, and a fancy shout out for Sherry Saphira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. There we go, chat. Now we can actually get going. Now I'm serious. I'm serious about jumping into this contact vortex. Yes, thank you, Fallen Gemini. Oh my god, I let one thing fall through the cracks and that was it, and you grabbed it. Yeah, the new plagiarism scandal is in fact about internet anarchists. Does anyone in chat if you know who internet anarchist is, right? This is a, I mean, some people would call it a content farm, some people would call it a video essay channel, but regardless, they've been hit with some pretty, convincing allegations of plagiarism, and they've given an excuse of the plagiarism maybe being done by a newly hired writer, and yet when we look back to prior to when this writer was hired, it seems like they also were maybe plagiarizing, or they, you know, allegedly, chat, allegedly. So anyway, it's a very large channel. You may or may not have seen it before. But yeah, it does seem like there's a little bit of a history of their videos, you know, being almost like not word for word, but like idea for idea, and also image for image, strangely, like, right, whatever's on the on the screen at a certain time, when they're talking about, you know, when they're using these words that correspond with other videos, is also corresponding with those videos. So it just looks like a, you know, very, yeah, James Somerton kind of excuse. H Bomber Guy did cover them. Yes. Wait, I'm trying to remember though. H Bomber Guy talked about them. What was it that they had? Was it an H Bomber video that they had that looked like it was kind of plagiarized? I'm trying to remember. Were they mentioned in H Bomber Guy's original video? For some reason, I thought it was that they had basically done. Oh yeah, they did a rehash of the. They were covered. I think they were originally covered in the original H Bomber Guy video about plagiarism. That's the one that takes down James Somerton and Angry Video Game Nerd and Internet Historian. Is that Internet Historian? I might be remembering it wrong. But like a whole bunch of big channels, you know, just like were exposed and revealed by H Bomber Guy, and then including Internet Anarchist. And then when Internet Anarchist made a video basically about the H Bomber Guy revelations, he conveniently left out the allegations against him. He covered every other topic, right? Maybe a little, I haven't looked into that, if that one was like word for word. Internet Historian, it was Internet Historian. It's just been so long, I've like forgotten. Plagiarized edit cuts and assets, allegedly. Yeah. No, it's very, you know. 2.5 videos on Internet Anarchist by Mr. Snowflake. It's good as the follow-up video shows that plagiarism, yeah, happened before the alleged writer even came on. So anyway, chat, with that, I think I've covered everything. I've shouted out my Patreons, and we should get to the thing. We should do this. What are we starting out with? Let's start out with Clavicular. If it's okay, chat, I want to give us a little background on Clavicular, and the best video I found on that is actually a Foreign Fridays, right? A foreign man in a foreign land. He's an amazing content creator, an amazing commentator, and really makes some connections that I don't think anybody else out there is making, right? Really kind of puts stuff in perspective in a way that I feel like few have the ability to do. And it's an interesting format that he's got here, right? This is definitely a new meta, right? It's you know, kind of coming from his, you know, a lot of this content is generated from his live stream, but then he's sort of packaged it in the form of a video. So it's almost like he's made a video like around and just uses his live stream as like, you know, like examples and stuff. Anyway, let me put him on, and I'm gonna try to get some more water, chat, because I'm fucking dying here. I don't know what's going on. I'm massively thirsty. But yeah, I probably have drank more, like, coffee than water, so I probably just need to switch over to the water, and then I'll be okay.
This budget brand Nick from Love Island man is the white Kevin Samuels who drops the N-word more than Tarantino and pushes procedures and supplements onto insecure young men. No way Clavicular said this girl looked like snaggy hose.
Bro, here, wait, look. Bro, on God, she looks like snaggy hose.
Be right back.
On my life. Crazy word. On my life, on my life, on my life. Chat, yes or no? Yes or no?
This was my first encounter with the budget brand Nick from Love Island man known as Clavicular. Oh God. At first, I thought he was just your garden variety, chalk cosplaying, sunscreen smelling, paper impersonating person, humiliating a beautiful black woman, which is unfortunately far more complicated when you see the full context of the clip. However, the deeper down the Clavicular rabbit hole I dove, the more I saw he's a menace to himself as well as everybody else.
This is Clavicular, one of the most extreme glow-ups on TikTok, but it wasn't puberty.
You're probably wondering why he beat Knee-Face harder than a gal in a Get Ready With Me. That is because he is bone-maxxing. Or mashing. I don't know. Just send the flood already. I had a coach one time for Muay Thai. He did have this practice of like hitting your leg against a metal pole or getting a metal pole. And don't do this, by the way. And rubbing it against your shins to get your shin to be hard. That's the same type of people that used to roll their eyelids up. You know the kids that used to be rolling their eyelids up in school and turning it all in and out? I just think about them youths because I know they either dead or in jail.
Bone smashing can be coped, you know, if you don't understand the use of it, right? So bone smashing is dope if you realize that the swelling is what you want, right? So in terms of going out before nightlife, what I'm trying to do with bone smashing, what my goal of it is to simulate more zygomatic, you know, prominence, right? So more projection. So what I do is I use the swelling to my advantage. So I'll bone smash, and then I will cover up the inflammation with makeup. That way, you know, people perceive my zygos as being a lot bigger from the bone, but not the swelling itself. I usually have to lay in my bed and bone smash because you could have some issues like getting CTE.
The youths them are giving themselves CTE. Oh God. Believe it or not, this man is 19. Not in dog years, but in human years. He is also predictably from Florida. This is Clavicular. He's a streamer on the app built behind God's back known as Kick. It's the home to Aiden Ross, Pestany, Asmongold, and his harem of roaches, as well as child enthusiasts and gambling addicts. But unlike those yamheads, Clavicular concerns me for far different reasons.
Does bone smashing work? Yes. Bone smashing works, so here's exactly how you bone smash in the most effective manner. What you want to do is realize that the swelling is actually a good thing. That's what you want.
Yo, what's really going on, man? You all okay?
Smash and get what's called a pump. It's like you're working out. You know how you do push-ups before you go into a girl's house right outside her door. You know, then you ring the doorbell, pumped up off Cialis.
What's Cialis? Cocktail by cup.
Oh my god, that drop right there, the oh no, that gets me every time. Zygomatic prominence. Oh, here we got Waluigi. Coffee is diuretic. Yeah, well, it is, but it's, you know, it's in water. It's let's just put it this way. Coffee is less hydrating than water, right? But maybe not as much as people think. Anyway, let's get into this. Oh god, where are we in Cialis already? Wait, did somebody talk about ED and mean eating disorder and it got confused with like erectile dysfunction? Wait, what's he doing with Cialis? What is this guy doing with Cialis? Oh my god, I left it the wrong time apparently.
Killer concerns me for far different reasons.
Does bone smashing work? Yes. Bone smashing works, so here's exactly how you bone smash in the most effective manner. What you want to do is realize that the swelling is actually a good thing. That's what you want.
Yo, what's really going on, man? You all okay?
Smash and get what's called a pump. It's like you're working out. You know how you do push-ups before you go into a girl's house right outside her door. You know, then you ring the doorbell, pumped up off Cialis.
What's Cialis? Cocktail? But come on!
I've heard guys recommend wait, I think this is from like a movie. Like I've heard guys make recommendations that to other guys that they like that they pursue post-nut clarity prior to a date, right? I've definitely heard that. This seems like the opposite, right? Yeah, I think the phrase is like, don't go into a something with like a loaded gun or so, you know, right? It's like the idea is that like the guy wants to be relaxed and like not maybe, you know, not horny. Because maybe that, like, I don't know. But this seems like the opposite, right?
This by 19 days be drinking themselves to bits on all kind of Perkinsan and all kind of different thing, Yerky and all of this other stuff to the point where they can't get hard no more. Like I said, erectile dysfunction is a thing. Sympathies towards the limp.
Well, yeah, the other ED that this guy is causing is maybe eating disorders.
Them and the limp gawk them. But like, dog, if I got a a whole honey pack just to what? But dog, something off the change, dog. Ain't no way I noodling it at 19. You should be a full.
Wait. So the steroids make that stuff work less good? I always thought it was I would have assumed it was the opposite. The steroids actually give him problems with his like blood flow down there. He's so insecure, so he pumps himself full of stuff. Or you know what else that reminds me of is like, okay, I don't know if this is true, right? But you know how everybody's high school has got stories, right? A lot of those stories involve the gym teacher for some reason. But even if they don't involve the gym teacher, a lot of times these stories involve gym class, right? And the particular story that went around my high school was that there were, or no, maybe it was middle school. I don't know. It was whenever we started like to have to shower after gym, right? And the story was that like some guy like was insecure about his size and like, you know, didn't want other guys to see him and like, say that's really small. And so he gave him, he thought sexy thoughts in gym class in order to make it bigger. But to the other guys in class, it looked like maybe he was sexually excited about the prospect of being naked in the shower with them. So he got teased not for being small, but for being gay. But I don't even know if this is true or if this is just some guy that was getting bullied, like I knew the guy, but it sounds like something, a story that people just make up about somebody to like, make them a laughing stock. My drunk ass hearing not horny as Jagger not funny.
Your cock should be rising with the sun. What's happening?
So what you do is you get a pump bone smashing, holy gains, and then you're gonna cover it with concealer. That way the redness from the swelling doesn't manifest, right?
Oh, I thought he was talking about his wiener again.
And it looks like you've got these naturally enlarged zygotes, right?
So what's a zygote? Y'all niggas tripping, bro. I ain't gonna lie. What's a zygote? A fertilized egg? Oh god. So
you had a gym teacher tell you to stop having an asthma attack? Wow. Instead of helping you?
Zygomatic march. Zygomatic bone. No, man.
I hate you with a fucking passion, man.
No, man. No.
Oh god, no. Actually, you know what? Look, the skull is actually pretty durable, pretty hard, right? That's why people can do shit like headbutts and not get like a brain injury. I mean, maybe they do get a brain injury eventually, right? But that's why they can, do, right? So, but that's the dome, that's the skull itself, right? The zygomatic process and the zygomatic arch, I mean, these are areas that are prone to breakage. You can tell, right, by the thinness of the bone connecting it, right? The prominence of the arch, right, makes it inherently very. Anyway, I hope these guys aren't fucking breaking their zygomatic processes. That's
No, man.
And you're gonna look really striking and amazing.
Blood, you got.
This white boy's gonna age so badly. Yeah, when's Twink Death gonna? What's Twink Death gonna do to this guy?
Look like you just had rounds. So this, I guess, him after a 1-year world record bone smash.
This is an OG bone smash. I used to look like this before I went to work every day, and people would always ask me like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Wait, did he smash his nose? Why is his nose? Oh, he probably did the pore strips on his nose.
I was like, shit, I don't know.
It was, wait, who had elementary? I definitely had it in, I think our gym, like we started, having to shower afterwards in like middle school.
Bone smashing, and they'd be sitting there looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong?
I ain't gonna lie, that's a rich nigga laugh. I don't believe this man worked at no restaurant. That is a very wealthy laugh. That's a hedge fund laugh, 401 Roth IRA laugh, blood. While we can't be sure if he's rage baiting or really beating up his face, we can be sure that he is reaching a massive audience of impressionable young boys who will and have followed his advice, as I will show you shortly.
It was a calculated ascension. He started underweight, acne covered, and hollow. After Accutane, he jumped to HGH to rebuild skin, bone, everything. Then came PDO threads, pulled his eyelids down.
I'm sorry, rebuild? What the fuck? Do we know what words mean? After Accutane, does Accutane like kill your gains? Accutane is like a is like an anti-acne thing, right? And it's like a course of medications that, like, I mean, I had guys in my high school actually that did like their skin would get really dry for a while. It would have like, it would like peel, it would flake and stuff like that. But then after, I don't know, what is it, like 2 months or something, like their all of their acne would go, you know, guys that like just had constant acne in my school got like completely clear of it with Accutane. But yeah, I remember there being some side effects maybe.
Okay, PDO threads. Bro, what is going on, dog? This man.
I had gym showers in middle school. Yeah, me too. Did some people get them in elementary?
PDO threads. Oh no. Oh god.
Down for the
Wait, what? What? Whoa, 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 whoa. What was that?
A PDO thread.
A PDO thread?
Bro, what is going on, dog? This
What is
man. PDO threads. Oh no.
Okay, is it plastic surgery? Stimulating the collagen. Wait.
No.
Did we actually get to wait, was that so horrible we couldn't see it, Foreign? Was that too horrible to look at? Oh no. I still don't know what it is. Then came the PDO threads. Okay, it's some kind of like facial cosmetic surgery, right? Is it bone threading? I guess it was just, you know, horrible, whatever it was. Right? He didn't want to look at it. It's a black box drug. Oh wait, are we talking about Tren? Very serious one. It can cause unaliving. Most people will be on. Oh wait, are we talking about Accutane there? Girl Friday on Tuesday. Vampire facial, but wait, what's a vampire facial? Do I just not know much about like plastic surgery? I still don't understand why they're called hunter eyes. What? Oh, it causes IBS. Damn. It's really strong medicine. AFAB should really use it. Accutane, I'm guessing. Yeah, vitamin A. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought that's what it was. Extreme dosages of vitamin A, and it does indeed, you know, in many cases gets rid of the acne permanently. But yeah, it was. I remember it being really tough for my friend, for a number of reasons. School offered bowling as a sort of independent study PE class, and I took that just so I didn't have to get naked in PE. That's yeah. And plus you get to go to the bowling alley, right? It's like a field trip. Anything that gets you out of school is awesome. You know, that was my philosophy. Only time the shower was used was literally when a group of us got caught picking on one of our friends, and the teacher made us do push-ups while he turned the water on us. Damn.
For the hunter eye illusion. Then Tren. Dry mass.
This man is a walking pharmacy. Continue.
Collagen density.
I don't know what dry mass is. Tren is some kind of, somebody was telling me earlier, it's like they give it to like cows to get them bigger. Milano Tan 2, is that like, oh no, this is so confusing, chat.
Threads. Oh no. Oh god.
Down for the hunter eye illusion. Then Tren. Dry mass.
This man is a walking pharmacy. Continue.
Collagen density. Melanotin 2 tanned his skin to mask flaws.
My boy was injecting melanin. Oh god. My boy was
To mask flaws.
injecting melanin and
Wait, to mask the signs of what? The surgery? What are the flaws?
being anti-black.
Or just any flaw?
My boy have his grant. He have Nana taking the picture, man.
After that came the testosterone. His face hardened. His frame filled out. This wasn't just a glow up. It was a chemical rebirth. From
Chemical rebirth indeed. This man is Chernobyl. Oh god. Looks like Patrick Bateman. People don't even realize this sometimes. When you watch Americans.
I think he's trying to look like Patrick Bateman, no? He probably went to the plastic surgeon with a picture of Patrick Bateman. He probably was listening to Patrick Bateman's playlist, you know, while he was getting work done.
Psycho. Patrick Bateman is a parody of white fragile masculinity. So you're very right. He resembles Patrick Bateman in more ways than one. It's almost as ironic as the fact that like a lot of these red pill folks.
Okay, what is this? Black vampire facials put your blood in a spinner and then they put it back on you on your own stem cells. A vampire facial? Why do they? Oh, because they suck your blood for it. Okay. Wait. How is it a facial? Do they inject it into your face? So wait, they take your blood in a spinner, they grow some stem cells, and then I'm guessing they inject it? Is it like right into the... Had a real bad micro needling session by someone who didn't know what they were doing years ago? PDO threads, I gotta read that correctly, is a dissolvable thread used to lift facial skin. It's stitched at the edges of your face in various ways to get the lift effect that you want. Do you have to get it re-put in if it's like... dissolvable?
At Narwhalby, super chatted $16. I think you're in top chat.
Am I in top chat? Am I missing yeah, so if you're a orange cat like me and you have one brain cell, no, not even two brain cells to rub together, you're wondering, like, the conversation doesn't make sense, what am I missing? You can click over to live chat. You can change out of top chat and get into live chat to hear more of the conversation, which is what I'm doing right now. While you're at it, you can like the stream.
Their inspiration for their dogmas and
Plasmapheresis, is that what it's called? The eyebrows evoke evil, triple E. You know what? Okay, here's gonna sound something really weird, right? When I was like a little kid, I used to hate getting my hair cut short because I would say that it makes my... I think I said something like it makes my eyebrows look evil. I don't know. I don't remember the exact words I used, but I didn't like it. And yeah, look mean, right? That as a little kid, I was noticing that shorter haircut, more prominent eyebrows, I look like I'm angry, and that's the thing that I don't want, right? And some people in chat probably can guess what I was actually noticing, but maybe didn't have the words for at the time, right? But yeah, thank you, Norval, for the super chat, and that brings us to... we're up to 100 here. Being attracted requires so much vocabulary. Yeah, you have to be an expert on plastic surgery to get laid, apparently, in this country or in that country.
Their rhetoric from The Matrix, the most trans film you could think of. Next, I saw a TV Globe. Aiden says he witnessed Clavicular snort when he met him.
As I met Clav, I was chilling with him. He's so respectful, bro. Bro, I'm telling you right now, I like the guy. I like him. Now, I will tell you guys the real truth. I don't know if I'm being a snitch. I've never seen someone snort ever in real life. I literally witnessed Clav.
Mind you now, I'm pretty sure Aiden is beyond a cocktail himself.
Snort. Literally witnessed it, and I didn't know how to feel.
And this wasn't the first time that someone outed him for doing that.
Are you actually doing math, Clav? Is that real?
Nick F asks Clav if he's actually meth-maxing.
Are you actually doing math, Clav? Is that real?
Yeah, that's real, man. That's Aryan maxing.
The fact that Dog said he's Aryan maxing.
Oh my
there's truth to it because
God.
there was...
Oh my God, no, Chad, I know what this is. We're going to Agartha. Are you ready for Agartha? You do know the gravity flips upside down once you cross the ice wall, right? Well, so if you're ready, drink your white monsters. This is... I can't even joke about this, right? This is you know, this is how the Charlie Kirk thing gets turned into another right-wing alt-right pipeline through irony of all things.
Was a failed Austrian painter that was geeking at the Jesse Owen Olympics.
Giving all those guys...
But what the fuck? What are they saying? Like, was he snorting like something on his stream? Does Kick is Kick cool with that? I don't know, chat. I honestly don't know what goes on a Kick stream. I mean, I know some of it seems like harassment, like public harassment. You know, some of it seems like exploiting vulnerable people. I've seen that. But I don't know, like, and then occasionally people will get banned for stuff. Like Chud Logic got I think a temporary Kick ban recently. I can't even remember for what. The fuck did Chud get banned for? Yeah, occasionally, yeah, you got to do something like crash your car on stream, I think, to get banned on Kick, right? Or like kill someone.
I know all about it. Hey, don't get so defensive. I'm just asking.
This is a method that like a lot of
Was he snort? So was he snort? Was it the kind of snorting that somebody does after they come back from the bathroom or whatever? That kind of thing, like Donald Trump in that one debate with Hillary Clinton, like that kind of snorting, or was he snorting like on stream? Was he getting? Was he just like so? Is he so like? Was like I don't even know, chat. Like I don't know what the fucking limit is on Kick. Must take a lot to be permanently banned. Oh yeah, I don't even know if you get permanently banned. You know, if you said something violent about Trump or Charlie Kirk, maybe, right? Mucho Basa, maybe that if you pissed off, like if you were offensive to a like hero of Kick, somehow, if you said that Sam, you know, if you called for violence against Sam Hyde, I don't know.
What a new gen
sacred cow
creators have been using and is deeply troubling. You had Nick Fuentes himself casually asking him if he's met Maxon, and he's laughing about it. It's a strategy that they're doing. Deviance amplification is the socio-phenomena of society rewarding behavior that is shocking with attention. What creators have been doing is normalizing deviant behavior. So you have Clav on a call.
Broccoli-headed kid that got banned from Kick. Is that Jack Dougherty?
With Nick Fuentes, already a wild sentence. And then Clav is admitting to exactly what Aiden says he does. It's not even shocking no more. It's normalized. It's treated with the same casual tone as a morning greeting. And that's the point. He wants to normalize what is deviant and dangerous behavior. Clavicular reveals he is infertile at 19 years old. This man needs some new friends. He hanging out with Nick Fuentes and Sneeko Blood.
So right now, I am infertile, but I'm not able to have a kid right now. But if I wanted to, there's a protocol I can put in place to be immediately good again.
Wait, why are you infertile right now?
So it's just like a negative feedback loop when you're not needing to produce testosterone anymore because your body realizes, okay, we're getting it from an exogenous
So you're not producing
source.
any testosterone naturally?
No.
None?
No.
Infertilizing yourself in the name of upholding an arbitrary beauty standard is the wildest thing I've heard this week. Yet here he is, sitting down in his frat boy fit, very calmly explaining it as if it's a reasonable thing to say.
Doesn't taking tests shrink your balls?
No, not if you take HCG. But otherwise, yeah, it will. But anyway, that's a cope. Like, what the f do you need big nuts for? That's so what?
Can we talk about how TERFs are shrieking at trans people over our fertility and HRT while ignoring shit like this? Not even ignoring, but incentivizing it.
It does shrink your balls though a little bit, right?
Your balls if you don't take something.
Raisins, chat.
But like,
got it.
Is this a bad thing? Okay, so I get to be.
This is a bad thing.
More energetic. I get more muscle. My libido's. Oh, God forbid! God forbid! I have tiny.
For your scrotum to start to resemble a labia. I don't know. I mean, I guess that depends on you, right? Is that what those are the results that you're looking for?
Nuts.
This is all in effort.
So yeah, people like Hassan have called what he's doing, gender affirming care. I get the point, right? That like a lot of the stuff is, yeah, he's manipulating his hormones. He's, getting surgery to confirm his, masculinity. Obviously, when Hassan like compares him to like a trans guy, I feel like, I don't know, trans guys don't need that, don't need to get hit with that stray, right? But yeah, the point is that trans people are demonized for modifying their bodies, right? Trans people's medications are heavily regulated and controlled, especially when it comes to something like, trans guys using testosterone, right? That shit is like, to be fair, raisins are sweeter than grapes. Oh my God. The smaller the raisin, the sweeter the wine. Or so they say. Oh my God, I don't want to test that one. He's an evil Eugenia Cooney. Yeah, but it's all like women get demonized from this shit for this shit. Trans people get demonized from the shit for the shit, right? trans people, they're constantly like trying to take, you know, medications like away from them, right? But this, like, if as a fucking cis guy, apparently all you got to do is go to your doctor and be like, I think I'm low on T, and they'll test your T and they'll be like, you're not low, and you're like, oh, I still feel bad, and I think they just give it. Like, I think there's a lot of like, you know, I don't know where, you know, RFK's getting, you know, his regiment, right? Icewine, wait, what? He's using it as an insult. Oh yeah, we all do gender affirming care. Yeah. That's the point. I think that you know, is trying to be made there. Again, Hassan, you are like, look, I can't defend you from, you know what I mean? You kind of dug your own. You kind of made your own bed. You dug your own bed. You made your own grave there, and you're just gonna have to Fallout New Vegas your way out of that somehow. Hopefully, you know, maybe get a blahage. I don't know. Maybe replace the Christmas background with a big old trans flag. I don't know. Something. You need to make it up to your trans chatters somehow, Hassan. Hearing this T schedule is fucking wild as a trans guy. It's genuinely insane. He must be getting enough that his body is converting a lot of it into estrogen. Yeah. Well, you know, the feedback loops, right? That basically, you know, every step where a, you know, hormone or a releasing factor, releasing hormone is produced, there's some kind of feedback mechanism where the body ascertains, so how much of this have we got right now? And when you've got enough of it, it's like, all right, shut off, you know, the gonadotropin releasing, you know, shut off like one of the hormones, right? When it gets that feedback. And that's why this part of the reason I always say that endocrinology is one of the most complicated, you know, biological sciences to like health sciences to wrap your brain around, right? That's why it's a specialty, and it's you know, as specialties go, I even think it's pretty complex. There's so much that you've got to, you know, kind of be cognizant of in terms of endocrinology, right? And I'm guessing that there's not like a doctor overseeing his whole program and trying to keep him safe. I'm guessing this is just, you know, shit that he's read about, and you like say this to your doctor and they'll give you this, or, you know, I mean, he may still be getting it from his, you know, healthcare professional, but I don't get the feeling that he's really, you know, taking his future health into account. Let's just say, Ken Paxton and they all act like they're on it, thinking they're on the same Elon cocktail. Oh yeah, didn't Elon try to use it? All the Texas Republicans are trying to hoard all the hormones. They have a boutique doctor office, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, chat. I mean, I don't really want to do this. Like, you know, I feel like but I swear, if you were to somehow cut off the supply of exogenous, you know, testosterone and, you know, other, you know, like, right, if you were to cut this all off to like the cis guys that are using this, like right-wing shit would go down by like 45% overnight. If this just disappeared, if the trend fucking disappeared, if the TRT and the HGH just disappeared, I swear to God, some of this shit, both in the sense of like, you know, like the people that are like, you know, coming up with these new aesthetics, and in the people that are buying into it, right? It just feels like there's something wrong with the way that they're thinking. I don't know. But obviously, you know, endocrinology is also really important. Diabetes is extremely common, would be significantly life-threatening, but various modern technologies similar to heart attacks. I don't really want to do that. I'm not actually asking for a law change or some kind of crackdown, because you know if you did a crackdown over like steroids and hormones, it would invariably harm trans people more than it would harm these guys that are convincing their doctors that they're on low T. Oh, also on the low T thing, apparently, so you might have seen some of these guys, some of these like incels, looksmaxxers, you know, red pill, right? they're always talking about like testosterone levels, and they will say things like historically the average testosterone level in a male was higher, or like your grandfather's testosterone was twice as high as yours was, or so. They'll say shit like that, right? And it's not untrue, but what they're not saying is that at the time that, you know, your grandfather would have been tested for, would have been, his testosterone would have been measured, right? The measuring protocol wasn't actually that accurate. And also, if you smoked cigarettes, your testosterone would show up artificially high. So what do you think was going on? Why do you think granddad's testosterone is higher than grandson's? Could it be that granddad was smoking 3 packs of Marlboro Reds every day and, you know, not getting a good assay of the T values, right? See, it seems more logical, but they just want to think that there's some they out there, and they're draining your pure essences right out of your balls, right? They're putting some kind of, you know, estrogen, you know, they're putting soy in it. This was the whole soy panic, right? People thought that their testosterone was going to go down because they ate tofu. Testosterone didn't make me right wing. These guys are still suffering from a skill issue. I'm not saying all of it. Porokorad.com. Porocora. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. .com. But yeah, I would say that there's some portion, and I'm not even just talking about like right-wing shit. I'm talking about the bat shit. I'm talking about the bullshit. I'm talking about the scams and the shit that people should know better about, right? I don't think that if you cut off, you know, people's access to fucking steroids, that overnight, like, the Republican Party would be replaced with a socialist party. I just think that like some of the shit on the fringes, some of the shit on the edges, some of the shit that just like it just blows your mind that like people, you know, think this stuff, right? Maybe wouldn't make sense to people if their brains weren't being, because what do you get trend brain, right? What does trend brain do to you? That sounds bad, whatever the fuck it is. I've heard so many weird things about trend. One, it like makes guys gay even if they're not, or it makes them aggressive, or I don't know, like they're just swimming in a cocktail of really bad endocrinology. And it's like, you know, you would hope that if there's regulation, right, about these medication, as there is, you know, for trans people, you'd think that maybe their doctors would care enough to, I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Even if I only have one brain cell to make the points with, I'm glad. I'm glad that my one brain cell is, you know, thank you, Orange Cats everywhere, for letting me borrow the brain cell temporarily. Now back to the reaction.
To normalize what is extremely reckless and foolhardy behavior. You notice that he's trying to convince people, like he's just like, well, what's the problem with this? You have all of these other benefits. You have him with fellow
trend causes psychosis. I'm not saying being gay is psychosis, just clarifying. Yeah, if anything, I was at risk of sounding like I was like associating those two things there. So I am glad you cleared that up. BE now stands for bad endocrinology. Yeah.
And we're saying enjoy Nick Fuentes.
That's what BE should do. Honestly, I feel like, look, you know, I mean, he's gotten a lot of attention, but none of it's really lucrative, right? So maybe he could just become like, he could just make bathtub testosterone for dudes, right?
Fact that you have them both blowing up in popularity, it's important to take this seriously, because just like Gamergate, no longer were these 4 Channing troglodytes confined to the gooch, the taint, the undercarriage where the sweat collects. No,
that's the gooch.
Longer were they confined to the,
like, what, right behind the cooch is the gooch?
basement of the internet. They're mainstream. And whether the impressionable individuals consume Nick and Clav, ironically or not, the foolishness seeps into...
Did we see fucking Fuentes? I know this guy's done content with Fuentes. Am I just like not paying attention enough?
Subconscious if left unchecked. Both of these folks in this frame right here drop the N-word without hesitation. Clavicular explains enhanced over natural and debunks permanent endogenous suppression myth.
But that's...
Oh, geez. So, look, I mean, this collab, it makes sense on a clout level, I guess, right? Nick has got a lot of clout. He's getting a lot more attention. He's being mainstreamed, right? There's guys in Nick's audience that maybe Clavicular could, I don't know. What does he sell? What is this guy's like monetary strategy though? That's what I want to know, because I feel like there's got to be some kind of like, you know, guidebook that he's selling of how to like biohack yourself, or there's got to be like a ton of like, you know, monetization of this through sales of like supplements, right? But you know, he's doing all this biohacking, all this like working out. I mean, Nick, I guess, has been seen at a fashionable LA gym recently at the bench press. Fuck knows if he, you know, what he benched, if anything. Right. But he's not living, they're not living the same lifestyle, right? What I'm saying, chat, is, does Nick really want to be mocked like this?
That's a common argument.
It would be hilarious to mail Fuentes a bidet. I mean, I'm sure he needs one. Everyone needs a bidet, chat. Look, if I was going to do a sponsorship, it would definitely be for some kind of bidet thing. I want more clean asses in this world, right? If that could be the result of my streaming, if the one brand deal that I do take would definitely be a clean your ass kind of, you know, ad, right?
Argument that people give is, oh, well, you know, you're not going to be able to produce testosterone naturally. It's like, well, I'm never going to do that again. I'm never going to stop.
You're never getting off. You're going to be on it forever.
Yeah, why would you not want to operate at a higher level than the average normal? Because
maybe the side effects, I don't know.
Whole thought process with exogenous hormones.
Like look at Hulk Hogan and ask yourself, if that's who do you want to be that guy? Do you want to be that leathery red guy that has it like a distended belly despite having like, you know, 8% body fat? Is that who you want to be? Is that who you want to grow up into?
Hormones is sure, you know, the aesthetic benefit of being bigger. It's nice. You know, having a more dominant frame is going to help you in business negotiations, politics, whatever.
Dog is really out here justifying why he should make his body dependent upon external usage of hormones. Meanwhile, his body does naturally do that. I
mean, is Nick his audience? Is he trying to sell Nick on this? Chat, are we going to deal with a Fuentes glow up? I don't know if I could handle a Fuentes glow up. That does seem to be in the works, though. If he's talking to fucking... What the fuck? Oh my god, why am I forgetting? Bradley Martin. He's talking to Bradley Martin. He's in the gym with Bradley Martin, chat. They're bringing Nick Fuentes in. Right? Are they gonna fucking, like, groom this guy into a you know... roided up gym bro? Roided up Nick Fuentes. I don't think that's safe. I think, look, even if we don't make a law against like cis guys getting a hold of, you know, all this, all these roids and stuff, we should at least make a law against Nick, specifically a law saying that Nick Fuentes can never get this stuff, because that's dangerous.
18 years old while being transphobic as hell. There are young folks with dysmorphia that is wrecking their living experience, and they can't get access to meds in order to transition. Meanwhile, this man is out here doing it and justifying it to a bunch of kids for the worst reasons possible.
They're wanting people to spend hundreds of dollars a week on supplements, ashwagandha, certain types of underwear, EMF shirts. And I'm like, fellas, can we just acknowledge for 1 second that maybe it would be a little cheaper in this economy just to use synthetic testosterone, and that way you could eat Popeyes and not have to deal with all this bullshit.
It is so wild to see the contradictions and the double standards. This man is promoting smashing yourself in the face and making your body dependent upon hormones in order to just do natural bodily functions. Queer
I never thought about this, right? But the food that gets heavily advertised to people to be to the point of being like associated with American culture, maybe like the closest thing to like an American culture that we have. Like what did Bill Burr, different Bill, what did Bill Burr say as an excuse when people asked him about his hypocrisy of taking that Saudi money to go and perform there, right? He said, well, I went there and so, you know, there was a McDonald's, there was a Taco Bell, they had a Panera Bread. How bad can these people be if they eat Panera Bread? They're just like me, right? I don't know. It's this weird fucking cope that he was throwing out there. But yeah, it really is like American culture. And to eat this stuff, right? To eat like a Whopper, like even like, you know, once a week, a Big Mac, you know, eat KFC, right? Or Pizza Hut or whatever, right? You're not going to burn those calories off. So the whole, you know, American thing about, yeah, being masculine is good, you know, being like, you know, being swole, but also like eating all this food is good. What is like the only way that you can combine those two things is like overclocking your, you know, metabolism with you know, with tea and a vigorous workout regimen, right? Well, is the only thing that really lets somebody look like that and eat like what he's talking about, right? It's just not realistic otherwise.
Folk die over this shit. Queer folk die over the accusation of doing this. And you have white straight dudes doing this to success, bro. That's wild, man. Fitness doctor gives his take on 19-year-old Clavicular, only caring about his looks, neglecting his health, and if it's worth it for Clav to get plastic surgery and do the intense limb lengthening surgery.
We have a friend, his name is Clavicular. He's 19 years old. He's getting a full facial double jaw surgery, rhinoplasty. He's maybe getting limb lengthening surgery. He basically just kind of is like, I don't care about health. I just want to look as good as humanly possible. Do you think that approach is taking it too far?
Health's a big deal.
It's really wild to see Dr. Mike here, given that we know him to be a race realist.
The GPT tells you, because you asked it, that your race or ethnic group is not the most intelligent of all of them. And maybe somewhere down the totem.
The GPT has said it, chat. Like the GPT has spoken. Wow. Imagine being that guy that is like, yo, I'm sorry, it's in Chat GPT. Chat GPT agrees with my racist opinion. So there we go. It's no longer even an argument.
Totem pole much further than you had anticipated. You may also
racism. More like bases. Oh no, I can't.
Discover at the same time that there is a totem pole of racial intelligence. And you're going to go, holy, what? You keep asking it. It's like, this is reality. You're like,
I have heard that there is shit about Dr. Mike Israetel. I didn't know it was this. I didn't know it was race realism. That's wild. He's a pretty, he was a pretty respected exercise physiologist. I know he's had a few scandals now. His doctoral thesis, it was, you know, has come in under some kind of question. And yeah, this, you know, I didn't actually know the dude was a race realist, but apparently dude is a race realist.
Oh my, do I just stop trying? What is this? Holy crap, that's a really big deal. It could really bum you out.
The same eugenics that Dr. Mike subscribes to, Clavicular does too. What's interesting about the Dr. Mike stuff and the things that like really piss me off is I made this video, the gym sale epidemic, right? I made this a year ago. People did not care that Dr. Mike was a racist. People got outraged at his credentials being suspect. They had absolutely no qualms with the fact that he's a race realist. I got so many emails over this one video from Dr. Mike fanatics. They were out there saying Dr. Mike does great work and he's one of the most reputable people and you're making a drama video on him. It's always drama when we calling your ass out for shit. When you're getting called for racism and stuff like that, that's when it's drama. Calling his credentials into question, that's not drama. That's journalism at that point. But him thinking like Charles Darwin, talking about, oh, well, some races are just better than other races. Him thinking like that, not a deal breaker for a lot of folks. A lot of people do not find racism or bigotry as a deal breaker. They will still watch them. They will still align themselves with them. They will still do gym vlogs with them. Oh God. But it's interesting to see.
Or the other thing you'll get from is this like an intentional, just obliviousness to it, where they're like, well, he didn't say like, yay racism, go Hitler. So are you sure it's racist? Well, no, he's just talking about science, right? Can science be racist? If science says that like blah 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 size of a white person's brain, blah 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 size of a black person's brain, then there's really no, there's no art, like it's just they don't see like the motivation, the obvious motivation behind the reasoning, or willful ignorance really is what it seems like. Because like how could you really claim to not see it? But here we are.
Him calling out clavicular because this is the philosophy that they subscribe to. So you have clavicular and Myron, or migraine as I call him, talking about the LMS triad.
So on the LMS triad, looks, money, status, how do you rank those?
Every woman is different. Some women might prioritize looks and then money behind that. Some girls prioritize status, then money behind that, or some girls go status and looks after that. I would say status is number one. You can overcome being not the most attractive guy if you have money and status, right? I mean, look at some of these streamers that they're still getting girls. Why? Because they're famous. But then with that said, there's other guys also that are very good looking with chads that are able to close. But I'll say on the grand scheme of things, like overall, if you wanted to be the most attractive to the most women, status is by far, I would say the number one thing.
The smell from this TikTok alone is enough. Migrant from fresh and fit, and clavicular literally turning inceldom into a science by examining it. If it wasn't apparent already, clavicular is a looksmaxxer, which is a term that the incel community coined for people who are trying to maximize their looks in order to get access to partners and proximity to power. Cuffum was shocked after Clav reveals that he's paying $35,000 for his surgery. Niggas will do everything but go to therapy.
How much is it?
So I'm paying $35,000.
And what's the damages that can happen to you? Like what's the worst that can happen?
So there's a risk that can happen with implants, right? Which is what I'm getting, that you can get an infection, but it's around 1 to 2% chance of any, of the implants getting infections. But all that would have to happen is they would have to be removed for 3 months. You go on antibiotics and then put back on. Bimax is a very safe surgery.
This is so irresponsible. Oh God. There's some nuance to this, which I think like a lot of folks miss because we like to dismiss incel logic immediately. Clavicular is arguing that he is maxing on his looks in order to rank higher on the looks, this thing that they were looking at, the looks, money, status triad, right? And he's going about this by ingesting more than just supplements. He is investing $35,000 into a surgery to reconstruct his jaw. A charitable read of looksmaxxing is that to a degree, they're right. Society is awful to folks who aren't desirable, who don't fit into a very narrow mold of what is deemed to be attractive. At best, you're invisibilized, and at worst, you're punished for parameters outside of your control. But lookmaxers themselves think that they can control some things about themselves by biohacking, which is manually overriding your biology with supplements or procedures in order to jailbreak your potential, just like how you would jailbreak an iPhone. The irony of all of this is, to me, at its mildest, looksmaxxing is gender affirming care for all of the wrong reasons. These people are so close to radicalizing themselves against Western beauty standards and also against gender as a social construct, and then they just miss it. The incel community sees the injustice of society towards certain classes, and instead of tearing it down, they arrive at a different conclusion. One that's fraught with phobias, self-loathing, and tangible dangers, exactly lack thereof. They lean into it. They lean into the status quo. They don't have a problem with the fact that these systems are in place. They have a problem with them not being the ones benefited by them. I had hadn't seen any black pill content in a while, and I was beginning to believe that they go into the niche sewers of the internet like Pennywise. But Clavicular is bringing him back to the mainstream and radicalizing a swath of young boys to follow in his damn footsteps.
That's way too much music. And when it's TikTok and music, I get scared, chat, because they're allowed to do shit on TikTok when it comes to music that we are not allowed to do. I don't know. Well, I mean, look, Foreign's trying to keep his ad money too, so we'll just trust. Hopefully that's, you know, public domain.
What is this? Is this an app that people use to scan to see if comment or send for the app and supplier? They got an app to coach you to looksmaxx. It is ridiculous and it ought to be treated as such. But let me be clear. This is eugenics though. Regardless if it's rage bait, AI or not, it communicates an insecurity of that person to the point where they will develop the dysmorphia and he will carry out whatever looksmaxxing goals he wants to in a different manner. He is sane washing eugenics. He is yassifying ugly laws. There's a proclivity of people to write off sun-dodging yamheads like Clavicular as fools and disengage with him. And while I think to an extent you ought not engage with rage bait because these algorithms don't see disgust, they just see attention, and attention is currency in the creator economy. But at the same time, it is dangerous to let this run rampant unchallenged, or to even simply joke about it without critically engaging with it. It's one thing to just make a video talking about, oh yeah, this is a kick streamer that says the N-word a lot, and laugh it off. But you also need to actually deliver some critical analysis with it. Otherwise, they could think it's just funny. I have a son. I would blush and dead if he was watching rehabilitated Wojak and bought thousands of dollars in looksmaxxing and bone smashing procedures because Clavicular tell him I endowed him with a weak chin. But that is exactly what he is doing. Clav tells sub 5, you don't even get a name no more. You are a sub 5. This is like Big Brother. You are called by your number. Clav tells sub 5 the sad truth.
What do you think my potential can go up to?
I think you could get to around a 6 out of 10, and I think you're basically...
Oh my God. Just a 6 out of 10? Really?
Bruh. Maybe even a 6.25. This tan photo, like, you know, I think there really is a lot of potential just seeing this with like the curly hair, the perm, a lot of appeal, right? So you just have to grind those ages.
There's no way I can reach like a 9, maybe an 8.
No, unfortunately not.
Here you have Clavicular giving ratings on stream like the white Kevin Samuels. And if you think Clavicular projecting his insecure worldview onto other men isn't bad enough, you will be glad to know that he's not just doing this for content. This dude is doing it because he is promoting a whole looksmaxxing course. Oh God. Of course it's a course. This is exactly what it's all about. So he's not only an ass whose whole content strategy is to peddle insecurities to his followers and blow up off of beating his face like Anderson Silva. He's doing all of this as a grift. And all of these ratings and things like that is his top of funnel.
What would you rate Michael B. Jordan? A lot of girls I know, they really like Michael B. Jordan for whatever reason.
I can tell you the reason. He's rich and famous, right? In terms of facial aesthetics, he's far below average. I would say that he's about 4 out of 10, maybe 3.5. Super facially challenged. Very aesthetically disfortunate. So Michael B. Jordan is not a mogger, not good looking at all.
Okay.
So that's why he gets the 3.5 out of 10.
I can totally see people saying you're not as good looking as Michael Jordan, but I think they're just choking on the status bill a little bit.
You know, I aspire to have the confidence of an aggressively mid-white man, blood. Oh God. Days go into the world on a different type of timing, dog. Like I'm telling you, the very gall that emboldens an inbred Briton to sail the 7 seas, to rape, pillage, and colonize societies. That's the same caucasity you see right here, because how this man in the position to call anyone, let alone Michael B. Jordan, anything but handsome. This, of course, brings me to the racial obsession that Clav has. Clavicular goes live for the... I can't look at this shit. Oh, God. This man looked like the boy from Black and White, Bruno. Clavicular goes live for the first time after taking MT2 due to being called pale. So blackface, hormonal blackface.
Yo, hey, what up, boys? How we doing?
This image speaks for itself, and it's the mildest example of Clavicular's deep investment in anti-blackness. Whether it's him demonizing or fetishizing blackness, it is still an obsession. And he's particularly obsessed with, you guess, black women.
Would you ever date a black woman?
That is a question that I have heard asked in these white circles, better known as clan rallies. I have heard these questions abound. The question here, would Clavicular ever date a black girl? Or B, would a black gal even spit on Clavicular? And the answer is no, even if he was on fire.
Would you ever date a black woman?
No, I don't really think that people are going to be able to have necessarily the best, like, long-term relationships if the cultures are so different, right? So that's almost as if it's, and the same could be even true with different, social classes. So just that's, you have to be similar to your partner.
Dog is basically out here arguing for an ethno state. There's more to this. It's important to really break down what is happening here. Because why is this a question? Making the mere hypothetical of would you engage with a black woman supports this reality where black women, they are not even seen as the bottom blocks of the desirability pyramid, but not a part of the pyramid at all. They ain't even on the desirability pyramid. The fact that you have the most aggressively mid male sapien man them that you can find at your local pro boss shop or clan rally interviewing one another about the hypothetical fantasy, or to them nightmare, that is to engage with a black woman is a madness in itself, because the most desirable, coveted, worthy of the world women in my experience from cradle to coffin has consistently been black women. But due to the orchestrated effort of white supremacy to render black women this alienable class that cannot be feminine, because that means that they can't be slaves. They can't be desirable because that means that they can't be debased. Now, despite the last clip framing black women as alien to femininity, Clav simultaneously holds his fetish for black women as well. Clavicular was getting excited after he realized he could be getting his black belt. What is a black belt, you ask? Hold on.
What'd you rate him?
So me, Auntie gonna give you a 9. I've never dated a white guy or anything like that.
The idea of calling a dude that debases black women white chocolate by virtue of her being on Fresh and Fit's podcast tells you a lot. Just by virtue of her being there launders the experience. He has this deep obsession with a black belt. And as someone who went to school in a PWI, I have heard white men describe a desire to experience black women the way that a thrill seeker would skydive. That means that they don't see black women as people, they're experiences. It reminds me of the Raging Bull shows. You're able to tame this savage beast, and then you're lauded for that. You're given epaulettes for that. And despite documenting his misogynoir at large, unfortunately, there are some women that still choose to engage with. Clav didn't expect to get this black belt this easy.
I heard you were looking for your black belt.
Yeah. You want to get into it?
I'm down.
Ooh, where should we go?
Anywhere. Right here's good, so.
Right here? You want to crack right here?
Whether this is a skit or legit, it's disheartening. Talking about getting cracked by a white man like a whip. There's no amount of clout, I repeat, there's no amount of fame that is worth the indignifying experience of this nut rag here. Oh God. To treat any woman this way. And as we saw, she got humiliated soon thereafter.
Bro, here, wait, look. Bro, on God, she looks like Schnaggy Hose. On my life.
That is crazy word.
On my life, on my life, on my life.
The ebonics is killing me too. for him to be pirating black culture as well as using black culture at the same time really pisses me off. And unfortunately, there are people that believe as though they can get access to fame by way of putting themselves in humiliating situations. It is minstrelsy. It's the same thing that Kai Cenat, Speed, and a lot of these streamers end up doing. They align themselves.
Sorry, Chad, I was just trying to fix some technical stuff behind the scenes.
To what is the closest acceptable format for black people to be consumed by white people. And that is often a performance of jester in regards with minstrels, or for black women as beasts of burden, mommies, Jezebels, oftentimes harm. Shout out Zeus Network, shout out Bodies and all them. So oftentimes we do play into these stereotypes. Fans are pissed after Schnaggy praised Clavicular for saying the forbidden word.
Like about you, bro, you're not scared to be you, man. You say the N-word with passion, man. I like that, man. I love that. Niggas like, it be some streamers, man. They say it all day off stream, but get on stream and freeze up and be scared.
He on his rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy shit right now. I can't think of more coonery to praise a white person for saying the N-word. The lack of pushback is exactly the reason why Clavicular over here doing exactly what he's doing with not only black women, but also non-black women. Clavicular really said Albanian girls are basically black.
You're Albanian?
Yes, you know Albanian.
So technically, chat, she's like basically a black chick. If I her, is that my black belt?
Having Biggie play in the actual clip's audio, then putting Lloyd's rendition of You as a TikTok audio, and then having two non-black people talking about being black is so dystopian that I can't take it. Oh God. She is insulted to an extent that she is being adorned with black femininity in this case. Clavicular tells Cuffum that he's never dated a black girl because of this.
I don't have my black belt yet. What the hell is that? Like when you black bitch, I never did that.
You know what the black bitch?
Nah, dude,
you're missing out.
I'm scared.
See, you'll be, instead of Giga Chad, you'll be Chad if you're a black girl. Trust.
Dude, I feel like they'll snap my dick off.
Oh God. Cuffum has lost all realms of sympathy that I had for him. This is a man that has absolutely no qualms of making fun of his own blackness and his ugliness, as he calls it. I shouldn't be surprised that he has no problem debasing his blackness as well as black women for proximity to this play right here. After all this time of Clavicular talking about how black women are undesirable, he will then turn around and fetishize them. Like here, like the one with the Albanian one, as well as this clip right here.
Like I'm trying to take down a black girl.
Have you never been with a black girl before?
Can I figure it out?
You want to figure it out?
Let's go.
You think so?
I would do it right now, but I don't think it could fit in my car.
Oh God. He's not only fat shaming, but he's also
There's so much dark shit going on right now, and it's like the worst time in the world that I am like trying to set up something that doesn't want to get set up in the fucking I'm sorry, chat. It's just pissing me off. But yeah, in case it has to be said, this guy is he's like the piece of shit's piece of shit. He's piece of shit squared. He's like on a whole new other level of piece of shit.
So like height shaming. Tall women get this masculinization because of the fact that height in women is deemed to be masculine. I think this is Angel Fernandez, who is a lot taller than Clavicular, being fetishized for her height and her blackness. She is racially ambiguous as well, so like I don't even know, y'all let me know about that. But at the same time, while being fetishized, she's also being maligned, because fetishizing is indeed malignment. Neon was shook after Clavicular said he don't want anything but white girls, normal race. So all of these inconsistencies exist at the same time for Clavicular.
I don't want anything but a white girl. Are you serious? Yeah, bro, what are we talking about? Like, you would get with anything not...
You could see him catching himself and then making a decision to still say it. That's a ooh. And then he just doubled down.
What? You get with anything not normal? Not normal? Not like the normal race? You wouldn't do that? I think they're all normal.
Do you know what you have to do in order to make Neon look normal next to you? He's not only discriminatory towards black women, he's an equal opportunist. Aiden Ross couldn't stop laughing after Clav gave Gorlock the Destroyer an honest rating on her looks.
Better with or without makeup? You looksmaxxer? Well, what do you rate yourself 1 through 10?
I'm a 10. Well, honestly, I'm an 8 because I'm always room for self-improvement.
I love that. Clock that. Clock it. All right,
Why the hell is 6ix9ine here? It's a nightmare blunt rotation. And they're in jail. This is my hell.
I got 1 through 10, a real rating. Give it a real rating.
Literally 0.
No.
Come on. No, it's 0, because I have a pretty face. I'm big, but I have a very
No, she's not.
And honestly, by your personality, I'm pretty sure you're like this small.
Yo!
Oh God. He just simply will dehumanize people for content. Clavicular tells Neon he doesn't like Mexican women.
So you don't like Mexicans? Yeah, I mostly like white girls. Like blondes? I like blondes too. I'm not gonna lie. Like, come on. So like, you know, I feel like right after I break up with my girlfriend who's like way hotter than her, yeah, like I can't like go that low, you know what I'm saying? That low? Yeah.
The strategy now is saying the quiet part out loud. Clav gets rejected and she says his ego is too big. So there's a white gal now.
That's a real shame.
The way you talk to girls, are you serious?
I just like, I'm sure, you want me to lie? You want me to be like, I could have had you in my car lying to you, but I'm just being a straight up guy because that's what I owe you. I could have been.
Why do you even think I would possibly do that?
Because I'm telling you, I know how to talk. I know game, but.
Why do you think all girls would do that?
Because I see. I mean, you're a cute girl.
No, your ego is crazy.
I'm telling
It's a very juvenile tactic, leaning on this derogatory approach of debasing a woman into having sex with you. Santa Cruz couldn't believe Clavicular has slept with 1,000 plus women, but doesn't make any of them come.
What makes me laugh the hardest is when guys try to last longer. It's like, okay, how do I last longer? It's like, mother, why do you want to last longer? Oh, for the girl's pleasure. Oh, what do you do? F you, buddy. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I don't know what you mean. Y'all sound like y'all just like man, straight up. Oh God. Like, no homophobia. Like, it genuinely sounds like y'all do not like the women that y'all are sleeping.
It's like a thing. I don't know how to define this. I don't know how to describe this, but I've noticed this thing that like there's certain guys that like on one hand they're they're only like open up. They're only like open to their guy friends, you know? But on the other hand, it's the opposite, right? If you've ever heard of like, God, what is it fucking called? There's a name for this, right? Where, you get with a guy, they're like a man's man or whatever, but you know, when you get into a relationship with them, they want to trauma dump, and it's like so much trauma, so much venting that it's just physically impossible to keep up with. And it's because they've never like expressed their emotions. So yeah, when they're with their guys, they pretend they got no emotions. When they're in a serious relationship, it's all emotions, and you're expected to catch whatever they're spewing at you, you know? It's a strange thing, right? Strange thing like YouTube Shorts, which sometimes works and then sometimes doesn't. I don't know. Do I just have to reset my? Do I have to restart my computer before every stream? I don't know what the fuck is up with this, right? But yeah, no. Shorts would love this shit. Shorts is not getting this shit. Sorry, Shorts. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm not gonna. I have you know, that is more of somebody's video that I normally watch without any commentary, but it was just like, okay, you know, gotta put this on, but you need a thumbnail, get the thumbnail's too big, make the thumbnail smaller, oh, that's a zip file, you know, just like all this shit. And then on top of it, when I finally go to like get it to start, it's just somehow like, you know, there's like a, you know, there's a stream that's made, and then there's the OBS, and the OBS doesn't connect to the stream. So there's no way to stream it. Oh well.
Sleeping with. They don't like it when I say this.
Oh fucking well.
Homoeroticism, where they are so misogynistic that they end up liking man. Oh God. In Greco-Roman culture, they hated women so much that they liked man. Love, appreciation, extolation, confidence. They don't hold any of that for women. They idolize men. They want to form bonds with men. They spend their time with men. They message the gals them at night after spending the whole day with man. What do you think post-nut clarity is? Them realizing that they only wanted to bust and that they don't really like the gal that they just bust in. They would rather spend time with man. Oh God. They texting they man right after. They talking in the group chat with the man them after they get the gal them. Where did you hear this before? Was it Andrew Tate or Nick Fuentes saying that the gayest thing that you could do is sleep with a woman? Clav out here busting his face, putting on blush. He taking all of these surgeries, these gender affirming surgeries. He won't be the baddest gal in the room. Oh God. And instead of him embracing his femininity, embracing all of these things, he will malign femininity in the same breath. He hate these gals because low-key he won't be these gals. Oh God. Clav disrespects girl and she still wants him to hit.
A girl playing video games just kind of cringe.
Oh my God. I'll stop.
Just like the whole like cat ears. It's like this. Yeah, I know you have probably like Discord dates that you do. It's like it's just cringe.
Oh my God.
It's just it's not a redeemable thing. There's no coming back from being an e-thought.
It's the thought, perhaps, that other men are enjoying her digital presence. Is that what's getting to him? Is that what he's hung up about, right? As far as like he thought either that or she's in like a man's space being a, gamer or that like she's like somewhere that women don't belong. Is Mishima without the talent?
No, I think you should just stop.
Oh, okay.
You're in Florida?
Yeah.
Sam, what part?
Tampa.
Oh, you're in the hood. You're in the hood.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
South Florida, not the ghetto part. From Miami. No wonder you're doing that e-thought bullshit. What the fuck you doing in Tampa?
Oh.
You know?
Oh, okay. Are you gonna fly me out then to Miami?
Yeah, can do that.
Really?
Yeah, but I'll fly you out to Slay. But
this is, bro. Why is he using these vernacular? Oh God. This is straight performance. I've said this before. Being straight and performing straight is drag. You can tell that this is pure performance. This some 2B brand level drag. Neon was in disbelief after finding out that Clavicular uses this pump every day.
Some of the chats said even pump.
Yeah, I do. I pump my all the time. You don't pump your
No!
Bro, that's weird. You're weird. I feel like you're the weird one for not doing it.
I guess I'm weird then.
No, so pump is phenomenal. It makes you huge and girthy. So whenever you're with a girl, right before you're about to have sex, just sneak off to the bathroom, pump your so hard so it fills it with edema, and when
What? Wait. I thought I knew what this was. I thought this was the gym thing, right? I thought this was the legend of the gym class, right? The guy trying to make himself look bigger by, by getting it bigger, right? But no, he's talking about edema? Is he talking about jelking, chat? Is this jelking? He's talking about hurting his corpus spongiosum and corpus cavernosum. These are the tissues that make up a wiener, right? The biological makeup of a wiener. To get edema in there is not going to be something that he's going to do by, stroking it. He's going to be literally jerking it, in a painful way, to get like an injury. Wait, what the fuck? You want to injure your dick before you have sex? What's next? You're going to numb it? No, wait, he doesn't want to stay. He doesn't want to last. He wants to, but also by pumping it, right? He's going to, I actually don't know what he's saying, right? Does he really mean edema, or is he just dumb? Or does he think that that the corpus spongiosum filling with blood faster than it empties of blood, which is the mechanism behind an erection, right? He thinks that is edema. He thinks that is water. It's your blood. Does he think that his arm is getting edema when he goes into the gym and gets a pump? Again, chat, apologies. I am I'm streaming with like half my brain cells tied behind my back. He's using a dick pump. Oh no, he means like an actual pump. Oh no, Rave, you're probably right. That's the only thing that makes sense. Is that does it give it edema? I don't even know. You're talking about putting a wiener in a low pressure environment where I don't know. I don't even know. He's infertile. He's fine with self-harm. True.
You're gonna be so much bigger. Have you ever a girl and she was walking like this after? Absolutely. Wow. Absolutely. That's sick, bro. Yeah. That's never happened to me. Never happened to you? Nah. How big's your?
Oh God. Very straight conversation here. Very, very straight conversation here going on between these two men.
Right now it's inching up on 5 inches. Right
it's inching up? It's getting bigger?
By the day.
Because he's young. Okay.
No, it's not. It's definitely not growing. We got a pump.
Clavicular keeps getting rejected after his morgue techniques outdated.
Yeah, I wanted to smash her. On God. I fumbled the bag. Maybe off stream.
He's very nice. He's a very kind gentleman.
Chat, on God, we're gonna sometime.
This is SA culture, by the way. If a gal says we ain't doing nothing, and then on camera, dog makes eye contact with the camera and says, "Oh yes, we are." That is SA culture.
I don't do that.
You're about to.
I don't do
Chat,
that.
I was this close. On God. On God, that was the biggest sell of my life. I've never sold like that. That was a bad game.
Aiden Ross, this is Cheese, I understand. Cuffham, as well as Nick Fuentes. Again, nightmare blunt rotation. Oh God. Everyone was in shock when Clav revealed his custom hat.
I remember when you stole that beanie too. Oh God, I remember that.
I didn't steal it. Like he let me borrow it.
You can see the delight on the racist.
I gotta talk at some point to like that. A lot of this confusion, when it comes to sexuality, probably stems from the fact that most people don't have a like 0% attraction to either sex. Most people are somewhat attracted, to both sex, whether they have recognized it or not, whether they want to admit it or not, right? That is if you want to talk about a default human, sexual orientation, it would not be heterosexual. That would not be, even just by numbers, right? It would not be heterosexual. And that you're still pushed to kind of like either live in, there's two worlds that you can live in, right? It's different. Like, I mean, I'm talking about for like guys like them, right? If they were to even acknowledge publicly a attraction to men, even if it be occasional, even if it be like 99% of the time they're attracted to women, 1% of the time they're attracted to men, like they would be forced into a world that they don't want to, be a part of, right? And they're not straight. They wouldn't be treated like straight guys anymore. And so they're sort of forced to like pick one or the other. Like, do you want to, be in the straight world, or do you want to be in the gay world? And there's no, I mean, obviously some people navigate both, right? But I think that's their limitation, maybe. Stop hanging out with him, Millhouse. Oh my God, chat. What is even going on with this? Okay, I'm gonna give up on this. I don't think we're doing a short stream tonight. I am gonna have to figure out. Yeah, like it wasn't working, and then I downloaded the new like version of OBS, and then it worked, and now it doesn't work. So, yay. That's an aborted stream start right there. Anyway, they really call it aborted. 0 on the Kenzie scale has got to be incredibly rare. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. You'd think that we would have figured it. Like, it felt like there was progress happening during my life, right? It felt like there was a lot of progress happening. And it's just like, now it seems like guys are like more confused than ever.
His face.
He didn't want to back after touching the hair.
What is that hat, bro? What is that hat, bro?
Jesus Christ.
Bro, what the who the sent you a nigga hat, bro?
He feels as though the only claim to fame that he has is to hang around people who debase him for being black. And yet again, they bond over the racism. This is Clav with, I assume, his partner.
Come here, Nick. Come here. Tease. Love.
Okay, this is cringe. The N-word's ruined forever. I don't even want to say it anymore.
Wait, come here. I'm giving you a bracelet.
Yeah. After she said it, it's kind of like.
You just ruined the N-word.
Him and his white partner bonding over the shared usage of the N-word. It's almost like, yet again, like the Third Reich. You know, a lot of black folks died, but like they don't even talk about it because it's not even worth talking about to them. It wasn't even worthy of being discussed with the same reverence. And I think about that a lot with Clavicular as well. His racism, his hard R maxing is but a footnote to him. It's a side effect of everything else that he does. Clavicular's anti-blackness is not a bug, but a feature of the hate within incel communities. And that is because racism is actually how white people bond with one another, whether we like to hear it or not. In the wake of George Floyd's murder,
and interestingly enough, right, with the I don't like to use Hassan's terminology for it, but you've probably heard him talk about DEI racism, right? The idea being like that racism and white nationalism, white supremacy in the United States is a actually multi-racial, multicultural group of people. That the whole thing that lets you bond with, like, you know, racist like white dudes, if you're a racist non-white dude, is, you know, you're shared usually anti-black racism, but I'm sure, you know, in some cases it's anti-Indian, and in some cases it's, you know, that's the thing that gets the what the Groypers call wang halves. That's what gets them like into the club. They are expected to go hard as fuck to you know, prove that they are a white man inside the body of a non-white person. Yeah, this gets really weird, doesn't it? This gets really weird and has some really uncomfortable, some strange parallels, right? This is how Ethan ended up as an anti-Semitic Jewish person? Maybe.
Witness to the
we'll get to him in a bit.
Anti-blackness at scale.
Oh, that's so frustrating.
Shrouded from the public eye, which is why we fight for transparency, such as access to police body cams so we could see the heinous happening ourselves rather than hearing it secondhand from the police. A great example of this is in the aptly named Macabre World of Body Cam YouTube by Lindsay Ellis, an investigation into surveillance culture, police obfuscation, and more, narrated by Lindsay, who has...
Somehow, I don't see Lindsay Ellis's videos when they come out. Like, I'm not aware that Lindsay Ellis has put out anything except for what, the Miss Rachel? The Miss Rachel video is the last Lindsay Ellis video that I've even seen for whatever reason.
Been creating amazing original works on our streaming service, Nebula. Censorship is at an all-time high, but on Nebula, you get raw...
Okay, so anyway, that is Foreign Man in a Foreign Land explaining to us the background of this guy, Clavicular. Now we got to, you know, kind of time shift forward to the present day. And again, I feel like Hassan is the so far like the, you know, best video that I have seen. Oh, look at this. So Hassan actually has covered Clavicular like 4 months ago. And then, well, today the reason that we're talking about Clavicular is that he ran a dude over. Let's find out what that is all about. Right after this Thai McDonald's ad. Yeah. It's just what you wanted. Wait.
The guy goes, oh, like in GTA is gonna work. This was moments prior to him getting
somehow that didn't sound like Thai.
Into his car, and then the dude actually jumping on him, jumping on the car, only to then get crunched under the Tesla Cybertruck. But like I said, Florida already, Hassan, people hating you is consistency. The consistency is being based when doing things against you. Yeah, exactly.
Dan BV says it's Romanian.
He was invited to a party hosted by billionaire Peter Thiel.
I was gonna guess French, but then I looked at it, I was like, it's not French.
The co-founder of Palantir, to which Felix replied with, well, you had a great run, kid. Just make them work on this one, okay? If you make them say something absurd like, oh no, it was so awful, a snake somehow appeared in our condo and bit our new barely legal friend, it's a moral victory.
Do you know who Peter Thiel is?
Hassan's take was not great on this one at all. That's part of the reason I'm showing this, Ash. He was a bit too sensitive because of having had stalkers himself. He didn't mean to be apologetic to vehicular manslaughter. It kind of felt that way. Yeah, there was a few moments. There's a few moments in this that, well, I mean, it kind of started like yesterday, or no, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but when he was talking about Barry Weiss and her ascent, right? His commentary on that was she, like that. Journalism is dick suck mountain. You get to the top by sucking the most dicks. And Barry Weiss found a cheat code where she only had to suck minimal dicks in order to get to the top of the, to be the news director at CBS, right? Now, obviously, this is like a metaphor that we understand, but at the same time, like, look, metaphors aren't, like you're calling something to mind for a reason. And when that thing is like, I don't know, transactional fellatio, it just kind of feels gross. Some people said, say kiss ass instead. Anyway, it kind of started there, I think. And yeah, in this one, he compares what, he compares what Clavicular is doing to like transition, and right, I get the point about that. Yeah, it is gender affirming care. He is affirming his maleness, or attempting to affirm and perform, better maleness with this, with his whole like pursuit of Chadness, right? His whole looksmaxxing. But at the same time, I don't know. We'll just see what we think. Cause, Peter Thiel sees a blood boy.
Peter Thiel. Yeah.
Did he kill someone? I haven't heard that the guy under his car was dead. But yeah, Ash Bradford's talking about, would defend the dick metaphor just with Barry. Well, see, like, yeah, that's what Hassan did. And I feel like that's a mind fuck. Did you get mind fucked, Ash Bradford? Because here's the deal, like, the fact that Barry Weiss is a lesbian doesn't make the dick suck mountain metaphor better. It actually makes it worse, right? I guess the way he's trying to sell it is like that, well, yeah, we're not even talking about somebody who sucks dick, chat. Barry Weiss sucks vagina, not dick. This doesn't even apply. How could you say that this is inappropriate when it's yeah, I get that it's a metaphor. I get that it's a metaphor. But yeah, maybe a lesbian's the kind of person that, when you're that you might choose another metaphor for. I think what it was, yeah, because like somebody in chat was like, you're just being broy and fratty or something like that, and he's like, yeah, I am broy and fratty, and it's just like, I mean, look, you are, but you're not the worst. You're not the most extreme. You're not gatekeeping anybody that's not a white dude, I don't know, of a certain social status out. And that's part of what people appreciate about Hassan. Right. And it's not that, I don't know, I guess the dick suck mountain isn't like uncharacteristic for him, but it's like a little, the other thing is it's just like a little bit, like, look, you could describe it with Dick Suck Mountain, and now you got a bunch of dicks all over your stream. Does the stream need that many dicks? A few dicks are okay, right? You know, the little variety on the stream, right? But if we're always going to Dick Suck Mountain, then we're starting to sound a little bit like Vosh. We're starting to not in. Oh God, I shouldn't bring. Like, obviously, it doesn't make Hassan a AI horse lolicon enjoyer or anything. None of that baggage, right? And there's a lot that Vosh does, obviously, that Hassan doesn't do, which is why a lot of people like him. But you know, his metaphor for socialism that he got lauded for in Twitch poll was Coconut Island. Has everybody heard about Coconut Island? So Vosh was in a debate, I think it was one of those Dylan Burns hippy dippy championships against a guy named Bastiat. Bastiat's like a centrist lawyer, you know, and Vosh is arguing for socialism, and obviously Bastiat is arguing for capitalism. And so Vosh is like, look, let me explain it to you as a metaphor, right? What if you're shipwrecked on an island, okay? And you're like, oh, holy shit, I got shipwrecked on an island. This is really bad. You wake up after washing ashore, you know, just kind of like, I'm gonna starve. I'm gonna, you know, die out here, right? I'm not gonna have anything to drink. I'm not gonna have anything to eat. But then you get up and you start to walk around the island, and you notice that the island is covered, like, you know, there's big piles of coconuts, right? And you're like, oh shit, sick. Yeah, coconuts. No, I'm gonna be okay. I got enough to drink. I got enough to eat, you know, or something to drink, something to eat, right? It's not, you know, it's pretty good, right? This is Coconut Island. I landed on Coconut Island. Lucky me. And right as you start to go for those coconuts, somebody taps you on your shoulder and says, excuse me, actually, those are my coconuts because I was shipwrecked on the island and I woke up just before you. And so you can have some coconuts, all right? But the rule is you gotta suck this guy's dick to get the coconuts, right? That's the one, you know, sucky for one coconut, or whatever, right? This is what Vosh came up with, right? His genius idea that could not be defeated. The greatest moment in, you know, this was supposed to solve you know, end capitalism, and you know, everybody should get like, right? And it's just like, well, okay, like all you did was gross out a lawyer, right? But by telling a story about sexual assault, forced fellatio, I don't know. It works as a metaphor. I get the point of Coconut Island, right? But I ask myself, could there not be a better metaphor than Coconut Island? People are staunch on. I'm not staunch on no dicks metaphors. Look, I enjoy a dick from time to time. I just don't want the dicks to be constantly shoved in my face, and you know, just to be the go-to metaphor of like, what's the unpleasant thing that you have to do to get ahead? It's suck a dick. Because honestly, you know, like some people like sucking dicks, right? It's not like Hassan might not want to suck a dick, and that's fine, right? But you know, it's just like you know. The problem is that the dick's always in our face, okay? Does that make sense? I'm not mad at him about it. I don't think that he's a frat bro, douchebag, misogynist, but I do get people's frustration. And I think that's kind of where it started. I think that's where anyway, it got kind of worse. You know, the Hassan, does this happen every holiday? Does Hassan fight with his chat every holiday? Is that what it is? Like a holiday thing? Dick riding is, well, look, I find myself using these metaphors too, maybe more than I want. I think I've said dick riding, like, right? And it's just like look, I'm gonna start to get auto-modded if I keep on talking about Dick Suck Mountain. Dick Suck Mountain wept, but it turned out it was just a prostate condition. Oh no. Anyway, chat. Anyway, it's not literally about sucking dicks. That's true. It's definitely not about literal dicks here. Well, no, he had somehow he felt like it helped. Like somebody was like, I don't know. So somebody was like, no, just like say that it's a metaphor. I was like, yeah, yes, chatter. We're not talking about literal dicks. There's no literal dicks involved. I'm not implying any, casting couch situation or anything like that. It's almost like Jinx giving, but Hassan is the uncle. He's a little bit unk, isn't he? A little bit unk. But anyway, let's watch this. I remember there was something that I was like, oh God, that's not something he should be saying right after Dick Suck Mountain in here, but I can't remember exactly what it was. So we'll have to actually watch the video, huh?
He's a billionaire that owns Palantir. I got invited to a Peter Thiel party. You think that's gonna be a Diddy party? Probably. Whew. Billionaires, they get a little creepy. Yeah, dude.
Wait. Is his problem that Peter Thiel is gay? Is that his problem? Or is it literally just like a...
No, I don't want to get diddied. Hey, anybody that's working a lot after they make like $100 million has some mental issues.
No, he's not wrong. I mean, he is also not wrong about the billionaires. They get creepy, but that's 100% correct. That was cooking. He was cooking on that.
Want to run a route? Don't do a penalty shootout? I mean, anyone who makes a lot of money like that, $100 million, has something wrong with them. Yeah.
He's also not wrong. Okay, so anyway, why did I cover all this? Because last night, this guy, Clavicular, ran over someone. And it's a unique case because the someone that he ran over...
Yeah, we all say a lot of bad we all say things that are bad as metaphors. Some metaphors are more or less gross to people depending on how and where you grew up. No, look, there's also a point, Ash Bradford, that regardless of how and where we grew up, that a lot of us kind of want to move past that. We want to move forward. I know that during Trump, it's felt like everything is at best standing still, or in a lot of cases, moving backwards, right? But, in terms of and it's not even about like what's acceptable. Like, just make sure that you understand, like, I didn't feel like, this was like, sexual harassment or like it just creates like an environment that is like more or less appealing. And it's almost because dick riding and glazing and Dick Suck Mountain has been the go-to metaphor for so long. That's kind of what makes me want to move beyond it. There's got to be other mountains to climb, chat. How many sex acts are there in the human experience? Countless, right? There's so many weird sexual mountains that we could be climbing up, and some of them, involve like, really slippery handholds, and some of them involve, objects that squirt on you when you manipulate them. And others of them involve like an intoxicating fluid or multiple kinds of. Do you know what I'm saying? There's so many different they're ass-eating mountain. I mean, like, I'm sure there's like if we can you imagine if gay guys like imposed like their like, I don't know, aesthetics mindset on the conversation the way that straight guys do? Like, right? Can you imagine if everything was like a metaphor for like a very specific type of gay sex? Like, I don't know. Sort of agree. The other thing is a lot of it is, I don't hate, just to be clear, right? I don't think this is docking, right? That'd be a great way to climb a mountain. Docking mountain, right? He's already got the concept, right? No, I mean, I don't know. The other thing is maybe it doesn't always have to be sexual. I mean, it's kind of joking around about like, that there's going to be different, there's going to be a mountain for every sex act and chat, just like the chick from Sound of Music. You got to climb every mountain or every mountain that appeals to you rather than, but yeah, climb all the mountains, all the mountains with sex acts that you're into, but also maybe climb some mountains that don't involve sex acts. It doesn't always have to be like, the go-to description of like unpleasant transactional thing that you have to do for, to get to where you want to be, right? It could be something different. It could be something completely different. That's all. I just want to expand people's horizons, give them new options. If they want to climb a few dick suck mountains, you know, fine. Just understand that we've been up that mountain more than once, right? We've been up that mountain a few times, right? And it might get old for people at some point. For the I need to play Metaphor Refantasio, Bears, to really understand the nature of the metaphor. For the metaphor, it does need to be something that's providing pleasure without return. Toe sucking would be a thing. I mean, like, but there's different kinds of pleasure, right? I don't know, but I think maybe it's a thing. It does seem to be a thing that it's a holiday tradition, chat. Every you know, Christmas, Hassan gets in a fight with his chat. It's kind of like Jinxgiving, except Jinx not here. It's Hassan that's being unk, and I think we've basically got it figured out. Climbing Southern Accent Mountain. Everyone is nice to me when I use the Texas accent, and don't make an effort to sound more standard American.
Was a stalker, okay, and he did it on camera. And I suspect that this will be the next big thing that people endlessly pore over and endlessly discuss, because I don't know what he did. He was, I guess he was like doing some kind of, stream. He's in a Cybertruck. And
I mean, look, I'm not an anti-penis purist by any means. Okay. Like I used to play the penis game in, not just in high school, in college. I can remember playing the penis game. Do you know the penis game, chat? It's like somebody says penis, like whispers penis to you, and then you're supposed to say penis back to them, but it's got to be louder than their whisper. And then they whisper to somebody else, and you know, it's a little bit louder, and then they're you know, saying it louder, and that you get to the point where people are saying it so loud that to cover it up, they'll be like, a penis. You just kind of like throw in a cough penis. And so yeah, it's not Finger Blast Mountain is okay. I'm done. You know, I think that's where you get that's where the Baja Blast comes from, right? You don't get that sweet. No, I'm not gonna say sweet nectar. Okay, we've had enough, chat. That's what I mean. It doesn't always have to involve sex, but I'm not against it by, like, you know, reflex or anything. Like, there's nothing wrong with dick riding, right? Dick riding could be a wholesome activity, and there's many different ways you can do it backwards, you can do it forwards, you can, like, there's so many different ways to ride a dick. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean that, like, I'm gonna agree with the person. Like, is that right? Am I by this metaphor, I'd be committed to always agreeing with the person whose dick what if I just want to ride a dick? Anyway,
I apparently has been harassing him, for the record. Clavicular was banned on Kick after crashing a Cybertruck to attempting to run over a stream sniper.
Here we go.
And there's
that's what we're here for.
Previous interaction that they've had as well. Let's take a look. Where's the audio in this?
Start driving with this guy.
Yeah, so he, like, this zombified stalker jumps on the
oh, this is what he gets mad at. Yeah, like half of the chat is mad because Hassan calls this guy a creature, right? And then the other half is mad because he's like he talks about, like, I know what it's like to have a stalker. Oh no, it's the same half of chat. Never mind. It's not one half of chat and another half of chat. But, like, yeah, it's that like
Cybertruck,
because you're gonna see what Clavicular actually does. So this is a clout chaser that has, you know, a stream sniper, a clout chaser. Clavicular does IRL streams, and apparently this guy finds out where he is and gets on stream, and you know, is really insistent and annoying, and will not leave them alone, right? So you know, kind of like the guy that came up to Hassan, only worse, right? He's not just doing a little photo bomb with a free Kaya thing. This guy is you know, maybe dangerous, right?
While he is streaming, okay, he's in New Jersey. I don't know. This looks like a Florida.
Everybody wants to blame New Jersey for what Florida does. Yeah,
this doesn't exist outside of Florida. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like this in general is like a Florida man. I think this has to be in Miami. The Island Boys prototype. So he basically runs him over. Like I don't even know if he actually runs him over, but he hits. Like you can't.
It looks like, yeah. He at least hit him.
It sounds like he might have, but he hits the other car.
Oh, he hits the car?
Okay. And then the girl is like crying, and I think he was.
Well, I mean, he's gonna go down for something here, right? Like, even if this guy isn't hurt or there's no intention to run him over or whatever, like this is like some kind of recklessness, right? Isn't there some kind of charge like vehicular recklessness or reckless driving or something?
I think
I was the half that was mad at Hassan for being too harsh to the clout demon. Hassan, now I called him a demon. I'm sorry. Sorry, clout chaser is yeah. Hassan said, "Have a nice day." To your Klaus. Yeah. You didn't try to murder him. Well, there's some. I feel like weren't there? Oh my God, where did I see this? Where did I see? Oh yeah, it was in the comments. In fact, I think it's in the comments of this video. There's somebody like that's saying that Hassan's fans wouldn't have a problem. Like they're hypocrites because they wouldn't have a problem if Hassan ran over Sam Hyde. And it's just kind of like random Sam Hyde fan out of nowhere.
He did
reckless and dangerous. It's got to be some. Did he crash into somebody's car? Even if he didn't, even if this guy got out of the way, right, and he never got hit or harmed in any way, right? I mean, it does seem like there's video evidence of some kind of moving violation.
Did run him over, and remember, this is a Cybertruck, so it is insanely heavy too. So
it shouldn't exist. Just like I was saying about like all the trend and all that shit, right? This is another thing that we need to do, chat. Look, what are we gonna do? We gotta cut off their access to trend. We gotta ban the Cybertruck, and what else? Oh my God. Oh yeah, Fonk. We need a Fonk ban, chat. At least a ban for Fonk edits. Can we get that? Am I gonna piss anybody off if I say ban Fonk? Look, the times like this require a strong unitary executive to be able to make the rules that other people are afraid to. So we need somebody to get in there and ban Fonk, or at least ban Fonk edits, because I'm sick of them. Did he say ban or banned? I'll rewind it.
When you get run over by a Cybertruck, you're probably dead. I don't know. And remember, this is a Cybertruck, so it is insanely heavy too. So I suspect when you get run over by a Cybertruck, you're probably dead. I don't know. He's on camera from a cop camera because he.
Oh, did I say ban or ban? No, I said ban. Like no more trend for gym bros. You could obviously get T if you're a trans guy, but no TRT for RFK. No guys going to their doctor and say, "I'm low T, please doctor, give me some T." Right? Just cut the shit off, right? And I swear to God, 45% of the right-wing bullshit will disappear overnight. No, obviously, I'm kidding. You don't want to start a Fonk band? Are there bands?
Under the influence and he crashed into a tree drunk. Okay.
If you told me Fonk was made by AI, I would believe you, right? If you said that there was some AI app that was responsible for the creation of all Fonk beats, I would believe you.
But he just keeps driving.
I need to pee.
Hopefully.
And then he says,
hopefully not a sign.
The girl says, "I don't know," and he says,
hopefully not a sign of pre-diabetes.
Hopefully. Okay. And from what I understand, even before this incident, he was talking about how he would kill this guy or whatever. And it turns out that this guy's actually has a history of stalking him. And Neon. The hopefully side of that is probably not going to serve him any favors. The reason why I talked about all this is because he's obviously also Clavicular is also mentally ill in a different way. Okay. And I don't know how a court is going to look at that and think that this is justifiable self-defense. Even though it is Florida. So technically, in the state of Florida, I believe if someone is obstructing your vehicle, it might be legal to kill them with your car. Or I mean, Florida obviously has stand your ground, but not only stand your ground, but there is a specific law that Ron DeSantis passed to kill pro-Palestinian protesters at the time, where if someone is obstructing traffic, you can kill them, pretty much. Now, I don't know if it'll hold up in court, especially given the details here, but here's some more footage here.
You see what happened with your buddy Ed Matthews? Come on, now. Release the cookie file. That's all you want to know. Release it. Tell him about the N-word. He said it today. Oh, yeah. I have to check you. Yeah. Why do you think calling black people the nigger is bad? You can't say that. How you feel about that? You can't say that, bro. You can't call us niggers. We work hard for our people. We work hard for our moms. Don't call us a nigga. Don't fucking touch me. Don't fucking touch me. Don't fucking touch me. Don't put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me. Do not touch me. Don't touch me. I don't give a fuck. Don't touch me. Why are you touching me for? Don't touch me. Put your hands down. Don't touch me. Just go. Just go. Bro, don't touch me.
And then they come back to his car and they jump on the car. What is this? Asmongold said that Clav running someone over is based. Yeah. Yeah, based. It's just like when I see stuff like this, I legitimately am just I think like everyone involved in this should probably be institutionalized to some degree. Because yeah, he also posted this. He said, "Play stupid games, win stupid prizes." You know, an AI version of the incident that took place the night prior. And then Asmongold said, "Unfathomably based. I want to live in a world where a crazy stalker finds you and jumps on the hood of your car while you're driving and you run him over is not his natural selection. Hope everyone's having a Merry Christmas." Now, the thing is, the dude was stalking him. Okay? The dude was straight up stalking him. So while he's like celebrating this before the court, before there's any sort of court case, like he probably should conduct himself a little bit different if he wants to present this as not simple vehicular manslaughter with intent to kill, but a self-defense style situation. Okay? And that's what I don't understand. 100% this is fully based on state law. We really accept self-defense in this method in court, as well as the fact that his wording post and pre would damage any idea of self-defense. Exactly. Didn't he say your stalker in Ireland was based? He did. He did say that. Because Asmongold is inconsistent. Okay? It's over for kick streamer Clavicular. Running over the guy that was premeditated. Says he wants to kill each and every one of these guys. Then minutes later proceeds to run one of them over. VODs are never deleted.
Best course of action is just get in your whip and get it out.
Yeah, I know the best course of action, but I want to kill each and every one of these guys.
In GTA.
No, I want to.
Well,
the guy goes, oh, like in GTA is going to work. This was moments prior to him getting into his car. And then the dude actually...
I just missed Kaya. Of course, the R word, hard R, comes when I'm AFK. Yeah, of course, we disavow any racist slurs on the stream. Did I miss the creature part? Did Hassan call the stream sniper a creature? That's where shit really gets kind of crazy. I was kind of hyped at the idea of you starting a funk band along with chat. Well, you're gonna have to show me some good funk first, because maybe all I've heard, there was Bro Step, right? You know, like apparently, like, you know, so if all you heard from dubstep was like, I don't know, Skrillex, then right, you might say, you know, I hate this musical genre, and you might be unaware that there's dubstep that sounds nothing like that. Maybe there's funk that sounds nothing like the Jim Bro funk edits that I'm always hearing.
Jumping on him, jumping on the car, only to then get crunched under the Tesla Cybertruck. But like I said, Florida already... Hassan, people hating you is consistency. The consistency is being based when doing things against you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it's based if that guy was coming after me. If I actually ran him over, I would be in the wrong. Okay, come on, let's be real. I am, no matter how insane Clavicular is, I am sympathetic to someone being actively stalked physically, right? Unfortunately, law enforcement is not very good at dealing with that sort of shit. Okay. Having said that, Aiden Ross sends his Jewish lawyers after Clav gets banned for running a stalker over. Star of David emoji.
Yo. Hey.
Wait, chat, did I feel like I missed the creature mention. I'm not sure. You don't even know what funk is? Yeah, it's I mean, I'm sure it's hard to explain. You know, like when you stretch a rubber band, like imagine if you stretched a rubber band in like a Pringles can and you like made a sound through, you know what I mean? So it's got the sound from being deep in a can and it's like the sound of a rubber band being flicked, right? It's got this like weird like rubber bandy sound to it, but it's not good. Creature, where does that? There's 5 mentions of it. Oh, we haven't got there yet. We haven't got there. Okay, we'll just like let it play then.
My streams, I got banned on Kick. I don't know.
Okay. What are they saying they're gonna detain you?
They're not. They haven't spoken to me. Yeah, but I'm not gonna say anything without
a lawyer. Just hang tight, record, don't say anything.
We are. Yeah, the whole thing's being recorded. But I need. Yeah.
Don't worry about that. Yes, I know what you need, and trust me. Yes, I got you. The good thing is, listen, it's Christmas, and a lot of my lawyers they don't celebrate Christmas, so you're gonna be good.
Of course not. Perfect.
Clav.
Yo.
This doesn't look like stalking. It looks like public harassment. No, it is public harassment, but it's also stalking because there were different instances where that same guy was like pursuing him, and it's very clear that he doesn't want to be around him. And even at a different time, that guy had approached him when he was out in public. So yeah, it is.
And let's ban funk instead. Instead, we can start a dueling harpsichord band. Like, should we call it Manzarek versus Manzarek?
Stalking, whether you want to admit it or not. It truly is stalking. Why is he stalking him? Do you know? Dude, what do you think I can understand the
more clout
of
you can? It's so easy. No, it's so easy. It's this isn't even like what? You know this, Hassan. He is stalking for clout. He's trying to get his like he's trying to. You got this whole, you know, you got a scene of people of dubious talent, right? You know, how many streamers are actually talented? How many of them were just in the right place at the right time or had the right friends or whatever, right? So it's dubious already. Like, you know, what you know, I mean, there is a skill to it, and right, but it's not always represented in all, especially like the most famous Kick streamers, right? And so, like, they've gotten to the top by being the most controversial, by getting into, you know, controversies, things like this, where like all of the attention is focused on you now because you're a news story. You're like relevant, usually in a bad way, and the dude just wants to be a part of that, right? It's his way of trying to have a breakout moment. I don't know if maybe you don't like Clavicular. I almost called him Clavicular chat. Clavicular. If you don't like Clavicular, but you do like toxic Kick bros, then maybe you watch this guy stream instead, right? Like Hassan's saying this guy's like fucking out of his mind, but I don't know. It doesn't seem that much different than your average Kick streamer to me.
Asking me why you're asking me to try to figure out what logic this thing is operating off of. Are you insane? Like, first of all, he is a Florida man through and through, a creature of Florida. Do you understand? How the fuck am I supposed to figure out what the logical through line is here? That he was like coming up to him and saying release the cookie files, and I guess that's another thing, that he's friends with this guy named Cookie King, who's Turkish, ironically enough, and he's also a part of the looksmaxxing community, and he's a bit of a lolcow in the looksmaxxing community, and I guess he had like a relationship with another girl. And
how do you spell funk music? PHONK.
The girl outed him for being misogynistic, and it's like, yeah, no shit, he's misogynistic. He's a looksmaxxer. What the fuck were you thinking? And then you know, the girl actually leaked all these text messages, and god damn it, I'm giving you so much lore that I shouldn't know. I'm 34 years old. Oh my god, I'm far too employed for this. And so are you. But basically, that's what happened. Cookie King, who's Turkish, he's looksmaxxing, he's friends with Clavicular. I don't even know if he's still friends with Clavicular, was in a relationship with someone, I think. And basically, the girl that he was in a relationship with outed him for being misogynistic in private correspondence after she felt betrayed by him. And these guys are bringing that up as a meme. It's no different. They don't give a shit about racism or anything like that. It's no different than someone randomly coming up to me and being like, oh, free Kaya. Like, it's just the same shit. People just do this kind of stuff because they want to gain clout. They want to be solidified in the Hall of Greats with memes because there are a bunch of dumps who will be like, oh, this was so base, like Asmongold. Okay? But that's it. And a lot of people watch these guys and think it's awesome and think it's great and make content off of like reacting to shit like this. Okay. And then there are also other people who go, well, he did say the N-word. Do you think these guys are actually woke warriors, brother? Are you stupid? He has said the N-word. They're not even yelling at him for saying the N-word. They're yelling at Cookie King, apparently, for saying the N-word. None of this makes sense. You don't have to. And also, there was no point that I defend that or any of these people either. It's just an endless sequence of lolcows farming one another in real time, and it's getting increasingly more dangerous. And there are still people on the outside in a community such as this one going, well, let's hear him out. Okay, let's hear this guy out. I think he's making a real point. Okay, well, you're an idiot then. Okay, you don't have to defend any of these people. I never thought I'd hear Cookie King lore on Hassan stream. I'm tapped into everyone who's Turkish Wantep. You know this better than anybody else. Okay, I keep tabs. I keep tabs on all the Turks. Anyway, he then literally ran over this one guy, and then he said, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Not exactly certain as to how. Yeah, killing someone with your car and then instantly calling Aiden Ross to the police or your parents is actually pretty hilarious. Saying parents makes me sound like a man-child, but you guys are alpha males, I get it. My parents always got good advice, to be fair. Now, none of us know the condition of the stalker, but one can assume that, I think I heard that there were like a helicopter came onto the scene to basically helicopter him out of there. Like, probably not good. I don't know if he's dead or not, but you know, he got crunched under a 6,000-pound metal vehicle with a massive battery. I suspect he's not alive. Anyway, here's Aiden Ross watching the incident after the fact. A medical helicopter came to where Clavicular was and supposedly picked the man that Clav ran over.
Roll up. Roll up. Uh-oh, helicopter. Bro. What the?
Oh, wait, that's Lifeline, right?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Probably not, actually. They probably put him in an ambulance. I don't know why I would ever take. I don't know why I would ever listen to whatever the Aiden Reports account is saying sincerely, as though they have any sort of interest in presenting the truth. That was my mistake. All these accounts lie all the time. They know when they lie, they get more clicks because people go, "Why are you lying?" in the replies, and then that gives them more impression. They only care about impression. They will.
Is the guy dead? I haven't heard about him passing. Anybody? I don't think so.
They will literally look at a clip that is dead ass the exact opposite and present it as though, this clip. You can see a clip of the dude walking around right now in front of you, and they would still present it as a helicopter came and picked them up because they're dead. Yeah, it's rage bait engagement slop. Down to its like.
Look. I'm wondering low key now. Does Clavicular want the story to be that maybe he ran over a dude? Like, did the dude even get run over? I'm turning into a Clavicular truther, chat.
Most bare bones. I've had a car crash literally last week that had a helicopter evac that happens every now and then. Yeah, so a known drug addict that hurls racial slurs and stated that he wanted to kill an entire group of people, ran someone over, then said, hopefully he is dead. The guy's not even going to get a charge. He will continue telling kids how doing drugs helps him and makes society worse while they cheer him on because he's attractive and white. I mean, I don't even think he's attractive, but yes, that is the case. That is the case right now. That is how the world works right now. The guy was a stalker, but this was almost premeditated in a way. Clavicular said he was going to off him before and then acknowledged again afterwards. Exactly. So I don't know what this looks like in a court case. And yes, the way to approach the situation is not to this person with your car. Having said that, however, I guess I am too close to a situation such as this one. I can see myself in a similar.
Chad, I can't tell if like I'm sneezing from allergies or I'm sick, or if like maybe just the chili paste was pretty spicy. Maybe it was just the chili paste. I can feel it. I can feel it, Chad. I can feel the paste.
Circumstance.
That's my drug of choice, chili paste.
Someone who like actively has people try to, you know, every now and then do some shit when I'm live. You know, it's like, I know law enforcement is very bad at dealing with stalkers. There's a clip of the stalker going to Clav's house you missed. Send me that one. Of course, the reality of the matter is every single one of these people that are defending Clavicular would 100% talk about how I'm a fucking mass murderer if I had done something similar. Yeah, and then he drives off without getting arrested after running a stalker over.
I don't see why.
I think he's good.
Fucking amazing.
So look, this car is getting towed.
I think that's unrelated.
This is the anti-riot law you were talking about. It only limits the amount protesters can get in civil damages. It doesn't erase criminal liability. Here's the house clip. He came to his fucking house too. Old footage of the man Clavicular ran over, following him to his home and harassing him weeks before.
How's it?
Is that actually him?
Chill.
Oh, he has a gun. Oh, he fucking points his gun at him. Stop calling him a stalker. He's a human being. Are you okay? Are you trying to rage bait me? Is that what's going on? That's a stalker, brother. Okay, that is literally definitionally.
They'd call Hassan a vehicular terrorist. Ray says first degree clavicular homicide. Yeah.
Stalker. Okay.
Oh my God.
You're joking, right? Like, this is not a defense of clavicular in any way, shape, or form, but that is a stalker. You know, I mean, here, this is another clip of the same guy who fucking approaches him in a convention or something, and I think throws like water on him. You can see. Look.
All right.
Yeah, he splashes water on him. Same guy. Same creature. What the fuck, bro. This is unironically a consequence of law enforcement not having any idea on how to deal with this shit, okay?
Is it cold weather? I mean, for Thailand, but you gotta understand the like cold weather for us is like a high as 28 degrees, right? Yeah, it's like low is I don't know, like 58, right? That's cold weather for Thailand.
Straight up, that's it. It gets to a point where people basically, you know, they take matters in their own hands and deal with it in the way that Clavicular dealt with it in that situation. Like when I first saw it, I was like, I'm not a fan of Clavicular.
Wait, who had the gun? Was it the guy? Was it the clout chaser guy, the clout goblin guy that had the gun?
By any means, okay? I'm not a fan of Clavicular. You're saying a dumbass stalker and got killed is all fine. I don't think he got killed. What do you mean? Are you rage baiting? He fucking murdered a person? Are you rage baiting? Not only am I not saying that this is appropriate, okay, what Clavicular did is appropriate, but also on top of that, no, you can't fucking do this. Stop calling him dehumanizing things, though. He's a stalker. That doesn't mean we should normalize your language here. Wait, what? I'm being rage baited, right? Collectively, because this is not a one guy situation right now. This is a chat is off the perky. Hello?
No, wait. This is what I'm wondering, right? Ash, are you still here? Is this maybe a carryover from, like, as a result of the Dick Suck Mountain discourse from the day before? Is chat, like, I can't tell, is chat trolling him here? Is this just an extent? Has chat just gotten into the mode of like, you know, let's like, we know what upsets Hassan, right? We know what kind of like vocabulary to use to get Hassan's. I don't think it had to do with the dick suck. I was pro dick suck, but I'm anti Clav. But like they're like, people are worried about Hassan's like language, right? Of him calling the clout goblin a creature, which, I mean, I don't know, I called him a clout goblin. I guess that's a little bit dehumanizing.
Woke 2 starts in 6 days. Hang in there, Hassan. No, this is something different. It's bait, and also people who self-identify with stalkers who feel attacked. People are mad you're calling him a creature. He is a creature. This is.
Well, wait, no. Like, I mean, if they were self-identifying with a stalker, that'd be a problem, right? If they're, if they just don't like, you know, to dehumanize, I don't know, people, even when they're being, you know, scary, then that's people just felt that Hassan was justifying running over the by calling him a creature.
Is a creature that you only see in Florida, okay? Hassan going to his right-wing turn went counter racism from his streamer friends and just encouraging violence when Creek streamers thrive on that shit. Nah, you're all joking. Okay, this is funny. All right, enough, please. Enough memeing, please. Yeah. School's out of session, so all the kids are in here? No. In any case, security guards who saw the Clavicular Cybertruck incident said he made the right call. He's a good guy. The one on the ground was a bad guy. He just did what he had to. At least your brother's safe.
Nah, that's my friend right there.
Oh man, come on, bro. He the good guy.
He is?
The motherfucker on the ground, the bag.
Instead of stalker, you might say person of infatuation.
The guy, he did what he was supposed to, run his motherfucking asshole.
Okay, all right. Sounds good.
Brother's safe.
Yeah.
In a normal universe, what is supposed to take place is like after this person fucking comes to your house, or after like the 8th time that they fucking approach you, law enforcement is supposed to deal with it. Okay, that person is supposed to be institutionalized, get the proper medical help and attention that they need. Okay, but because there is no fucking law enforcement mechanism that can, you know, wait, you found another video of the guy fucking following up? Same stalker who pulled up on Clavicular's house with a strap really came back to stream snipe Neon and Aiden Ross at the dream with Ryan, with the stream with Ryan Garcia.
What's up, bro? I don't know.
Should we put him on the body shot?
Yeah. And then he pulled up at Sweater. He put him in clip of Clap pointing the gun.
He pointed a gun at him, yeah.
At him. Yeah. And then he pulled up at Sweater. He put him in his house.
So that guy's just a master. Damn, Zoe and him got beef. Hold on, wait.
Make him say something. Say something.
Huh?
Say something.
Bro, we should have given him body shots.
Yeah, I mean, he was probably harmless.
See, this is what I mean. Like, they literally acknowledge it. They fucking put him in the content. At least they were smart enough initially to not like put the camera on him. But then they start talking about how they should bring him up to upstairs in front of the camera to give him body shots with Ryan Garcia. It's fucking psychotic.
Well, look. Here, I want to point out like why the Kick streamers are behaving in a way that makes Hassan's like, what the fuck, right? There's less separation between that. I think he's trying to be a streamer, right? I mean, he might be messed up and dangerous and, whatever, right? But like, there's not that much difference between that guy and like any Kick streamer, right? They all did fucked up shit to get famous. The fact that they're on that platform is a strong indicator of them being at least a little bit racist themselves, right? So what I mean is like if you see Aiden Ross be kind of like, well, no, he looked harmless, yeah, maybe we should bring him up and do body shots, right? Aiden Ross himself is a content demon, but B, they don't see this guy's behavior, right? These are the same people that were like, yeah, no, Sam Hyde, go get Hassan. No, I love it. I love you talking about murdering Hassan. I think that's really funny. That's really like prime humor right there, right? So they're not attuned to like this is dangerous behavior, this is inappropriate behavior, like this is scary behavior because they're a little bit more like that themselves. I think is what's going on. You can't call somebody crazy who purposely runs over somebody with a Tesla, and then if you can't call him crazy, then we're all doomed. I think his chat had an issue with Hassan calling calling him a creature. That was where some of the reaction, but like he said, it was like his whole chat, right? So That's what I wondered, because some of the stuff that they were saying were, it's like the kind of shit that gets Hassan to yell at chatters, right?
Took multiple police calls, a restraining order, and then mountains of video and text message evidence, phone logs to stop my stalker. Exactly. And even then, sometimes they're too intense. Okay. Look, I've seen it. I've seen it happen in this industry. I won't speak on it. But like sometimes the only way that this stuff stops after doing all the legal things that you're supposed to do is when you find out that the person literally fucking like killed themselves later down the line. Straight up. They just don't. There's some people who just don't stop. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. Because like a lot of people think that a like shit like this clip resurfaces a clavicular stalker harassing him weeks prior at the mall.
I got the biggest clip tonight. Clavicular party.
But it's just where the N-word part already happened, right? Was it from him? Is this the guy that is the stalker guy, the guy that was saying the N-word? Is this the clip where he says it? Actually, I don't think it is.
$2 million. I already signed my Kodak Black. I bought everyone in Miami. Our merchant. The biggest clip. You don't want to do this. Do it.
What? Oh, he spilled his drink on him.
Who's on more meth, him or Clavicular? I think Clavicular is microdosing the meth, whereas this guy might be macrodosing it, or he might just be.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, good point, Ash Bradford. Clav himself says the N-word constantly, right? He's popped off, in part, for being racist, right? That's what, like, you know what I mean? He got big doing looksmaxxing, but then when the opportunity presented itself to, like, you know, collab with Fuentes and all this other shit, and yeah, I mean, he's probably racist before then, but you really saw him, like, you saw racism become a feature of his content, I think, you know, after he started to get embraced by the right wing. I know it sounds weird to say that, like, you know, looksmaxxing, black pill, red pill, like, I mean, this stuff is already kind of in the right already. It's already primed to go, but yeah, you know, when he got embraced by the right wing. Are they all experiencing roid rage? Good question.
Being a Florida man, I don't know. In any case, do you think this will create more stalkers for him going forward? Probably. That's the other thing. Is it's like unstoppable in general. So the worst thing you can do is put the camera on him. You know, Clav is his dealer, probably. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. It's so crazy. So once again, I mean, these guys also entertain this crowd pretty hard. Like they lean into this stuff themselves. They make content out of this stuff as well. You know, Ice Poseidon is the OG in this realm, where he would just like get all of his like mentally ill stalkers to come to his house and shit and make content out of it. And they became characters on his stream. And basically that really feeds into this cycle. And these guys do the exact same shit, where instead of like trying to avoid it, instead of trying to show it as little as possible. And it's such a prominent fixture in the streaming space that that's where the term Andy comes from, you know, like Mexican Andy, Asian Andy, that kind of stuff like that.
So wait, does anybody know this shit? The Ice Poseidon meme that Hassan is talking about? I have heard this for as long as I've been a streamer, right? And it was always in the context of, like, you know, Lance, like, you know, I don't know. I remember him saying, I'm just a React Andy, like when he's talking about what the content that he does. You know, he does a lot of reaction, right? So it's like whatever you do, that's what kind of Andy you are, I guess. And what is this? Ice Poseidon had these stalkers that would come through, and he would like typify them by whatever characteristic they had, and be like, that's the you know, that's the goth Andy, that's the rockabilly Andy. I don't know, something like that. Probably not goths and rockabillys, but you know.
Literally came from Ice Poseidon's community.
First two subcultures that came to my mind.
Do you think Dr. Pepper guy is also a problem? No, I don't think so, because he doesn't do any of that shit. He is basically like the antidote to that almost, where he just walks up quietly, offers you a Dr. Pepper and leaves. Like it's very, he's very harmless.
Wait. The sniper was actually mad about him saying the N-word? That was what the sniper, he said something about this Cookie King guy, right? He was like, release the cookie files. I've heard this lore before, yes. I haven't seen the background clips for it. So wait, what? The stalker guy is like harassing Clavicular as like a protest against his racism?
The exact opposite. Whereas these dudes are very clearly trying to like get the camera on them and behave in this like increasingly more insane manner.
The least charitable interpretation is that Clavicular baited him into continuing to show up to give himself an excuse to run over him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we've seen this part of this clip yet, but there's a clip of Clavicular walking and talking with somebody, and he says that he wants to kill the guy, right? Prior to the car incident, right? So, I mean, I don't know how that's going to go for him if he does get taken, if he does get criminal charges. Andy thing is what I was talking about. Oh. The stalker was protesting Clav's N-word usage. What was the whole thing with Cookie King? You heard the lore about the Andes, okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about Ice Poseidon. I feel like when I started streaming was around the time that Ice Poseidon had just gotten banned, and so he was like already the stuff of legends.
And fuck you up, you know, or physically even like harm you. Yeah, the Dr. Pepper guy doesn't even fucking stick around. He just gives you Dr. Pepper and fucks off. It's just for like one clip. You know, his goal is not to provoke you. His goal is not to scare you. His goal is not to like.
His goal is to do guerrilla marketing for Dr. Pepper, who pays him for this. No, just kidding.
You know,
although honestly, it's probably pretty good advertising, right? It's probably a pretty good guerrilla campaign.
You're streaming like a significant.
Just stream snipe people in the least confrontational, least scary, way possible, just to give them a Dr. Pepper.
Manner to change your life in some meaningful fashion, you know.
Although, chat, I gotta say, all right. Normally, I would be okay with the Dr. Pepper guy. Does he realize that Mr. Pibb is back? Chat, do you realize that Mr. Pibb is back? He's been gone for a long, long time, but he's back. So I don't know why we're talking about Dr. Pepper anymore, right? When we got the superior product. Assuming they haven't fucked with the recipe. I gotta check on that, chat. I wonder if I can get a Mr. Pibb in Thailand.
Oh, so I don't think it's like in the same vein at all. Like this guy, you don't know if this guy's trying to harm you or not. You see what I'm? As a matter of fact, you do know he's trying to harm you.
Ooh.
Right? He is very clear.
Chat, I swear to God, that chili paste was trying to harm me.
Trying to fucking harm you.
I don't want to fucking hear it.
Oh my god! Holy shit! What the fuck? How'd you get?
The Dr. Pepper man.
Dr. Pepper guy? Oh my god. What is going on?
Thanks, bro.
What is going on? What is going on? Wait.
Yeah, see, he like fucks off right after. He doesn't stay there.
The only thing is, right, after having had, my drink adulterated before, I'm a little, I don't know, would I drink his Dr. Pepper? If there was some way to know that Dr. Pepper had just been bought at a store, I don't know. I think I would drink it, but yeah, I'm a little afraid to take drinks given to me by strangers, because that did not work out too well for me this one time. The only place I've ever found a Mr. Pibb was at a fancy Wendy's. A fancy Oh, Wendy's drink machine is like fancy now. A sealed Dr. Pepper can. I drink. Yeah, if it's safe, I guess. I don't know. Could somebody out somehow, like, it's a can, right? It should be safe, maybe. Chili paste messes me up more than other spicy hot ingredients. Like in terms of like in the moment, Mercer, or is it like the day after? Do you get the day after?
He doesn't stick around. He doesn't try to talk to you. He doesn't try to do anything. He just gives you Dr. Pepper and leaves. Because like when you're streaming, there's gonna be people that come up to you. You know what I mean? Fans are gonna come up to you, shit like that. I mean, there's always a danger because you don't know who the fuck this person is. You don't know what their intentions are. It's always a weird situation. But like he very clearly has never done anything weird or odd. It's just a character that he plays basically. So is nowhere near as like bad. But this is not even the real Dr. Pepper guy. This is a different guy.
Let's see what I got.
How was the workout?
Amazing, Habib. It was amazing. How you doing? Well, my goodness. Yeah, we're gonna go shoot around.
Yeah, I got a ball.
I thought you were leaving, man. I thought you had a.
I did. I went and read a grant. Seriously.
Khalas, write a grant, comes back, works out. Habib, Rabia, good to see you.
Yeah, that was a
Does Hassan drink Dr. Pepper, or does he only drink sugar-free?
fake Dr. Pepper guy, but he did it.
Does Dr. Pepper fit his macros? That's what I want to know.
It shows up, gives you a delicious bev, and just fucks off. It's, you know, the best scenario here, you know? Well, yeah. Like I said, it's one of those stories that's like very like ultimately him fucking running the dude over and very openly being like, I want to kill him, and then actually running him over in other states would immediately put him immediately face criminal repercussions for doing that. Okay? However, the fact that there is a lot of background information here. There is a lot of background information here in terms of like this guy literally coming to where he is, coming to his house with a gun potentially, and consistently trying to be around, consistently trying to you know physically involve himself with this content creator, no matter how fucking stupid or dumb or crazy or racist the content creator.
Mercer says chili on the chili paste thing. It gives you acid reflux. Oh my god! Look, the only thing that I get acid reflux from these days is Sabra hummus, right? That fucks me up. Oh, thank you, Sarah. I saw that.
There is, and Clavicular is all of those things.
Wait, Dr. Pepper is not BDS? Are you sure? Or wait, it's not on the BDS. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, he's normally like what, like a Coke Zero guy? Chili oil at Japanese curry restaurants? Damn.
It still doesn't make it all right. And so
don't ever try Dr. Zevia. That I hate. Okay, I shouldn't say this. I'm here in a country where you can get fresh stevia. I haven't really tried that many stevia drinks. Maybe they're better if it's just like, because it's a plant, right? Maybe if you get it just fresh from the plant, it's better. But yeah, I don't like stevia. I don't like sucralose. I don't like stevia. I don't like a lot of that sugar-free stuff. It's just like the taste is bad. Yeah, what I do is I drink sparkling water with like a little bit, like a little spritz of orange juice, or a little spritz of like passion fruit, or like lime, you know what I mean? Just like a little bit of flavor. It's like flavored sparkling water is kind of like my thing.
I don't know what like the legal repercussions will be, because the dude was very clearly a fucking stalker. Okay? So yeah, I wouldn't go so far as say it's based to fucking run someone over with your car.
Okay, there we go. What the fuck is this? Aiden Ross debating David Portnoy. Oh, wait, okay, well if we cover this, it's gonna have to be some other time. Why am I getting Romanian ads? Oh my god, chat. Do you hear that? That's the sound of Thai class, right? That means it's 15 minutes until I have to go to Thai class, which usually means the end of the stream, which would be terrible because chat, not only have we not gotten like done Like, we're just done with one topic out of 3, not even touch the bonus topic. I'm gonna have to turn that off, aren't I? It's not gonna go off by itself, I don't think. We should probably get into the Ethan Klein thing now, next. But chat, guess what happened? Guess what happened? Guess what happened? My Thai teacher has a vacation scheduled, right? So I don't have to go. How cool is that? But it does tell me that I'm being slow. I'm being slow on this content. All right, so what do we got next? We got Alex Novell. Tell us all about Ethan Klein and how he's getting sued. Finally, some karma.
În fiecare zi ai un motiv de sărbătoare în McDonald's app. Descoperă merch exclusiv și oferte.
So my last YouTube video was all about Ethan Klein's war on women on the internet. But many of you Ethan Klein fans pointed out in the comments that Ethan's also going after men too. More specifically, Ethan's been going after a Yemeni teenager by the name of Rashid Al-Haddad, who he claims is a Houthi terrorist.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute, he's got a mustache, he's a freedom fighter, beautiful eyes. They call him Timothy Chalamet because he's a Houthi. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hassan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person.
All right, let's just take Hassan's word for it and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up. The execution we will carry out.
This video recovers a lot from the last one. Yeah. Well, so basically the new stuff is about Rafat's court case against Ethan. I think in U.S. court, he's suing Ethan in the U.S. Which you can donate to through the GoFundMe, and also you know what I noticed, Ash? There was more of the Michael Jackson segment in this one than what we saw in the last one. There was stuff in other words, Alex's conversation with Ethan Klein that he had cut from his last video. So what I think we get here is an uncut version of the Michael Jackson interview, which is part of why I wanted to touch on this. Also for the fact that, look, this is the first time, hopefully of many, that Ethan Klein has got a little taste of his own medicine. All right, now this is just, this is a gruesome pause, true. Well, I mean, unless... It's not gruesome until you know what's down below, but that guy could certainly use a Dr. Pepper. Yeah, I feel like if you fed him soda, he might burp himself off that pole and be just fine. He just, a little sore the next day, maybe. I don't know. Goes around, coming around. Well, look, if enough of that karma, that litigation karma does come back on Ethan, right? It might actually curtail his hobby of vindictive litigation, right? This is like the only thing that makes him feel good. He wants to feel like Matt Haas. He wants to feel like Ryan Kavanaugh. He wants to be able to take somebody's whole world in his hand and just crush it, just crush their hopes and dreams, right? And that's got to stop. That's got to stop.
On all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy.
These accusations from Ethan and his community have completely upended this young man's life, to the point that he's now filing a lawsuit in America against Ethan Klein.
مرحبا بكم جميعا، أتمنى أن يكون الجميع بخير. طبعا أنا راشد الحداد الذي اشتهر في 2023 على متن سفينة جالاكسي ليدر. طبعا في ذلك الوقت عندما كانت السفينة متواجدة فكانت يعني معلم سياحي يستطيع أي مواطن يمني أن يصعد على متن السفينة ويلتقط صور. وأنا التقطت الصور وشبهوني في ممثل اشتهرت على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي، شبهوني بممثل تيموثي شلاميت. فأعلنت أني أتضامن مع القضية الفلسطينية ولم أهتم في التشبيه. ولكن بعد وقت أول مقابلة أجريتها مع حسن وإيثان كلاين قام باستغلال المقابلة، مع أني تحدثت في المقابلة مع حسن وأخبرت أنني مواطن يمني وأدافع عن القضية الفلسطينية، هذا فقط. وإيثان كلاين استخدم بعض التغريدات التي كنت أنشرها على منصة إكس. طبعا أنا لا أعرف اللغة الإنجليزية.
Is it combining like it sounds like an article with Ethan Klein?
كنت أستخدم المترجم لترجمة بعض الكلمات وكان هناك أخطاء، وإيثان كلاين استخدم هذا ضدي. وأيضا استخدم بعض أنني أرتدي الملابس والسلاح، فقال أنني إرهابي وصنفني إرهابي، مع العلم أن العادة والتقاليد في اليمن يستطيع أي مواطن يمني أن يرتدي السلاح، لأن الأسواق متوفرة زي مثل السوبر ماركات متوفرة في كل مكان السلاح، ويسمح لأي مواطن بحملها.
That's something that Ethan, as somebody who loves America so much, should appreciate. Yeah.
ولكن إيثان كلاين
No, but I mean, obviously, the reason that a much darker reason for the availability of weapons in a country that's been subjected to genocide.
لا أستطيع الآن السفر إلى أي بلد ثاني لأني سأتعرض للخطر. وطبعا رفعت دعوة قضائية ووكلت محامي في أمريكا ضد إيثان كلاين، وأنا أعلم أن إيثان كلاين سيخسر في هذا القضية. كل الحب والاحترام لكم جميعا. أشكر كل اليهود الذي تضامنوا معي في هذه القضية.
And if you want to support Rashid's lawsuit against Ethan Klein, I'll have a link for that down below. Ethan's really incapable of seeing the nuance of any situation. Anyone who he disagrees with is an anti-Semitic terrorist supporter. Ethan even tried to accuse me of anti-Semitism during our long, drawn-out text conversation. You know what? Let's show that entire conversation now.
In this dramatic reenactment, the part of Ethan Klein will be played.
So now, look, you might be tempted to think that this is just Alex juicing this bit of controversy involving much hated individual Ethan Klein in order to just get some cheap views and stuff like that, right? And you'd be partially right, but it's also because he has some exclusive content that he's putting up on a small channel, and honestly, he could it only got he only got to like 50,000. He only got to 50,000. So yeah, if you could find a sort of different relevancy, which is what's going on here, he's found a different relevance for the Ethan Klein, and this also allows him to get out all of the text messages, whereas before we only got some of them. He is really, he's a really hot guy. Really, really amazingly handsome.
By Michael Jackson.
Somebody thought, I talked to, thought that this was, like having a go at Michael Jackson, who's obviously no longer here to, defend himself against any allegations. And I don't think that's what's going on, right? They're not going to show it in this video. But when Ethan was asked, do you think that maybe you make too many jokes about pedophilia? Do you think that you joke about pedophilia a lot? He's like, I joke about Michael Jackson. So yeah, that's why it's Michael Jackson reading Ethan Klein's part. This is not to make fun of Michael Jackson by comparing him to Ethan, a man with a fraction of the talent that Michael Jackson had.
I'm ready to get started.
Yeah, Alex is going to show you kind of like what's going on with that video and those numbers in just a second.
Wherever you are, so.
No, I'm not done yet.
We only got like 30 minutes, so whenever you're ready.
Will you do the moonwalk with me?
I'll try.
Okay. And then we can get started.
Okay.
Okay. So you're gonna go up on the right toe. You slide the left back.
You thought it was AB? I mean, Rave, I don't think I can prove it's not. I mean, has AB? Do we have any film of Alex standing next to AB to, you know, compare the heights? Maybe, you know, if AB and this Michael Jackson impersonator haven't been in the same room at the same time, I think that, yeah, it could actually be. Maybe this is AB's way of, you know.
Not bad, actually.
Hope mediation went well yesterday. Let me know if you think today will work better for you or if tomorrow is better. I know you have a show today, so no worries if you need to postpone. I'm around all day today and tomorrow.
Meditation ended up taking like 13 hours.
No worries.
So yeah, chat, I know you may have, you may feel like you've seen this before, and yes, like a lot of this was included in Alex's first video, but just trust me, there's a few more, you know, there's a little bit more to their conversation than I initially realized.
We can talk tomorrow.
The next day.
How's today looking for you?
Do you have a problem with Taylor Lorenz infrequently retweeting the account called Ethan's Attic, whose sole purpose is to lambast my declining mental health? Do you think it's okay to target someone's mental health as a partisan attack?
I retweeted him for sharing my video. I'm a small creator. Retweets do not equal endorsements.
Oh, okay.
All my accounts are public. It's not a gotcha that I've interacted with these folks before.
Here is a post that you retweeted. That jacket is fitting because Ethan Klein is now just a low-cow. Do you think I'm a low-cow?
I was doxxed by Keemstar after getting my head bashed in by a murderer, so no, I don't like—
What the fuck? When did this happen to Alex? Holy shit, there's like, I gotta talk to this guy, chat. I almost did, right? He did a Twitter space after the release of the first video last week, and I mean, I was in there listening and actually learning a lot from his conversation with one of the interviewees for that video, right? But I mean, I had to leave before question time came, so I didn't get a chance to ask him any of the many things I'm curious about. AB and Lena getting hate from all angles over mistreatment of their dog that constantly bites the little dog.
Like that you collabed with him. The day this happened to me, Keem invited me on his show and leaked my phone number. He still hasn't removed the episode doxing me, so I understandably was upset.
Okay, whoa. What footage emerged of Mr. Based NYC assaulting? What? Mr. Based is a murderer? Wait, what? Wait, I've heard of, I thought I only knew that Mr. Based was like a YouTuber, right? Did Mr. Based kill somebody?
You collab with him after saying that he was bad and toxic for so many years.
Was it a collab? Not really. But the whole thing is just being fueled by your personal animus at Keemstar.
No, I just retweeted someone.
Did I ever collab with Keemstar, or was it just a cheeky goof-off, old enemies, because we had been covering this whole show alone?
He's so full of shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah. Your viewers, the way that you portray Nick Diorio, who used to call your wife a horse, used to compare her looks to that of a horse, not in a good way. You know, it's not a Vosh thing, right? Where he's giving a compliment, right? He was trying to insult her by saying she looked like a horse. This is like, you know, you fucking love him now, right? And you're like, no, everybody that you are, the old enemies that you are like joking about, right? Your audience thinks that you are okay with. Look at Asmongold. Okay, I don't think Asmongold's necessarily an old enemy, but you know, he's something that according to Ethan's purported views, Ethan should not be aligning with, does not agree with. But you know, he literally said, "Oh no, I don't think he's MAGA coded." Holy shit, he's not just MAGA coded. This guy wants to see, I don't know, a fucking like a purge of non-white people, or like this guy's so beyond just being a little bit Trump coded, right? He's fucking, you know, Stephen Miller coded, except for Stephen Miller's maybe more intelligent than Asmongold. But you get what I'm saying, chat. If Stephen Miller only had one brain cell, he would be Asmongold. Clearly. You have no idea who any of these people are, and you're so glad. I mean, that is something to hang your hat on. That is something to to put up on your fridge, because I wish I didn't know who some of these people were.
A lot.
Am I retweeting from my account calling you a lolcow, or am I just interacting with people related to a story that I'm working on?
But Alex, you started your last video with you shooting me with a pistol. I hardly think that's appropriate in this political climate.
It's clearly a Terminator issue T-1000 liquid metal disguising itself as you to make a metaphor for warring online communities.
I saw someone with a gun shooting at me. You think that's okay considering the rise of political assassinations?
Well, you're not going to like the new video either then. I've got a whole factory of T-1000 Ethans.
Please do not include imagery of me being shot.
I would never and have never done that.
LOL. The point is that you shot me. I can't tell if you're serious.
I already told you I shot the T-1000 liquid metal edition. That's not you. But I know it looks similar considering the T-1000 can disguise itself as anyone and anything. Have you seen Terminator 2 Judgment Day? It's a great film.
Clearly you understand the importance of avoiding violent language. Tell me, why did you share this post from Froggy Tonic encouraging people to insult me in real life? Sorry, I mean, who has? Not that you shared a post of him doing this. Do you think I deserve violence in some physical response?
Damn it. So yeah, the story behind this is that Ethan and Hila were kind of crashing out. I don't remember what day this was. I think it was right after they went on break, or I can't remember. Hila crashed out in Taylor Lorenz's DMs. Ethan was crashing out at Alex Novell, and it does feel a little bit more paranoid than usual. Like for instance, chat, when Ethan says this shit, like, look, you notice this?
You. But I know it looks similar considering the T-1000 can disguise itself as anyone and anything. Have you seen Terminator 2 Judgment Day? It's a great film.
Clearly you understand the importance of avoiding violent language. Tell me, why did you share this post from Froggy Tonic encouraging people to insult me in real life? Sorry, I mean, who has? Not that you shared a post of him doing that.
Does it kind of seem like Ethan might be afraid of getting sued? I don't know. You shared a post of Froggy Tonic who was encouraging people to assault me in real life. Yeah. Just so you think that Alex is gonna sue him?
Yes. Do you think I deserve violence in some physical response? Please don't say that you're just retweeting him, because at this point it's just 3 people and I think it's a pattern.
Again, dude, I've been covering this story and chatting with the individuals involved. How would you suggest I go about getting these people to speak frankly about this situation? I don't think you deserve violence or anguish for internet drama, but you realize I'm also Jewish and have faced anti-Semitism online before, right?
I did not know you were Jewish. I'm sorry. Condolences. Retweeting them attacking me, or was it just a ruse to get close to them?
Again, I don't think me retweeting them is endorsing them attacking you. But also, I don't think I'm doing a ruse to get close to them. I think sometimes retweeting someone is a good way to get them to follow you and then send a DM. I don't pay for Twitter Blue.
Do you think it's okay to speculate about my children leading to a CPS visit that was later resolved as unfounded?
I don't think I'm speculating about anything. I think I'm just reading about something and then retweeting it so I can get notified when there are updates in that thread. I don't think people should have called CPS on you, and I said that to you via email months ago.
Are you aware that Taylor Lorenz cast doubt on the human skull story being sent to my house recently as a week ago? She said it was irresponsible of TMZ to quote that. Hilla, LOL. Your thoughts on that?
I know what it means to endure this level of harassment online, except without any of the ability to fight back against it. I wish you would actually try to talk to me about this instead of trying to gotcha me into submission.
This is not a gotcha. This is just me explaining to someone I once trusted and liked on a personal level, and it was hurtful to find out that you would be amplifying some of the most deranged snarker accounts responsible for some of the worst things ever done to me. This isn't for a video. I gave you my number because I trusted you, brother. You don't have permission to share any of this private conversation either, just to prove it's not, just to prove to you it's not a gotcha. I wouldn't waste any of my time texting with you if this was just for a gotcha.
If you just trust me, like on a personal level, you'd understand that my content is tough but fair and that I never make any outright statements on someone's character. I just let people involved do the talking.
That's what I thought until I saw you retexting on my character from snarker accounts, man.
If I really thought that was an issue, I would have not retweeted them, considering I've been emailing you about making a video about your situation since February. I just don't understand why me retweeting those guys and then DMing with them privately about why they're doing what they're doing isn't seen as me researching this, but instead by platform.
I didn't even think of this, but Chad, you remember the time where Ethan said, you know, he was literally on air, like, you know, if there's any journalists out there, if anybody can connect me with a journalist, I think that like people should be talking about this, right? And you know, like this is basically why he doesn't get like any press, is because he's always up people's ass being like, you should be doing a sympathetic story, you know, on my behalf of this, of what's going on. And the funny thing is, right, you know, so the only people to kind of bite on that were TMZ. I don't know what the story is behind that. It was an unsigned article, so we don't even know who wrote it, right? But TMZ did do a pretty much uncritical reportage of Ethan and Hila's point of view. But Ethan is so lucky that nobody used that opportunity. You know, all you got to do is go to Ethan and say, yeah, I've heard your story, and I think it's bullshit what's happening to you. You are clearly an ally of Palestine, and to see you getting treated like shit just because you're Jewish, oh my gosh, Ethan, like something's got to be done. If you play sympathetic towards Ethan, he will give you a ridiculous amount of access, and the enterprising journalist who doesn't mind being a little bit tricky, being a little bit deceptive, right, would exploit that and would get the film, would get the quotes, would get everything, and then turn around and make a video just telling it like it is in a way that Ethan definitely would not like, right? He's kind of lucky that that the only person to bite on covering his story was Alex. And I do believe what Alex said is that he's just looking at this situation and kind of like letting the facts, letting the people's quotes and sound bites and everything speak for themselves.
Forming them when most of them have more followers than me. Like, if you want to view my video before I release it, I'm glad to do that. I offered Taylor the same thing.
Well, I wish you good luck with your video, but I just can't participate in it. I don't trust you to handle the material fairly. I'm having this extended conversation with you because it was hurtful to see, and I figured we could talk about it. Once again, please do not share any of our private conversations. And I am really sorry for the terrible, horrible harassment that you faced. I have no idea. All the best. Later. You understand two-party consent laws, right?
New York City's single-party consent.
I only say that because I told you the conversation was private and you agreed.
Not sure a court would see my messages as me agreeing with.
What does this tell us? That Ethan Klein, like, if he says something to you and you don't say, "You're wrong, Ethan, I don't agree to that," never in a million years, right? That's agreement. He remembers him saying something and you not objecting to it as you agreeing to it. It gives you a little window into this man's entitlement, I think.
But I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Oh, my bad. I thought New York City, like California, was two-party.
Nope, here's a link to the law.
This is not me threatening to sue you. I won't. More so just expressing my disappointment that you would agree to have a private conversation and then publish it. I was polite and respectful the entire time, my friend.
Dog, you straight up were not. You accused me of being a snarker over retweets of people promoting my...
The other thing I want to explain about this is that, look, Ethan's feeling... It sounds like unfairly treated, maybe even betrayed a little bit by Alex, due to their prior relationship. I think Alex had worked on one of the Jimmy Lee documentaries, and based on him reaching out and like as one of the people to answer the call to Ethan saying, you know, somebody needs to talk about this, somebody needs to report this. You know, Alex comes in there, just like, you got to understand, right, that being nice to somebody, even being generous to somebody, doesn't, you know, if you're talking about a journalist, right, you cannot think of that as like they owe me one, or like they, you know, they're betraying me if they're not, like, right, if somebody's nice to you, but then you see that they're treating other people you know, shitty, that they're trying to ruin people's lives, you might, even though that person has been nothing other than nice to you, you might come out of that with a critical opinion. You might agree with the people that this person is victimizing, right? And yeah, you got like a, you know, entitled narcissist like Ethan who, you know, sees that as some kind of betrayal when it's really just consistency. It's really just Alex not getting fucking manipulated. Because yeah, that's when you try to like bring somebody on your side by you know, being nice to them, or you know, giving them something, right? You know, just so that they'll agree with you, or they'll take your side, or they'll be a, you know, they'll be on your, you know, team or whatever. That is manipulative.
Content when I was just asking you for comment about my interview with Taylor.
No, it's because of your various shares of snark accounts that has left me mistrusting your intentions. Nothing more than that.
Despite the majority of my content being me using sometimes unsavory methods of getting people to speak about things that they normally wouldn't. Here's an article Alan Dershowitz wrote about me.
LOL, that's crazy.
Yep.
Wow, I didn't realize. So yeah, Alan Dershowitz left you know, the interview with Alex with the feeling that maybe he was going to look into suing him. Obviously, Alex, you know, watched himself around Dershowitz to make sure that that wouldn't happen. But I wasn't aware that he had actually written an article exposing the unseemly journalistic practices of Alex Novell. Alex represented himself as a student in that interview in order to, you know, get a little bit more of a candid, I guess, response. You know, he pretended to be on Dershowitz's, or let Dershowitz think that he was on his side, you know, in terms of Gaza, and that he was, you know, just kind of, you know, doing a report on him as like a, like as a successful Jewish man, right? I think was the nature of what Alex emailed Alan Dershowitz.
Yep, you and Dershowitz can have a beer about it, and you can tell him how you totally outsmarted me by looking at my public retweets and public videos.
So yeah, pointing out that that Alex did not get an interview with Ethan, right? Alex did not get, you know, that moment where Ethan, you know, was candid with him, and then you know, that candid that honesty comes back to bite him. Dershowitz did.
Again, it's not public conversation, and I have no reason to outsmart you. Dershowitz is not someone I'd like to have a beer with, and I won't reciprocate the insult. You characterize this conversation of me harassing you or melting down. That seems wildly hyperbolic to the point of lying.
And now he's like the nicest guy in the world. Like, look, that's very insulting that you compare me to Dershowitz. I won't reciprocate the insult. You know, you're going to call me, say that I'm harassing you or melting down. Obviously, I'm being an incredibly nice dude. Just ignoring the fact that, you know, that just our fucking retweet, right, was all that it took for Ethan to, you know, to get into his DMs.
I mean, I gave you my number, you texted me.
I showed this conversation to multiple people who have no idea what type of content you or I make, and they could see the obvious concern, trolling, and manipulation coming from you here. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if you had just given me regular answers to my questions. Very reasonable questions, by the way. Oh, by the way, I hired a Michael Jackson impersonator to read your side of this conversation. Hee hee. I think you'll like the video in the end.
Me too. Good luck.
That was really something. Before I let you guys go, to all of the Ethan Klein fans who have been relentlessly commenting on the Ethan Klein's War on Women Content Terminator video, telling me how I got such low views. This was the amount of subscribers that I got from my most viewed video of all time.
Okay, so chat, that is actually, wait, that's his most viewed video. $650,000, 5.3 K subs. So slightly under 1% of the people that watched his video subscribed to his channel. And yeah, you know, you got 650,000 views, you get a decent amount of ad money there.
I'm on my channel. And this is the amount of
So here we see not such a decent amount of ad money, like I don't know, what, a tenth of no, wait. Oh yeah, like a tenth of as much. But look at this. Look at this. Yeah, like less than 10% of the views, less than 10% of the ad money. Oh god, I should have looked at watch time, but you know, you can't really. So when videos are different length, you can't compare watch time. But look at that. That is more like that is more like 8%, right? As opposed to less than 1% of the viewers subscribing to the channel. Alex has almost 10%. 10% of the people that watched the video subscribed.
Of subscribers that I got off of my last video. Now, even though there's a huge difference in views, the amount of subscribers gained is enormous. And I appreciate everyone who watched that video and chose to hit the subscribe button. Now, I know this seems foreign to Ethan Klein fans because they're so used to seeing the guy that you watch losing 10,000 subscribers at a time. But when you make a YouTube video, the idea is that people watch it and then you gain subscribers. So again, if you enjoy what I'm doing here and you want to see more.
What Alex is saying is that there's almost like a natural limit to the number of views a channel like his can get. And when you're covering Ethan Klein, who, yeah, you know, like he is kind of a lolcow, he is crashing out, but there's there's a lot of Ethan Klein fatigue. Eating a cookie for breakfast, happy day after Xmas chat. Yo, I ate a ridiculous Northern Thai curry for breakfast, and it was like way too much. I ate a ton of food. There was carbs on top of carbs. There was protein on top of protein. There was a thick coconut milk broth. It had every macronutrient. And yeah, it was. I don't know why do I want to eat a big breakfast? I don't usually eat like a big breakfast, right? I don't know why I did it for Christmas, but
hit that subscribe.
I'm sorry, Christmas for Americans.
Button. And if you want to really support what we're doing, join the membership to get an.
Okay, so yeah, let me give you Alex's. I'm just gonna give you the URL for the video. That way you can go over there. You can subscribe to Alex, and you'll show up as a subscriber on that on his back end, on his analytics, right? It won't say NCC sent me, but that's okay. I don't need to take credit. And that way you can do that, but you can also slide down to the description if you want, and you can support you can support you can support Rashid's lawsuit. So there you go, chat. All right, so you know what time it is? It's Hunter Biden time. It's laptop from hell time. This is possibly the craziest content that we're watching today. I don't know though, Clavicular. That was pretty wild. Where to even start out here? I'm told this is a long and rambly conversation. But I feel like This is where it gets good.
That's why I give people a real break, and I kind of understand. Like,
be right back.
I can imagine. I don't read the comments anymore, but I was in. I'll give you an example. Is it Bowie was not about. He was a year and a couple months old, or a few months old, and it was a Halloween of 2021, and so he's like this big, and he's in one of those like zip up Chewbacca costumes. It was like he was the cutest thing you've ever seen in your life. And we went with with Melissa, Bo, and my father-in-law, who was visiting from South Africa, and my mother-in-law had just passed 3 months earlier to glioblastoma, like my brother did. Almost exactly 5 years apart from my brother, 6. And Lee, my father-in-law, we went to this little place in Cornell, which is like in the mountains behind Malibu. And I mean, you know, it's rural. I mean, it's as rural as out here, that part of California. And there's this little place, the outdoor seating, and it was like that, you know, the in-between time with COVID. And I put Bowie on my shoulders, and it's one of those beautiful, it's Halloween day. And it's like around 4 o'clock. It's a magnificently beautiful fall day. And we're walking to the car, and this couple comes like bursting around the side of the restaurant because all the tables were outside. And the woman has a phone out. She's filming me with just rage in her eyes. And the guy, who's about my size, gets like this far from me, which means he's this far from a 1.5-year-old. It's like the most cutest little thing you've ever seen in your life. And he's screaming, "You fucking criminal. You should fucking be executed. You fucking criminal pedophile. And is screaming. And the woman's screaming the same thing. And Melissa goes to step in front of us. And at this point, we have Secret Service. And the Secret Service, jump in. And we're 2 feet from the car. Put us in the car. And we go away. And it was the first actual physical altercation that I nearly came in. And it really shook my father-in-law. And I went to, everybody went to bed, and I'm up and I'm flipping through my phone and my Apple feed, and there's this story that was out that day about a woman that was a school teacher in Orange County, I think, or I forget whether it's Ventura County or Orange County, 8th grade history teacher. And one of her students videotaped her class. And in her class, for close to the 45 full minute of the class, she was teaching her class that Hunter Biden was running a pedophile ring in China, and that he'd taken billions of dollars, and that he was responsible with George Soros for being a part of the conspiracy to release COVID at the Wuhan lab, and just went through everything, every conspiracy, everything the New York Post, everything that Sean Hannity gave a little bit of life to, and every one of those things. And it made me realize this: if you believe that about me, if you really believe that about me, wouldn't it be incumbent upon you to get up from your fucking lunch and fucking scream at me, at the least? If you truly believed that I was running a pedophile ring.
Damn.
Wouldn't it
wait, I never saw this shit. I never saw the, did anybody hear a right-wing accusation about Hunter running a pedo ring?
On you? As a decent human being to confront me?
Mm-hmm. And so yeah, I got that he's saying. Did I miss anything, by the way? If there's anything that you need me to go back and react to, let me know now. We're gonna do the laptop. We're gonna do the. He does respond to. He might have also mentioned it. Doesn't even have the deleted scenes from Event Horizon. It ain't no laptop from hell. Damn. I've never seen that movie, but I've heard it's really scary. In fact, I think I was warned not that somebody was like, it's too scary for you. You shouldn't watch it. It'll give you bad dreams.
It made me realize, like, what do we fucking do? What do we do now, man? Because I can come here and I can talk to you and I can make it clear and I can say, but you know what? There's so much money to be made in that hatred, in those lies. The realization that, how do I combat that? How does anybody combat that in this moment in time? You can say a lot of things about my dad, you know, that I don't have any problem with, about his policies, or whether you think that he was too old, or whether you think that whatever. But you know what? To say anything other than my dad is the most incredible father I've ever met in my entire life, and there's a decent...
I'm sorry. I get what he's saying. Wait. I think I get what he's saying. He's saying, I think my dad's the best dad. Right? It's a little confusing. Because, like, I think my father's the best father I've met in my whole life. That's like me giving my dad a hug and be like, you're the best dad I have, Dad. You know, it's kind of like, well, you know, he was also the only dad. I don't think that's what Hunter was going for, though. I'm a wussy when it comes to horror at Event Horizon. It's pretty tame, really. There's worse. You know, I actually like some kind of crazy shit, though, when it comes to horror, that I just, like, happen to see, right? There's this series called Ginger Snaps, which is, like, werewolf horror. And it's gritty and just really takes you to a lot of unexpected places. You know, it puts you in the basement with the werewolf, you know, having to decide whether to drink the blood from the floor or not, which is, you know, a choice that I never thought I'd have to imagine making. But yeah, there's 3 installments of them. The first one is, I think, that's just the base story. The second takes that story and remixes it into, I don't know, like, what is it, like 1800s, like the French colony in would it be Acadie, the French colony in Canada? Anyway, and then the last one takes you to the present moment and kind of like lays on a really heavy like metaphor of like addiction with the state of lycanthropy. But yeah, I don't know, for some reason that werewolf shit was like, I mean, it was really scary, but like I liked, you know, it's like spicy, like when you like spicy versus when you taste something and you're like dying, right? There's like
human being that has real empathy and cares about people. It's like, you know, like I don't have any problem with you criticizing, but you know how many people believe that my dad is a pedophile?
Chat, if there's something I need to watch, put it in the chat. I want to... What? Wait, I'm sorry. What is he talking about? I'm actually legitimately confused. Is this really a big thing with Republicans? I have heard them maybe say stuff about like Hillary Clinton, but mostly it's like Podesta. There's 3 movies. Yeah, there's 3 Ginger Snaps. Like it's like Ginger Snaps Back, and then Ginger. Oh wait, no, just Ginger Snaps. Then it's Ginger Snaps Back, and then it's Ginger Snaps Back 2 with a Vengeance, right? It's kind of like, and it's basically my Die Hard, right? Every Christmas, instead of Die Hard, I watch the Ginger Snaps trilogy. And that truly is the perfect Christmas movie.
Because some motherfucker stole my sister's trauma diary and sold it to Don Jr. and took things in the trauma diary because she had faced sexual violence when.
Oh my God. Okay, I kind of remember this storyline, but Chad, as far as wait, so the diary thing, right? This was a big deal. I remember the laptop more than anything. I don't remember the diary, even what it was about, but I get it. I think I get it now. Sounds more fun. Yeah, it's a lot more fun. Like, you know, when your sister gets turned into a werewolf and you have to deal with that, then yeah, the, you know, stopping blonde terrorists from doing whatever blonde German terrorists do in the 80s movies. What do they do when they win? I guess they never win. We never find out. Probably better that way, honestly. My friend is a bit alt-right, and when Biden was president, he would send me memes of Biden being a PDF. I didn't believe them. But yeah, people, so how did I not know this? Was I just like tuned out? Was I like, heh, we got Brandon. We got Brandon. No more Trump. We got Brandon. And just like, no, was I tuning him out? Did I make up a song about Brandon? I mean, it wasn't like I was, you know, happy with Brandon. I was kind of hoping for Bernie. It wasn't all hair sniffing. Wasn't it? I mean, honestly, look, I gotta be consistent, all right? If there's shit about Biden, whether it's like the there were like allegations, weren't there? Like, I don't see why that's not investigated. I mean, unless, or at least like, right, you know, you gotta like, but I mean, whatever. I don't know about this diary thing. Because I don't remember it. Like, I mean, vaguely remember something about a diary, but I never heard what was in the diary. And I get that it's like, they're saying it's like Biden's daughter claiming abuse. Biden, welcome Raiders, welcome streamer. You know, it's just kind of like when you buy commercials on a show that talks about dark subjects. We're trying to remember what all went on during the Biden administration, and remembering that when Biden was running, there were allegations at some point, and now Hunter's talking about the diary, which is a whole thing I didn't remember. But good to have you with us tonight, Streamlord. We are yeah, it's a dark night of dark topics, right? More or less. Yeah. Other than the fact that Ethan is getting sued, that's maybe the one that's the silver lining, I suppose, if there is one. But yeah, Hunter is back, and he's sat down with this right-wing podcaster for 5.5 hours, as one does, to give his side of the story on the laptop from hell and Burisma and all of the controversies. And I thought we'd take a small look. Obviously, we can't watch the whole thing because this guy does yap. He does yap just a bit. Died hard with a vengeance. They planted bombs around New York while stealing gold bars? Damn. Why don't they just do the same thing? I feel like Die Hard, look, I mean, what is it? It's a guy that goes up an elevator shaft to fight terrorists in a bank, basically. That's Die Hard. And then he's, you know, like running in the ceiling or something or in the vents at some point. He's like in the vents, maybe. That's basically Die Hard, I think. But what the Die Hard with a Vengeance, the fact that they go outside of you got to be in the building for Die Hard, right? Die Hard is like, it should be a sporting event, right? They should reenact this every year where, you've got a different Bruce Willis against a different group of terrorists, and they reenact Die Hard like in the same building. And if you're in the building, you're part of the action. You'll be like a hostage, right? You'll be like an extra, then you'll be part of the story potentially, right? And then they just play it live on national television and hope nothing too traumatizing like actually happens. Die Hard nativity, basically. Shower chat, I think you've got the idea. Anyway,
when she was, that's my sister's story, and then created a idea that that my father was a pedophile. Do you know how much that lives in that world, and how much directly comes from the Trumps? Directly comes from literally people like Don Jr., who was directly involved in that. Who was directly involved in contacting the owners of the gun shop to have them go to the state police to doctor they doctored the form. The actual form is not the actual form I filled out.
What do you mean they doctored
when
it?
I went in to buy the gun, okay, you have to come up with it. You have to have
the gun. Do you remember the gun? I remember the gun. I don't remember the diary though. I really don't. It sounds like it's a bigger deal. I mean, if it hasn't been like debunked, it would be like a bigger deal. I don't know. Has it been? The diary that was stolen, I'm assuming there's an issue with making it evidence.
You have to have a state ID.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have one. And they said, no problem.
Wait, but how is it possible that they got his laptop and they got the diary? Are these people like going through the Biden's trash cans? Is that,
And so when when ATF came to get the form after they were like supposedly tipped off by they forged the form, the actual form of which I was charged with the crime for filling out incorrectly. It wasn't the form that the Department of Justice used to prosecute me was not the actual form.
What?
The gun shop owners actually forged it.
How do you know that?
Oh, it's part of the record. You can go look at it in the record. Go look at reporting from the empty wheel and the actual documents. I'll show you the documents. I'll show you the two different things. We tried to get them introduced in court, and the judge said it was irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I will show you so you can put it up on the thing. Two separate forms.
We'll put it up.
Yeah, it does. It's definitely different forms. Yeah. So he's saying that what? Like the form that has gone into evidence? Oh my gosh, does anybody know what stage is the what stage is the trial at? Oh no, he got yes, now I remember. Okay, fuck. Yeah, the pardon stage is where the case is now, right? So is he saying that he was indicted on a forgery of his gun license? I thought I heard a story about a diary, but I thought it was Obama's daughter's diary. I mean, they do a lot of stories. The right wing does a lot of stories. That doesn't mean that, like, you know, something can't be true about a left wing figure. And right now we're kind of looking at Bill Clinton and his involvement in Epstein. And I don't want to give you the impression that, like, you know, just absolutely everything, every allegation against Democratic presidents is bogus, but a lot of it is, right? Either, you know, attacks like the Willie Horton ads against Dukakis, just, you know, pure racism harnessed there, and, you know, and it worked. Yeah, they do a lot of like character assassination. They always have. But yeah, this is kind of, this would be a new one, I guess. Forging a gun certificate. Looks like it's in his handwriting. Yeah, I wonder what's up with this. I wouldn't necessarily like trust, you know, what Hunter Biden's version of events either.
Yeah, you have the form.
But I had never heard that this was his, you know, contestation, I guess, of the indictment.
Forms?
Yeah,
we'll put them up.
Yeah, I'll get my lawyers to send them to you. And that's the point. Is that my point is that they're literally directly involved in that. And if you can make people believe the worst possible thing, what's that called? I literally have a mental break, but the idea being is that if you can convince people, even a very small subset, that that someone is the worst thing that you could possibly say. What worse could you say about somebody other than that they're a pedophile? Right? I don't think of anything that I can possibly think that is
the
more
worst.
like egregious. But if you can convince even 5, 10% of the population that somebody's that they think somebody could be a pedophile.
You know, okay. He's not the most convincing emissary to the right. Like,
then you certainly can convince 35% of the population that you just flood the zone of that shit with, that they are that they're corrupt.
you know what? You notice that, I don't know, like, I don't know if this is Hunter probably always talks like this, right? Like, flood the shit with zone. Although that's literally Bannon's quote. But it's kind of like when the Democrats start to doubt themselves and they're like, you know, I think the Republicans are winning because they say cuss words. Yeah, they say cuss words. We don't. We think, oh, cool, they're making a mistake. I'm going to benefit from this. Nope, it's the other way around. We should be saying cuss words. Let's say some cuss words. And the thing is, you know, the worst thing you can do is like say cuss words for the sake of saying cuss words, in which it sounds like your heart's not really into it. And, you know, you're literally like, you know, adopting right-wing. Like, it doesn't matter. There's different ways to communicate, I guess. But yeah, you definitely don't want to do that if you're, you know, it just sounds wrong coming out of some people's mouths. But no, this is literally how Bannon said it. This is how, you know, he usually talks. And it's in Democrats' heads, including the son of the former president.
Or that they were part of some bribery scheme. Even if that bribery scheme turns out to be a concoction by a guy that was working with Russian intelligence that is sitting in a jail cell.
I think he's maybe getting him worked up. Do you think, chat? Do you think that's the strategy? Give him you know, ask him a bunch of questions, give him a chance to vent. You know, he's fairly neutral with him. Fairly neutral. So yeah, it just encourages him to just kind of go off, and he does for 5 hours, for 5 hours and 30 minutes.
Out in California right now in a federal penitentiary. Even if you blow the whole thing up. But that's what they do. And anyway, I guess
yeah. Meanwhile, Jared Kushner gets $22 billion from the Saudis. He's going to get to that, right? That's going to come out too. He sounds even less convincing than his father. Well, when he starts to talk about the pedophile shit, you're just like, wait, are you saying you're what? Like the way that he like is talking about being called a pedophile. It's just like, now I'm like, wait a minute.
And I'm now talking too much.
But I think he's talking about Biden. I think he's talking about Biden being called a pedophile by Jared Kushner.
Losing this train of thought is that people are desperate for connection. And when they find connection in a cause of a common enemy, they feel a part of something. And what we've given each other, not you and me, but this country that we live in right now, all we've given each other is people to think of as enemies.
Yeah.
And it makes me...
I feel better. I think I just ate like too big of a breakfast this morning, and I was like, you know what I mean? Do you get that, like the Thanksgiving thing where it feels like your brain is just like downsized to one cell?
Really?
And you're sharing it with orange cats all across the globe?
I don't mean this in any saccharine way. It is probably the most devastating, emotionally devastating thing, other than the death of a family, that I've experienced in my life, is the feeling that this thing that my family has given 50 years of our life to we're about to lose it. I really feel that, and I don't think that that's kind of melodrama.
This is sad. This is sad, actually. He's got a point here. He's rambling it in, but it's and it's I feel like he sounds a little overly hopeful here. I don't feel like many people have a lot of hope for whatever keeping this thing that we had, meaning some semblance of democracy.
I listen to you, and I listen to other people that are on the other side of this that say the same thing. And I kind of look at them and I think, like, God, can you not see that we're trying to figure out the same thing? Can you not see the humanity in me? Because I'm not the person, that 8th grade teacher, informed by Alex Jones and, Jesse Waters would have you believe that I am. I promise you I'm not.
I'm really nice once you get to know me.
Spend a minute. Because those motherfuckers, they got one...
Chat, if we just hung with him, right? That's what he's thinking. Is if we could just have a smoke with him, right? Maybe he would smoke a different thing than what we would be smoking, but we'd understand. We'd understand everything.
Thing that they're doing. They're making money. As we all suffer. They're just laughing all the way to the bank.
That's a great set. Isn't that a beautiful set that he's on? What a great background. Who is this Dana White looking guy? This is I still can't get his name through my head. Sean Ryan. Okay. What do you got to say, Ryan? We haven't really heard from Ryan yet. Let's hear what. Yup. Based.
It's a damn shame.
You know, driving with a friend of mine, he's a really close friend. He's had some real health problems. And I came back in Delaware and I took him out to lunch. And we drove by one of those like huge American flags. And that used to fill me with an enormous sense of pride.
What? Okay.
And driving by it, and he goes, Jesus Christ. And I don't know of anybody that's more patriotic than this person. He's like, makes me cry. Makes me cry. And
Coral Pal, I hate this. It's so self-involved. Americans lost food stamps, healthcare, and Gestapo are in the streets. And he's like, me, and my dad, and the flag. This used to stand for something. This used to mean something. Oh no, it's like the Charlton Heston. He's having his Charlton Heston moment, right? Where he's walking on the beach and he sees the Statue of Liberty, and he realizes that you know. Wait, how does that tell him that America started the nuclear war? I don't know, right? That's how he's supposed to indicate that America launched the nukes and blew up the world, and hence the planet being a planet of the apes instead of a planet of the humans. Is that how this? I love that I have to literally ask chat of like, you know, do I correctly understand like classic films, or have I gotten a bastardized version of them from seeing them for 5 minutes at a time on television randomly before watching something else?
Who did I fucking let take that away from me? I got mad at myself. You know, I get so angry, and I find that the thing that I get angry about are from the perspective of a son. You know, like I really went off on George Clooney, and I really went off on the Pod Save America guys, and the reason I did is because I think they're a bunch of fucking arrogant fucks.
I mean, you're right, but for the wrong reasons. You're right.
I do. I think
they were arrogant fucks who like fucking swept for your dad's, you know, political strategists that fucked up that election, right? That were supposed to go over and help Kamala Harris's campaign, but instead went over and sunk Kamala Harris's campaign. Don't call him weird. All right? Don't say weird. Don't talk about price gouging. Right? That was what that was contributed. Yeah. You look, I got, you know, smoke for the Pod Save boys, but it's their disposition on the Democratic, you know, here we're just talking about the strategists that come up with bad plans, lose elections, and then find a way to blame it on trans people in order to justify their continued careers as political strategists, rather than you know, what might happen in another industry when somebody fails massively is you know, them getting fired, and the, you know, company, or in this case the Democratic Party, trying out new people, saying, that didn't work, let's try something else. But no, it's never their fault. It's always why was he mad at Pod Save America? Oh, I should probably point this out for anybody that doesn't remember. Pod Save America were amongst the first, I believe, after the debate, after the fatal debate with Trump, the end of Biden, as Amon Animations called it, I think they were amongst the first to be like, look, this isn't working. We can't this has got to, this is, you know, this has got to stop. There's got to be a better candidate that we can run, and this needs to happen right now. Right? They were amongst the first. And so they were actually mentioned on a Joe Biden 2024 campaign like email, right? The email that they sent out to people on their email list was like, didn't say Pod Save America, but like, you've probably heard that the Biden campaign is over. You've probably heard it from smarmy podcasters, and like, you know, it was really clear that they were referring to Pod Save America. And, you know, it did get like, you know, a lot of Biden people angry at the Pod Johns, right? The uncontroversial. And like I'm saying, there's two different sides to them, right? Yeah, they called out the obvious in this situation. Thank God, right? They probably should have a lot of people should have called it out earlier so that there could be a real primary. But, you know, they'll go ahead and after the campaign, they'll help rehabilitate the strategists that lost the campaign, that you know, essentially turned Kamala's campaign from a campaign that, you know, could have won to what it ended up being, a campaign that sabotaged itself in so many ways. But anyway, that's the beef between the Bidens and the Pod Johns, and you know, they're really mad. I mean, Biden's mad at Obama. Obama was I think, wasn't it Obama was finally the one to go to Biden and be like, look, you gotta, you know, you gotta get out of here.
The Jake Tapper is
Oh no, Hunter doesn't think they should have lied to people. I mean, we can listen to the part about Biden's health here, but I'm guessing Hunter's gonna say that Biden was fine. That I don't know. He was. I'm assuming he's got some excuse.
Is a pompous, arrogant fuck. But you know what? I think they love this country. I don't think that they're bad people.
Wait.
But you know what? I think they love this country. Is a bunch of fucking arrogant fucks. Up on George Clooney, and I really went off on the Pod Save America guys, and the reason I did is because I think they're a bunch of fucking arrogant fucks. I do. I think that Jake's...
You know, it's funny. My problem with them is they're kind of cowardly. I don't know. Sorry if some by the off chance that this would ever get seen by Pod Save. I don't mean I'm. That's not like. Don't take that like, you know, too personally, but risk averse, right? If you will, right? Is how I see the Pod Johns. He sees them as arrogant.
Jake Tapper is a pompous, arrogant fuck. But you know what? I think they love this country. I don't think that they're bad people. I think they're just arrogant fucking bucks. From my own personal experience. And my point is that, like, when did I allow anybody to steal that pride from me?
He was going to say, to steal my sunshine.
What is with Jake Tapper?
He's such a. I mean, look. I almost got in a fight with Jake Tapper at the Super Bowl I forget when it was. I mean, the first Eagles Super Bowl, not the first, but it must have been. It was shortly after my brother's death, and he had done something that I thought was totally fucked up, and I told him I would fucking, if it weren't in front of a lot of people, I would knock him the fuck out.
There's a lot of fucks. There's this guy says he has no fucks to give. He's apparently got all the fucks in the world. to give. And this is what I meant about Dick Suck Mountain, right? There's a bit too many dicks already, right? It's like, one dick is okay, 2 dicks are fine, but you know, when every single stretch of the mountain climb is, you know, it just gets old. Like Hunter Biden saying fuck over and over again to show how real he is.
And this is how much of a pussy he is. He called my dad and demanded an apology.
What?
Yeah. He's a grown fucking man. He called one of my dad's staffers and he goes and he said, I felt threatened.
What the fuck is this background? This is hideous, but like, you know, in terms of it, like backgrounding, it's doing a good job at that. But what the fuck is up here? I was complimenting the, I think when it was showing like the drinks, I was like, ooh, that's like a amazing, you know, colorful background. What? Okay, so we've got like, semi-automatic weapons, maybe? Is that a grenade launcher? No, that's a boom mic. Okay, never mind. That's not a grenade launcher. Good, good. It's, yeah, there's like guns and I don't even know what. There's a lot of alcohol. What's up with the flag? Why does the flag have shit on it? Am I seeing this correctly, chat? Is this like, is it supposed to be bloody? Did he get a flag from a war? I swore a lot. Yeah, I know. This guy's making me not want to swear. I want to go family friendly and just like never talk about any kind of mountain with like sex organs on it. Or symbolizing any sex act or whatever the fuck that was. God damn it. God damn it. If that's what it takes to get to the top of the media, you can count me out, okay?
And Hunter knows.
What the fuck is on the flag? Do you see that? It looks like a monkey threw poop at it.
Me an apology. And by the way, I felt incredibly justified. I'm not going to tell this story because it's.
Is it an AI background? Am I getting... Oh my God, am I getting fooled by AI?
It's too convoluted. But just that's who Jake Tapper is. I mean, you know, he talks big, hides behind a pen and a desk. And I don't think that he contributes in any way to the discourse or provides any real journalism whatsoever. And so I'm allowed to have my own personal feelings, but my whole point of it is that, like, who cares though?
Is he the one that kind of like, did he write a book about your dad's cognitive decline and release?
Oh, is he an addict? Why does he have all those bottles? Well, I don't know if he's, you know, I don't know what stage of like dealing with that or not dealing with that he's at right now. This is the set of Sean Ryan, the guy that looks like Dana White over here. That's I'm assuming, because it's his channel, right? So this is a right-wing, you know, podcast channel that I guess, you know, is doing really well, has like a lot of money maybe to spend on their background. Look at the wines. I mean, either that or this is like his actual house and he's like a rich dude, which probably makes sense, right? That's kind of, oh my God, chat. What if podcasts, can you imagine? Oh my God, chat. What if the wealthy like change social media so that they can like buy their way into being an influencer, right? That they just give it to you. They just send you the views, right? And then like rich people start to pop up on these like podcasts that it's basically forced into your algorithm, and it sucks. And like everybody else that podcasts or makes content, they just disappear. And then it's a thing where it's like, yeah, are you rich enough to pay? Like YouTube stops paying people and they start like taking money from creators to promote the content more. Oh my God, chat. I'm telling you, the cyber future, it's not a good thing. It's like a dystopia of sorts, I would say. I think I have said that before. Isn't that something I say like every night? I say that's late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Well, it's not going to get any better without a hell of a lot of input from us.
Like right at the very end of the event.
Yes, right at the end, like within 2 weeks of the.
Way to jump on the bandwagon, bud.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're about,
and by the way,
3 years and 6 months too fucking late.
Yeah, no sources. No on the record sources.
No shit?
None.
Wow.
Okay. Nobody on the record will go on the record. But, you know, he was certain and he was absolutely this and that and the other thing. It's just...
But, I mean, we'll be treated to a lot of these, like, vent sessions, right? Of, like, some rich dude being like, this other rich dude, I don't like how he treated me. He was shitty to me. This journalist or whatever, right? He's talking about Jake Tapper now. This is kind of like a Trumpian... This feels like what Trump does, but that, look, Trump's in a reality star, right? And like, if that's what passes for politics these days, then, you know, Hunter bitching about Jake Tapper, I guess, is not any less valid.
Well, shit. Anyway.
He really came around to the narrative early on that one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Are they having drinks? Is this like Club Random?
My point is, it's just so...
There's some... Maybe it's just a sparkling water or something. I can't tell.
A world of incredibly disingenuous and... but I don't know... what it is that is like I'm at a loss about what it is brings it together, and that brings us back to this conversation. Is that at the very beginning you're saying to me, I can't believe that you like this. I'm like, what don't you get? Is this? Is that I don't get any of that from listening to you, even though you even when you platform people that I think are fucking out of their mind. And I don't say platform, but you know what? From probably the majority of your audience are thinking this exactly that about me right now.
Guarantee you they're thinking
that. Guarantee you.
Okay, what were they thinking? I feel like the narrator's voice should come in here, make some ironic comment. What was the audience thinking? Judging by his speech patterns, I'd say Hunter is his father's son. Merry Christmas to everyone except politicians. Read a bunch of comments. A lot of people here sound like they're still expecting that Doge check. Oh, okay, wait, what? Is this like not a normal, not a regular viewer then? Can we talk about how Don Jr. is an addict who makes fun of other addicts? Seems supportive of Hunter. Wait, are they like standing him? Is this real, chat? Wait, what is going on here? I'm glad I watched the entirety of the interview. Huge props to Sean Ryan for being such a good listener and interviewer as always. And props to Hunter for his sobriety, not letting all the bullshit. Yeah, that's a positive comment. That was out of his control, compromised his sobriety. What is going on, chat? Okay, I don't know what that one was. Thank you, Sean. We need more conversations like this without media circus or their toxicity interfering. It's podcast like this that shed light and hopefully get us talking again as a nation. It's not right. Yeah. Either they're getting like brigaded by Hunter Biden stands, or he like won the audience over. to be fair, I don't know, like I said, what kind of right winger Sean Ryan is. And I don't really know the nature of his audience either. But I am surprised to hear this kind of warm reception towards Hunter Biden, and giving, from what we've seen, like not the most convincing, defense. But I don't know. What is this, chat? Is this like, is there some kind of thing where if everybody on the right like looks at Hunter Biden as the devil for, I don't know, like 5 years, 4 years, whatever, and then they see him in a space with somebody that they like, acting like a human being, that he gets like, he just gets an outpouring of credit for that, of like good faith. Like, is that a thing? Like, can you know what I mean? Can it be like, come so common to hate this guy on the right that it's somehow, that it's like uncool, and then like the new like anti-establishment thing to do is to be like, yeah, I like Hunter Biden, and I think that, it's not about left and right anymore. That's not, for the record, chat, that's not what Hunter Biden is saying. All right, he's still, he's not, like he is not entertaining the purple revolution. But if you, doesn't it, okay, that's what it feels like, chat. It feels like purple revolution. Have you seen this shit when right wingers are like, listen, Trump was a mistake, and I am, honest enough person to admit that, and reach out to you on the left. All right, now is the time for us to come together as one country, and you just give up on some of the woke stuff, some of the crazy woke stuff, right? And we'll be more reasonable, and we'll take down MAGA together. Now, obviously, it's not like, a majority of right wingers or anything that are saying this, but there is a certain strain of right winger that is striking not a conciliatory tone, but like a tone that like politics is fake, and that in reality it's just populism versus, I don't know, I mean, they would say globalism probably, right? But yeah, that's a surprising, nonetheless, that is a surprising comment section to find.
But I don't know. I don't know how we fix it. I don't know.
Well, let me just a second here. I'll tell you how we fix it.
I thought you were going to get that gun in the corner.
yeah, what the fuck? You know the whole thing about oh my god, what is it called? Chekhov's gun? Like, if you've got a gun in the scene, in the like act 1, it's it's got to go off by act 3, otherwise, like, what was the point? Why was it there?
What the fuck?
That would be method number 2.
I literally thought that you were going over to pull that Glock off the fucking. It's like, Jesus Christ.
And
he's getting real here.
And that was how the American Civil War, the Second American Civil War, started.
For you, buddy.
Oh shit! Wait, does he have his own weapons of mass destruction that he's brought?
16th.
16th.
What did he make a arts and crafts while he was there? What? Is he reading a newspaper? What's going on?
Oh man! Oh dude.
Okay.
It's a drawing I did.
That's a drawing?
Yeah. So it's
That's a drawing? Are you serious? That's a drawing?
Anyway, it's my version of an eagle. You gotta put it in an Amazon frame and put it in your bathroom somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, put it in your bathroom somewhere.
That's not going in an Amazon frame. Are you fucking kidding me?
Anyway.
Dude.
He's gonna put it in, yeah, like a fancy frame.
Thank you.
He's gonna donate it to an art museum.
Well, this is awesome.
Thanks, man.
What style is that? Some art person tell me what style. That's not abstract expressionism, is it? No way. What do we think about Hunter? I keep on wanting to say Hunter Thompson. I'm sorry, Hunter Biden. What do we think about Hunter Biden's? This is paint by number style. Oh no! What if that was it? What if it's? Oh no! What if it's like a paint by numbers? What if it was like already drawn and he just like watercolored it? Is it cubism? For some reason, no, it's not abstracted. I just like remember the Franz Marc thing with the fox, but I've
always wanted some Hunter Biden art.
Well, you got it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is he trying to do an Andrew Callahan? Or like a Theo Vaughn? Is that what's going on here? He's trying to be like the good-natured, the gentle giant or something?
That is awesome.
Of course, the next one, according to the New York Post,
BFG
is at least $500,000. And I'll be expecting that. You can pay me in Trump cryptocurrency.
I don't have any of that, but
okay.
But
yeah.
Here you go. Jesus calling.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
That's the only thing that fixes this.
Yep. Yeah.
Is it a Bible?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. This is fucking awesome.
Cool.
Thank you.
Glad you like it, man.
What the fuck? Is this is gonna be an ad break, chat? Do you want to know what they're advertising? What are we?
A lot of dark stuff going on in the world right now, and it's to the point where I don't even believe my own eyes anymore.
That's why I need the new Patriot battery, where I can charge up all my devices on the Patriot battery, which gets recharged by the sun, but not in a green new scam way, right? In a totally based and trad-pilled way. That's the way that this solar panel works, okay?
Because
none of that green technology in this. This solar panel actually kills 2 chipmunks every 30 minutes. Just sucks the life out of them to keep it working, right? Because we're not liberal here.
Cannot verify what people are saying about all the political violence, the division. I partnered with this production company called Ironclad, and we're doing an 8-part audio series on PSYOPs, on why foreign countries.
Okay, so it's a more content. It's an advertisement for. I got it. Okay, I really thought we were gonna get the Patriot battery or something. Maybe that's a different show. What I really want though from the prepper shit is the bucket. Have y'all seen the bucket? Do people know about the bucket? Wait, that's Inside Edition. Oh, this is like the bucket. Agoda?
Your getaway with Agoda today. All your travel needs and
Okay.
Welcome to the Jim Baker Show. Here are your
Okay, so have you ever wanted to eat a whole lot of food that it's like all like a giant bucket, like a macaroni out of a giant bucket, or mashed potatoes, or gravy, and you pour it into the bucket of mashed potato and you eat it with a giant spoon?
Jim and Lori Baker.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Great.
Great to have you back.
I'm scared of the music. Wait, which music is Vic's?
The man who discovered the blood moons is here with us.
Yes,
Martin
he
Bilks is
Yes.
back home. Thank you
Yes.
for coming back.
Thank you.
Great to have you back, Mark.
One thing, I don't know how many of you realize it. I think most of you here do because your audience is pretty sharp.
Oh, they are.
But just like you celebrate your birthday every year on your birthday,
Yes.
most people may not realize it, but this coming Monday is the very day Adam opened up his eyes for the first time in the Garden of Eden, and he proclaimed God as King.
Wow.
That's the anniversary of the creation of the world.
Wow.
10 days later is Yom Kippur, the Day of Judgment.
Do y'all get that? Oh,
You don't see him on
you
his
get that,
calendar
people?
for 500 more years.
Do y'all get that?
Wow.
Do y'all get that? You know, the people.
Incredible.
We're
Wow,
about a.
I
We're,
love that.
there's almost a month now before you can get your food.
Wow. That's
The food, that's what we're here for. I almost forgot about the food.
People are ordering food faster and faster.
wow.
In a few hours, there's going to be an event take place. And you won't get food for 6 months to a year.
Wait, did he say like in a half a month? How long? This was like 6 years ago when this video went up.
We will be right back after this special message.
The collapse is coming. Doomsday clock for global market crash strikes 1 minute to midnight. You hear that, John?
Bible says you're going to throw gold and silver in the streets. Tomorrow, we could
Gold has just reached a new all-time high.
look back and say yesterday was the last day to order and get prepared.
This offer comes with 22 buckets, plus a bonus of 6 additional buckets for a total of 28 buckets.
That's a lot of buckets.
I want to show you something. All this food is for a gift of $2,500. 8 years of bulk food. This is what you should be doing.
Wow.
John, you come up here. You're the right preacher. You told me to do this. Look at they got shovels. By the way, get a shovel. These are foldable shovels. It'll go in your backpack. This is how you dig the latrine.
I hope you're not making food with the shovel that you used for the latrine.
We made up. They've been cooking during the show.
Wow.
And this rice is hot.
Oh my god, the rice! Oh! Nom!
Wow, that's good.
Wait, but it's only bad when Zoran eats rice with his hands? It's not a issue here? Okay.
Right, you know.
Okay.
I'm hungry. I've been on this rope for about 5 hours right now. I couldn't put my hands in. I love you, man. I love you too.
Did they get high?
I'm eating rice on the show. Okay.
Does it come with a supply of cannabis too?
So you three guys, could you dump it into here? It's 22 gallons.
Oh my god.
Here, you shovel it. Okay, shovel it back over there. It looks like a snow pile in there. Boy, look at the steam come out.
Wow.
Okay, look at this. Look at this. Boy,
What's that? Velveeta?
But it's hot. This is
The cheesy broccoli rice.
Look at the broccoli in there.
There's broccoli in there? There's broccoli?
Why wouldn't you want that on the top of a pizza? If I went grocery out, I would eat right out of this shovel.
Wow.
Let's dump this in with the rice. There it goes. We're dumping 22 gallons into the rice. There we go.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Now I have 44 gallons. What if you have to survive for 2 years or 3 years? You're gonna need some more food. But
I have cheese all over my mouth. I'm sure I need a napkin.
And chat, this is why we need vaults. We need to just do Fallout. Like, even if there's no nuclear bombs, we should just do Fallout. We should get vaults and live in them, and we could eat communally out of fucking buckets. That would be sick. That would be so cool. Right? You could like, you know, could you you know, you hand your plate to somebody, could you give me some, like, you know, cheesy rice with broccoli, and they just like scoop it out with the shovel right into your bucket. You're carrying a little bucket. Yeah, everything's in a bucket. Everything comes in buckets in Fallout world.
You know, girls need
you
napkins.
put real broccoli in here, right?
There's 100% real broccoli.
But if these events take place, because the world's going to be on fire, and we never really dealt with. But if the world's on fire,
you're gonna need a lot of broccoli. Yeah.
There's not going to be anybody there to put it out.
Wow, that's
we ought to just get a bunch of bowls and serve it to the audience.
Right.
Can your camera? Oh, your camera. Can you all see that?
Oh, wait. Is that the mashed potatoes?
This is one bucket.
Wow.
Oh, pancakes. Okay. Okay, now I want pancakes. Who else wants pancakes now? Do pancakes sound good? Anyway, sorry, we had to do a little diversion from Hunter, but he's back.
Explanation as it relates.
These guys are like brothers now, right? They've basically solved the right left you know, culture war and all the whole conflict, right? They're gonna shake hands, they're gonna make a centrist party together. It's gonna be purple rain, purple revolution for everyone. The Democrats give up on the woke stuff, and the Republicans give up on the
the Don Jr.'s involvement with my sister's diary is that I believe with the person that stole it initially brought it to.
Oh shit, I got caught for hating waffles again. God damn it, outed. Never not want pancakes except for when you don't want to be seen as a waffle hater.
Lago. And
can I get 2 shelves worth of the yellow goop? Yo, I mean, I feel like I low-key, like, you know, if I had a house, right? I don't know. It'd be good to have some kind of like dry food for emergencies, but I don't think 8 years. Wait, if it's just like mashed potatoes and rice and stuff like that, should it really cost $2,000 for 8 years? 8 years is a long time. I feel like you could get a better price somehow.
And try and got it to like Don Jr., who I think was the one who eventually connected them with the people at Project Veritas, and then they just weaponized it.
Do you mind if I ask, what was I mean, I'm just curious, what was the conversation within the family when that came out?
Yeah, you're right. We never really got closure on the diary. Wait, when what come out? Are we talking about the diary again?
Oh, just got like the
journal.
The journal. Yeah. We're back. We're back on the journal.
Barbarity of these people. And I really mean it. It's like
oh, you only need one person in the neighborhood to have it, and then you got 44. Wait, maybe the future. Okay, what's that show? It's like it's Jim Henson, but it's not the Dark Crystal. It's like more like the Muppets, but they're underground. And they live in this like amazing cave that has like a lake in it, and like all of the like their rooms are like little areas of the cave, and they're all cozy and stuff. Is it Fraggle Rock? Okay, yeah. I feel like that could be like, why don't we just look into like doing a Fraggle Rock scenario? As much as I like the Fallout scenario, I feel like the Fraggle Rock scenario would be a little bit more cozy. The whole thing though is we'd have to take blankets maybe. No, wait, the blankets would get dank, right? It's a cave. How do you keep your blankets from getting dank in a cave? You know what I'm saying? They would get moldy. Like, I mean, it'd be cozy at first, but how did the Fraggles stay warm in a cave? That's what I want to know. Fraggle Rock is under the kitchen counter. The Fraggles would never let you sleep. Oh wait, that's like, isn't there somebody that was always getting woken up by them? Or no, they steal the vegetables, right?
Like, how do you get away with that and not pay for it? I mean, like, again, like, let's move this into the laptop. Okay, this is the same thing.
Wait, fire? Oh wait, they have fires down there? Wouldn't that get like? Wouldn't the fire like make the cave like unbreathable? Bulk food storage, repackaging in good freezer bags, then you store in the freezer. Oh hell yeah!
And writ large, you know, in which you steal someone's digital life and you turn it into whatever boogeyman that you want to.
Mm-hmm.
And just from let's just go to the most basic level of how wrong that is, of what a incredible invasion of anyone's privacy that is. And for instance, is it if I stole your phone, you have an encrypted phone, and I was able to then cobble together or broke into your iCloud, of which I know that they did, or and cobbled together whatever they ended up calling a laptop, okay?
The laptop from hell.
And then
they cobbled together a laptop. Oh my god, chat.
And was able to, through the worst period in your life, okay, which you talk openly about. You talk openly.
Wait, so I don't understand. What is he saying about the laptop? Is the laptop a real thing? Is he saying that they like stole they hacked stuff from him and they put it on a laptop? Because I remember the whole thing about the laptop was that there was no, like, the chain of custody was busted, right? It had been like somebody gave it to Rudy Giuliani, and then there was no way to like know that that was how the laptop was. Oh yeah, good point. Freezers are dependent on electricity, a grid, and local production. Yeah, you got to get stuff that you can take into the caves, right? And that it'll have a airtight lid that resists dank environments such as those of Fraggle Rock. Right? We wouldn't want to get. Wasn't the laptop just pics of him? Is Huge Hog some hooker and some blow? Here, I'll rewind it to just see, because like it's hard to understand what they're kind of yapping a little bit.
You have an encrypted phone, and that is. And
I take your digital life and I use it to, okay.
Incredible invasion of anyone's privacy. That is. And for instance, is it if of anyone's privacy of what a incredible invasion, how wrong that is to the most basic level to.
Mm-hmm.
And just from let's just go to the most basic level of of how wrong that is, of what a incredible invasion of anyone's privacy that is. And for instance, is it if I stole your phone, you have an encrypted phone, and I was able to then cobble together or broke into your iCloud, of which I know that they did, or and cobbled together whatever they ended up calling a laptop. Okay.
Okay.
And then
that's his claim. That's his claim, is that the laptop was not his, but they like hacked stuff from his cloud, from stuff that he'd put on the cloud, which is not, you know, a lot of people don't like protect their privacy as much as they should in regards to that.
And was able to, through the worst period in your life, okay, which you talk openly about. You talk openly about, your issues with.
Oh, MD Wheel did a good video on the laptop story. What did they cobble it together from? It was thought it was left at a computer shop. That was the claim, but it's just you're relying on Rudy Giuliani's word amongst other people's words, right? As far as like that, like, you know, the story that they got from the shop owner, right? Their supposed rationale for like, you know, for calling this Hunter Biden's computer is kind of, you know, impossible for them to prove because they didn't kind of keep it in a closed chain of custody or whatever. You have his passwords, you can rebuild his whole system locally. Yeah, it's something like that is what he's saying. Now, again, this is Hunter Biden, you know, I mean, not necessarily somebody I trust, but that's his counterclaim, right? It was that this was, you know, kind of hacked and then put on a computer, and then this whole story about the laptop from hell, which does sound like some kind of, you know, contrivance, is, you know, easy to put together, kind of like Gmail, right?
Instances that didn't make you proud of who you're being and try to change. And I took those moments and I took the every photo that was taken of you during that time in the worst period of your life and made a monster out of you in order to, and I know that was never about me.
I mean, some would say a monster, others would say it's like within normal, you know, dimensions. I don't know. It's not that monstrous.
It was about my dad. And it was to destroy my dad. I think that the thing that they truly thought, I think that the thing that Steve Bannon and Rudy Giuliani believed was that they would be able to repeat history in the same way that they, and do the same thing that they did to Senator Muskie in 1972. And they broke into his wife's psychiatrist's office.
Yeah.
They stole their private notes. They revealed that she was a...
He's describing the impetus of Watergate, right? You know, a lot of what Watergate was the cover-up itself. But yeah, this is the original incident, the original sin.
They struggled with alcoholism and, you know, every other embarrassing thing about her. And Edwin Muskie, everybody knew, who was a decent, hardworking, blue-collar senator from New Hampshire, that by all accounts was the only guy that could beat Nixon at that time. And they broke him. They broke him because they knew there was nothing that he cared about more in this world than his relationship with his wife and his family. And they broke him. And he cried on stage and talking about her in a time in which that was, you know, the end of somebody's political career, and he had to drop out of the race. And that was what their intent was with me. It was never about, because there is no evidence of.
Are those guns on display above their liquor? Yeah. Like, I mean, I complimented the background for, you know, it's at least, you know, on the other shot for having a lot of color in it. And then I noticed that, yeah, it's colorful alcohol bottles. And then like what are those, chat? Are those Uzis? Are those
of corruption in the laptop?
They're not Uzis, right?
Tell me what you think the laptop is. I mean,
AK-47s. Are they AK-47s? Do I know at least one gun?
I think the laptop is. I think that I think that I found out about the laptop. I think the first time I found out about the laptop, I interviewed this guy, Peter Schweitzer. And that was, if I remember correctly, this was years ago, that was a major part of the interview. And he actually gave me a hard drive of the laptop.
Yeah.
And so,
yo, Pat Falls, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 3 months for you. AK-67s, as my students would say. Wait, I may not know what I'm talking about, Chad. I'm not a gun knower. Not even in video games am I a gun knower. But thank you for the resubscribe.
Said that this had been scrubbed to take all the kiddie porn off of it. Otherwise, I couldn't have this. It would be illegal.
Yeah, exactly.
I never opened it because I just.
Yeah, but that's my point. Is that's the shit that they did.
That's what they, and then of course all the pictures of you with hookers and the Burisma emails, and apparently it was all on there. And
yeah, but for instance,
the fact in that you had dropped it off to a laptop repair.
Wait, it's just a 6. I fell for it again. I like legitimate was just like, well, maybe there's maybe it's like the AK is a whole series, right?
Guy.
Yeah. So, but for instance, just
you get the AK-17. That's basically an airsoft gun. You the AK-27. It's like a BB gun. The AK-37. It's like you can kill a small sparrow with it, and then
that is it. Remember the first thing that Rudy Giuliani did. It's called eliminationist rhetoric.
6-7 is a meme? You don't say.
He went to the steps of the Newcastle County Courthouse in Delaware and stood on the steps and demanded a meeting with the chief of the Newcastle County Police in Delaware and the state police and the attorney general and the U.S. attorney. And he said, basically, he pulled a, one of those I have here in my hand.
And that is a hype train. So you got a limited amount of time, I believe, 5 minutes? To earn exclusive emotes on Twitch. So if you've got a Twitch Prime burning a hole in your pocket, now's the time to use it. If you're thinking of re-upping or wanted to share the jellyfish with other people by gifting subs, now would be the time to do it. Because if you do it right now, you'll get the conductor badge, and I think that gives you the chance to earn the exclusive emotes.
And evidence of mistreatment of children and blah 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 blah. It's just all complete and utter bullshit. So Peter Schweitzer, Breitbart, he said they had to scrub it of images of children. Let me ask you a question. Do you think those images would have come out by now? I mean, it is absolutely insane, in a complete and utter fabrication, a complete lie, completely. But that's where they started, because they realized that it didn't have any evidence of the corruption that they then concocted about a bribe or billions of dollars flowing through, like you say, the Burisma emails. Yeah, there were emails from and to Burisma from me as a board member of a company in which I served on and I was transparent about, and I actually put out a press release about, in which show no evidence of any whatsoever criminal activity, any involvement of my father. Not one single communication between me and anyone in my dad's staff or my dad or anyone about me asking for a favor on behalf of a client. Not one, not a single one. So what they originally revert to? They originally reverted to basically accusing me of the worst thing that you could possibly ever accuse anybody of. That.
Child porn.
Yeah. I mean, imagine having to wake up from that. Wake up the next day from that. And thinking, even if one of the people that you respect in the world believed that that could be true. Like, oh my God. Like, how do you ever get out of bed? And then how do you defend yourself, Sean? What do you go out and do this? You go, I'm not a pedophile. I'm not a pedophile. Like, literally, like I don't beat my wife. You know what I mean? And that's what they did. And then they just repeat.
Oh my God, that's what Donald Trump is thinking right now. Yo, my Ruby Pearl, thank you for the 10 community subs. That is, oh my God, you just got the hype train to level 4. That's a level 4 hype train, chat. It's not quite the level whatever the majority report got up to, but that's pretty high for us. And yeah, thank you for the gift subs. Let me read those out. So, Pepega, sorry, I should know how to say Twitch words, right? You just got jellyfished. Ram Ranch Survivor, you just got jellyfished. Vigilance, you just got jellyfished. Stebo, you just got jellyfished. Earl 4, you just got jellyfished. Wow, cool. You just got jellyfished. Cooked, whoop. You just got jellyfished. What the fracking frack? You just got, that's what Hunter was saying earlier. What the fracking frack? But you just got jellyfished. Reeks of sensitivity, you just got jellyfished. And Super Lifter, old school NCC chatter, you just got jellyfished. You just got the jellyfish applied. And that's a good thing. All right, so here we are with Hunter Biden, trying to figure out what's going on with the laptop. He says, yeah, it was hacked right from his phone or something like that. And they put it on a laptop. I don't know, to make the story more interesting, I guess. I don't know, was it mixed then? Because I mean, it's a kind of a classic dirty trick for people to get some real information or some like real leak and then combine it with shit that's not real, so that it's kind of like, well, you know, these are real pictures of him, you know, naked with sex workers, right? Then, you know, maybe you think the other stuff in there is real too. Wow.
Over and over again until it kind of played out, until at least some responsible journalist said, okay, like, if you keep, like, we're not going to keep repeating this because it's patently false and there's zero evidence of it. So then they moved on to the next thing. They moved on to the next thing, that I was a, you know, the next thing was a symbiotic relationship between the Russian GRU and like Steve Bannon and Gao, the Chinese billionaire, you know, that ran the Chinese, that cult.
So I think he's saying the allegations against him resemble the real, you know, conflict of interest involving Bannon and the GRU is a Russian intelligence sector. I don't know what the fuck the name is for it is, but like a division, department, something. And then he's accusing. Anyway,
in which what they determined then is that I was funding weapons labs in Ukraine with George Soros to infect migratory birds to murder the population in Russia. And that was the whole thing. That got me sanctioned by the Russians. They did like a 2.5-hour press conference on it, and then it just comes around, and then in the
Got 1 minute left of the hype train. If anybody else wants to jump on and get those level 4 emotes.
The right wing, podcast ecosphere from Alex Jones back to Russia, back to Chinese operatives, back to Gao, back to Bannon, and then they recycle it again.
Is Gao like Chinese intelligence?
And then what ends up happening is that the New York Post and Sean Hannity, give it some credence. They don't do it in a way that is completely absurd, but they report on the accusations. And then the New York Times writes a story about the story. And then it gets on CNN, and Jake Tapper does a piece on, well, this may not be true, but clearly there's, Hunter Biden's corrupt.
Yeah, the whole idea of like where there's smoke, there's fire. I think that was the idea with the Hunter Biden stories. The whole thing is, though, chat, I never knew actually what they were saying about Hunter Biden. There's the hype train coming in at level 4. Congratulations, everybody. Open that, open your hype chests if you want to see. Oh, it's this one. It's the popcorn one. Very useful emoji for tonight's stream. A lot of popcorn, a lot of popcorn moments tonight.
What are you talking about? And what do? So I started the day as a pedophile, and I went to bed as some super spy that is providing billions of dollars in funding for weapons labs. And I woke up the next morning being accused of something else.
And the only charge that stuck was that gun charge, right?
And it became almost impossible. So what I can tell you,
or would have stuck, I guess.
There is no laptop. That's bullshit. What was provided out there, there
was no fucking laptop.
There is an actual physical laptop that somebody had, but the guy that said he had the laptop, the existence of the search for the laptop came before he was even a twinkle in Rudy Giuliani's eye. There were people talking to Lev Parnas. Lev Parnas literally went to Ukraine to get a laptop from Dmitry Firtash, to get a hard drive, Hunter Biden's hard drive from Dmitry Firtash and Andrei Derkach in Ukraine, in Austria. 4 months before John Paul McIsaac nobody ever existed. And so what they did,
I'm a little lost. Anybody get this?
Stolen, concocted, fabricated.
Who's the John Paul guy?
Mishmash of digital information, largely which is, thousands and thousands and thousands of emails from 25 years. I mean, no laptop could have held all of that. And so what they did is they put it all together, and then they talk about it. I mean, John Paul McIsaac.
John Paul McIsaac. Okay. Who is this guy? He sounds like a made-up guy, doesn't he? The owner of the Delaware computer shop, John Paul McIsaac, said the laptop has been left by a man who identified himself as Hunter Biden. So his story is that Hunter Biden dropped off the laptop and never picked it up, I guess. McIsaac also stated that he is legally blind and could not be sure whether it was actual Hunter. This story just gets better, doesn't it? 3 weeks before the 2020 presidential election, the New York Post published a front page story that presented emails from a laptop alleging they showed corruption by Joe Biden, the Democratic presidential nominee, and Hunter Biden's father. According to the Post, the story was based on information provided to Rudy Giuliani, the personal attorney for incumbent president candidate Donald Trump, by McIsaac. So McIsaac contacts Rudy Giuliani, gives the computer to him. Forensic analysis later authenticated some of the emails from the laptop, including both emails used in the post in their initial reporting.
Who is literally blind.
Yeah, why was the laptop? So yeah, how did it get to the US from Ukraine?
Has no, there's no videotape of me ever dropping off a laptop. There's no, so whatever.
You never dropped off a laptop?
I have no recollection whatsoever.
Dmitry, my Ruby Pearl says, Dmitry Firtash is a mobster who bought a lot of Boeing, and he's banned from entering the United States. He's in Austria. Did they just mention Firtash? I feel like was Firtash in that drop site article that we read? Somehow that name sounds familiar. Saying the laptop was never his, and Ops put his hacked stuff onto a laptop to frame him. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what the claim, it sounds like that, yeah, that there was some real stuff in there, and then there was fake stuff, right? But yeah, you could never, confirm like the chain of custody, for instance. The whole story seems fishy to begin with.
Of ever dropping off a laptop to John Paul McIsaac, to his shop.
Supposedly Hunter learned this info from Giuliani's goon Lev Parnas post facto.
So what he did, though, let me just put it this way. Say I did. Say I
don't do the OJ thing. Come on, Hunter. Don't do... What? But if I did...
Laptop in to get repaired. Okay? And you're John Paul McIsaac. And what he says is he reads, and he goes to repair the laptop, but then he starts to read the files in the laptop. And he reads a file, and he sees files about Burisma. By the way, a board of which I'm on, of an independent private Ukrainian company, in which I am a board member doing corporate governance as an attorney. And he says that the only thing that he can think of doing is calling Rudy Giuliani. He's a laptop repair shop owner in Wilmington, Delaware, whose store is 3.5 miles at most from where my parents live, where everybody knows my parents live. So if he had a laptop that he wanted to return, he thinks that the best thing to do is call Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, Bob Costello, and give it to my sworn enemy, who then take it. And in it, I will once again ask you this question. What crime has anyone ever...
But there was no laptop, right?
No, he took a hard drive. He took whatever he said. He said that he had a damaged laptop, and what he did is he downloaded a hard drive, and then he gave that hard drive to Bob Costello. And then from that hard drive, you have people like Patrick Byrne and Jack Maxey and a whole bunch of other people. Like, I could list the names that come together. There's one woman that's like known as Cat Lady or something like that, literally. And what they say that they...
Wait, are you sure that she didn't name her cat Vagina? Not that.
Cobbled together all of this digital material that was floating out everywhere, that had been stolen from phones, that had been taken from the dark web, that had been taken from the hard drive that John Paul McIsaac... They consolidated it all. And they consolidated it all, and they made it out to be this thing.
But have they like admitted to this, or...
And so then the story doesn't become about the laptop at all, because there's nothing in the laptop other than a record of me being a degenerate drug addict at the worst moment in my life. At the worst moment of my life, of people clearly, me not taking selfies, of people clearly taking pictures of me in the rooms that I found myself in, smoking crack, doing drugs, doing whatever. Nothing criminal. Other than, obviously, drug use. And what other people would think is, abhorrent behavior. I mean, whatever. I mean, having sex with women.
Sucking toes. Smoking crack.
And so they take that And then you can say whatever you want. No one read the stories. When you put me naked on the front page of the New York Post over and over again with a crack pipe in my mouth, it becomes like gold. And Miranda Devine said it was the most read, the most followed story in the history of the paper. Wow. She's written and sold 2 best-selling books based upon that. And it's all about the pictures. It's like sex, drugs, and politics, man. And that's what they did. So then it became about the cover-up of the laptop story. You know why Twitter took down that story? Because non-consensual pornography. It's because under what is the law today that was pushed by Melania Trump, it's revenge porn. You're not allowed to take a picture that is stolen from somebody's digital material of them in naked and with another person and publish it. I mean, you're not allowed to do that. It's a crime. But in my instance, and so that's what the New York Post story ran in the initial story, and it had naked pictures of me in there. And under the terms of Twitter, they took it down when I objected to it. So you got to take that down. And so they took it down, and then that became the hobby horse for everybody. Is that it was an issue of free speech, and how the deep state.
So if you want to know the origins of the Trump, like, stop the steal claim, right? The very beginning, before the Kraken, before the, you know, the paint dripping down, or the hair dye dripping down Rudy Giuliani's brow, and or the ill-fated press conference, or any of that stuff, right? It started with the justification really started with the allegation that this story had been killed, and had it not been killed, Trump would have won the election. That somehow the Biden administration put its thumb on the scale to stop this story from coming out, and that this is an example of, you know, essentially heavy-handed government suppressing free speech. And in reality, yeah, it was a revenge corn complaint, which got it pulled down. He is bad at talking, like father, like son.
Buried the story. What story? That I was a drug addict? And then I was in rooms in which people took pictures of me, and I took pictures of myself? Because otherwise, I've sat across from.
So he's saying what was taken down was not the story, which, you know, is available in the New York Post, among other places, but the pictures.
From journalists, I've sat across from detractors, and I don't know of anybody that's kind of at least more informed than you are in terms of the number of people that have come through this studio
I will be
that have had an opinion about it. And I know that you prepare, and you have a team that prepares. Has anyone of your team ever been able to tell you of any crime other than crimes of as it relates to illicit drug use that is on the laptop? And I mean, wouldn't you have, if there were, wouldn't you come? And by the way, obviously, like, it's all there, Sean. Like, there's nothing more to show. So there's not a single instance of a crime. And I told you is that I got investigated by Crim Tax and Maine Justice. I got 6 years of investigation of the U.S. Attorney in the state of Delaware, in the state of, in Pittsburgh, in Baltimore, in the Baltimore field office, in the Philadelphia field office, the U.S. Attorney in Los Angeles, the House Ways and Means Committee, the House Judiciary Committee, the House Oversight Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, Oversight Committee. Every one of them, and probably a number of foreign foreign intelligence agencies. Not a single criminal act has been even accused of me that is based on evidence from the laptop. So the irony is that the thing that they hang around my neck as being this, this great sin, the laptop, is in actuality evidence of the absolute bullshit of their accusations.
Wow.
So they say that I was engaged in some type of bribery in Ukraine. Now, the person that stated that to an FBI agent in an FD 1023, a confidential informant statement, was then arrested by the same special prosecutor that was prosecuting me, because they blew up my plea deal because you had Congress come to the U.S. attorney and say, this is bullshit. We know that he was engaged in bribery because we have an FD 1023, a private confidential thing, an informant that claims that he was engaged in bribery and has evidence of it. So they blow up my plea deal, okay, because of that. And they pretend like it was because some confusion as it relates to,
I've never given a shit, says Coral Powell, about this story because he's not the one running for office. It's a lot more telling how the media covered up the SA story. So, yeah, Tara Reid, that's what I was talking about earlier. I couldn't remember her name, but we didn't get a lot of answers. The fucked up thing, though, when you look at what's the difference between Tara Reid and this shit, right? It's that you got Bernie as Biden's main competition there. And Bernie, I don't think, said anything about Tara Reid. And also, the media, didn't, think it was... They just, acted like it's not a story. It's not a real thing. Tara Reid, not a real person. No. We're not going to, go over this and, look at the veracity. We're just going to ignore it, right? And I think that that wouldn't have happened if it wasn't Biden versus Bernie, and the media had a very much a made up its mind about that election, that primary.
I had immunity. Everybody gets immunity when they do a plea deal. Why would you enter a plea deal if you didn't get immunity from the federal government that they weren't going to come back and, charge you with something else? And so they blow up the plea deal and they bring this guy in, the informant,
Pardon, or the
Smirnoff.
Plea deal.
And they bring him in and they say, okay, tell us about this bribery. Tell us about this FD 1023 that you have members of Congress out there waving around as evidence of Joe Biden's corruption. And he basically breaks down and says, it's all bullshit. He was encouraged to do so by others. He was encouraged to do so by people in intelligence, in Russian intelligence. That's the story. Go read the story about Smirnoff, who's sitting in jail, serving a sentence for lying on the FD 1023. Well, now that story blows up, what do? 3 days before the statute of limitation runs on these charges, they charge me with the things that they had just come to a plea with me on. Anyway, man, the laptop. Once again.
The laptop. Back to the laptop.
There are people out there that have just dined out on this, the laptop. And it's become a kind of buzzword for, corruption of some kind of epic, roadmap to the Biden crime family. Tell me, other than me being a evidence of me being a crack addict, what the laptop tells you. Because not a single person that comes from a good place, like you say, 10% from the big guys. Somebody sent me an email about a deal when my dad was not vice president of the United States and when he was not president of the United States, in which they proposed, if that's what they meant, that my dad, the big guy, would get 10% of the deal, of which I never entered into the deal with them and never did a deal with them.
It's funny how those details don't make it in.
And so, you know, all of this bullshit about, like, for instance, like, you know, 35 former, you know, they harp on all the time. And then it became about free speech. Well, then it became about the big cover up of the story, you know. Remember that? And they had hearings on it. And they, you know, after Elon bought Twitter and turned it into X, and they had that that reporter's name come on, and he said, you know, lamented the fact that, you know, the story was taken down.
This man hates Matt Taibbi. And look, I hate Matt Taibbi too. Matt Taibbi, at one moment in time, was a hero of a younger version of myself, and just like what he became, it's absolutely disgusting. And maybe always was. I mean, we'll never talk about the allegations on Matt Taibbi, but that was like maybe even what prompted him to take an anti-woke pivot. But Hunter hates Matt Taibbi to the point where he was about to mention him and he stops himself. He's like, I am not going to even say this man's name. Fuck this guy. So many good reasons to hate Taibbi. Yeah. TYT interviewed Tara, then quietly took the video down after. CNN Larry King Live was its own YouTube channel, and that had all the back episodes, including the 1990s episode where Tara's mom called in to ask about what to do about her daughter being assaulted by a politician. That video was quietly pulled from YouTube. Goddamn.
And the reason it was taken down is because the deep state and the CIA and, remember when the story was taken down. In the Trump administration. My dad wasn't president when the story was taken down. He wasn't vice president when the story was taken down. Trump controlled all levers of government. Twitter took down the story because it violated their own revenge porn laws, because it was publishing pictures.
This happens a lot, right? This whole dynamic of the accusations at Biden or the Democrats are about things that took place. The latest example is the attacker in Washington D.C., the Afghani asset of the U.S. military that was brought over, yes, and approved of his residence was the Trump administration.
Of me naked with other people having consensual sex, but without my consent, which is an absolute and complete violation of any of the rules of Twitter or even X as it stands now. That's why they took it down. And let me ask you that. Is there anybody that's listening to this, if somebody stole your phone for whatever reason and decided that they wanted to accuse you of other things, but the way they were going to do is they were going to show you and your wife having sex naked in their bedroom, do you think they should be able to do that and put it up on X right now?
No.
And in that, accuse you of other things? Say, Hunter Biden accused of bribery without anything to back it up, but then show a picture of you in a motel room doing drugs, naked, with a woman. Does anybody have the right to do that? Do you think that X shouldn't have taken that down, or that Twitter shouldn't have taken that down? Because I'll tell you what it did is Bannon's a genius, because then that became the story, and that became the cover up, and that became the thing that was the great injustice, which led into the whole J6 thing and the stop the steal part of it. And if they had just let the story of Hunter Biden's laptop come out, they actually that's where how the election was stolen. Is that if the corruption that the laptop proved, well, I keep going back to, what did it prove? And I keep coming back to like the idea, I don't know of anybody that is more informed in terms of the people that they have spoken to than you. Has anybody been able to tell you what Hunter Biden's laptop proves?
No.
I know. And so here I am.
I mean, look, the guy, you know, he's not a good guy. He's full of shit in a lot of ways, very, you know, serving in a lot of what he's doing. But that part was true. That is the truth. Like, in terms of Biden being an issue of corruption, you know, for the Democratic ticket in 2024, you know, even if it had been Joe Biden, yeah, it doesn't make sense. The other thing that didn't make sense to me, and I think somebody in chat said this earlier, it's his son. It's Biden's son. It's not him. They were always trying to kind of go after Biden. I mean, I guess the only things were like the 10% for the big guy, which I had always thought, like, the story that I had heard was like Biden or that Hunter was the one that said 10% for the big guy, but yeah, that laptop story, I do agree with him, was the original impulse for, or the, you know, the real justification for the Stop the Steal and for Jan 6.
6 years later, Sean, and I'm still talking about a fucking laptop that actually it's not even a laptop.
Yeah, good point, Neoprogress. Biden is corrupt in the same way that everyone else is corrupt in Washington, right?
It's an amalgamation and
money and politics,
digital material that has been stolen from me over the course of 22 years, and some of it fabricated. And all you got to do is just add a little bit here and there. I mean, that's what Gao did, and there's tapes of it. There's tapes of Gao talking to Bannon the night before the election in 2020.
I'm sorry. In which there's tapes of what is Gao? Did we decide Gao is like Chinese intelligence, or is Gao a person?
He's talking about how they've taken the hard drive to New Zealand and they're manufacturing pictures.
Oh my God.
Of me with
this whole time I was thinking we were talking about like an organization called GAU. GAO? GAO? No, GAU? Galt? Yeah, I'm not seeing. Anybody know how to spell Gao? He's talking about a Chinese billionaire. Do you know how to? Is it GAO? But he's saying there's like videotapes of this.
Children in China.
Are you serious?
Yes, there's literal. I mean, you literally have Gao. I mean, go to the Mother
You
Jones.
have access to that?
Yeah, go to Mother Jones. It's all unreported, but nobody listens. I mean, literally, there are tapes of Bannon, Gao, and others sitting around talking about how they've stolen the laptop, how they've stolen the hard drive, and how they're manufacturing.
He's so bad at this. He's so bad at this. I'm sorry. There is no laptop. I'm sorry.
Images, because they can do any. You can say whatever you want at this point. Go listen to the tapes. They're literal tapes.
He was very close to winning outright. Then.
Wait, System Sounds, was that me?
Shutting down Trump. That the hard drive from hell.
Or was that somehow Sean Ryan's system?
Then the other thing is the way we blunted, the way we drove up Biden's negatives. The only thing that stopped the momentum was the hard drive from hell, right? And,
Yeah.
and two parts of that were Luda's editorial creativity over the pictures, and really the CCP involvement. That's what shocked the American people. Sleepy Joe, he never drove up Biden's negatives. It was only when we got the hard drive and got it to you that in the post.
Yeah.
If you look at here's where the Bidens fucked up. From the day the Post story came out, and then you started pumping out, we got you the stuff, and you started just dumping it out, and then the internet started picking up, and they suppressed it. Remember, the best thing that happened to us was Twitter and Facebook suppressing it, because then everybody wants to see it. Remember, we hammered this guy every day for 10 days with the worst pictures in the world, drug addict, taking money from CCP, from Chinese spies. No response. Nothing. And the negatives just keep going up, because people are sitting there going, I didn't know that about Joe Biden, but Joe Biden, not one person came out and said, those pictures are not true, right? Nobody came out and said anything you're saying is not true. Even the wildest allegations, when Trump got COVID, and when Trump had that first debate, within that 1 week period, Biden could have put him away. The campaign would have been over. Biden would have won with 500 electoral votes. But they didn't do it, and we were able to stop it. So now, I'm not saying Trump's going to win, but we have a fighting chance.
These are legit?
Oh, 100% legit. 100%.
I mean, I would believe Mother Jones, but they wrote a hit piece on me that's complete.
Well, by the way, the tapes exist, and I will send you the link to the Mother Jones article with the physical tapes that no one's ever denied actually exist.
I don't know, chat. Was Mother Jones lying about him?
By the way, with Bannon's partner, Miles Quack, who by the way is in prison for the next 45 years from stealing over $1.8 billion from Chinese dissidents.
Do you know why this?
He's the one that lit his apartment on fire when the FBI raided it in the Sherry Netherland on Park Avenue.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they raided his apartment. He had the penthouse as a Sherry Netherlands, or that one right on Park Avenue, and the FBI came in, and all of the hard drives went up in flames and burned the whole penthouse apartment on Park Avenue. By the way, Steve Bannon's partner.
Hey, chat, just so you know, when you come in and spam things, you look like a bot. So I don't know what's going on in chat, but hopefully mods can figure it out.
Who at that exact same time, Steve Bannon is sitting with Jeffrey Epstein, coaching him about how he can, fool the American people into the fact that he's not really a fucking pedophile. That's Steve Bannon, who concocted this whole thing, who put this whole thing together, and handed parts of it off to Rudy Giuliani. I mean, it's all there. Talk to Noel Dumpy, his assistant. Talk to Lev Parnas. I mean, Lev Parnas says the entire Russia thing, the entire thing about Ukraine and bribery and the corruption of the Biden family. He was the guy that Giuliani literally deputized, that Trump literally deputized to go to Ukraine and dig up dirt on me.
Also, got to point out, like, Steve Bannon, I keep on seeing people on the left either giving him begrudgingly his flowers, or sometimes even collabing with him, right? Ryan Grimm. I don't know what that was about. But maybe find another right winger to, I don't know, do populism with, because Steve Bannon is a fucking snake. You can tell that by that conversation right there. You can tell what he is. He's a fucking political operative, right? You wouldn't, if Roger Stone was like, I don't know, hey, I think Republicans have been lying about climate change, you wouldn't fucking side with him, would you? You wouldn't be like, oh yeah, Roger Stone saying it. I mean, you know what the fuck, the guy's got a Richard Nixon tattoo on his back, right? But Bannon is maybe even worse. The other thing is, if you think you're getting anything out of it, right? Maybe choose somebody that is not in the fucking Epstein files, for fuck's sake, right? It's not even a good look. It's not even a good look. I don't know what you think you're being like, oh, I'm so bipartisan. Look at this. We can come together as populists. Bannon doesn't mean that shit. Anyway, it's pretty pathetic. Gavin Newsom's instinct were to invite Bannon on his podcast. Did that actually go down? I know he had Charlie Kirk on there. Did he actually have Steve Bannon, or did the I don't know, did his fans revolt?
Talk to Lev Parnas. That partner says it's all bullshit. We made it all up. And we sat there with John Solomon and Ken Vogel of the New York Times and Rudy and what's his name? I'm going to get names wrong and I'm going to get sued. But my point is, it's all there. I'm not making any of this shit up. Bob Costello. They literally went to Ukraine and took a dossier and filmed it with OAN from a guy named Derkach, okay, who was a known Russian GRU agent, and I swear to God I'm not making any of this even remotely up, who's wanted for treason, who fled to Russia and now serves in the Duma in Russia as a Russian senator.
Wait, this is some
one that came up with the bullshit bribery thing.
I never knew that this guy was like real life Austin Powers. That's why he's so horny, chat. He's like, yeah, baby. It's Hunter Biden, international man of mystery. Oh, behave. Yeah, no, he's like Austin Powers, but for real. And that's why he's so goofy, as well.
Are you fucking kidding?
No, and by the way, and this is the thing that drives me insane. It's Rudy Giuliani with an OAN film crew with Derkach, who is literally has been tried in absentia and convicted of treason inside of Ukraine, who has fled to Russia and has made it clear that he is a Russian agent. He was sanctioned and convicted in absentia or charged in the United States for being a GRU agent. That's where Giuliani was getting all of his information. He's the one that told them that Dmitry Firtash wanted to sell Hunter Biden's laptop 5 months before. 5 months before this, what's his name ever existed, the laptop repair shop guy.
Mac, John.
And I can 100% give you each one of these things. I can give you the tapes of the Mother Jones, of the conversation between Bannon Gao and the 4 or 5 other people that were in his apartment the night before. That's when Bannon says that, you know what we're going to do when he loses the election.
So look, again, Hunter's a scumbag. I mean, he's going to, if you like, there was some truth coming out of him here. And some truth that you just haven't heard on the media. And the reason is, I think, partially, this is a 5-hour conversation. It's not simple, right? It's a story that just does not have. I don't know if they're like 60 minutes would be something that the closest thing I can think of to being able to give this story any room to actually be told, and that's not gonna. It's not gonna happen at 60 minutes anymore.
Just gonna say it's stolen. That's what we're going to do. He lays out the entire Stop the Steal effort.
This shit's 100% real. It's
100% real.
It's not that 11 labs that
100% real
or any of that shit.
100% real. 100% real. And so all of this stuff exists, but you know what? Nobody gives a fuck about me. In the aftermath of what happened with J6, nobody gives a fuck about what they did in terms of what I'm talking about, in terms of like the complete dehumanization of me. And so then I became the pariah by everyone. Nobody in the Democratic Party stepped up, except for maybe a couple people that like stood by me. You want to figure out who's your friend? Here's another gift that they gave me.
Again, we're talking about the origins of Jan 6. We're talking about like the Bannon team, which is twisting reality every single day. Like all this important, but no, Hunter wants to bring it back to him, right? This the whole point is this is feel sorry for me. And like, to be real, he was kind of like, set upon by a bunch of really scummy people.
Oh, who's really my friend? Because if you were willing to stand with me or even be seen with me or be associated with me with any way for a period of time, there was nothing in it for you. Absolutely zero, nothing. The biggest regret that I have is I allowed them to think that I couldn't be around my dad because I would rub off, because I would bring. By the way, like for instance, like this bullshit, the cocaine in the cubby hole in the West Wing.
Okay.
We were talking about it before. Like, on what fucking planet am I walking in off of West Exec Avenue with my own Secret Service detail, stopping by the cubby in the situation before you go into the situation room, and deciding that I'm going to put a baggie of cocaine into the cubby hole before I make it on my way to the residence.
I want to point something out too, okay? People that have substance abuse issues don't usually leave their drug of choice around. Don't usually make this kind of fuck up. Right? If there's a container there, you would expect it to be empty. Otherwise, as soon as, it's realized that the bag or whatever is missing, they're going to come looking for it, right? That doesn't seem to be the case here. That kind of seems like something that was planted, right? And if I'm not mistaken, it was in a place that was like, was it somewhat publicly accessible? Again, like Hunter Biden, not a great guy. Joe Biden, not a great guy. But yeah, this cocaine story smells like bullshit.
In what world? In what world does that make even the most insane drug addict like sense of anything? But you know how many people fucking believe that? You've had guests on here who come and accuse me of actually that being mine. But that could be, I wasn't even there. You know how much time I spent in the White House over the course of the 4 years? I'd say no more than maybe 8 to 10 days a year, the entire time that my dad was in office. And this is a family that does everything together. You know how hard that was for me? Not to be there? Just to be there. For him. Like, he didn't have my brother. And then and basically virtually lost me because I allowed people people around him that I'll never forgive for not pushing back. And then you start to think, well, you're the drug addict, Hunter. You're the one that put yourself in those rooms. You're the one that allowed those pictures to be taken or took. You're the one that, allowed your stuff to be stolen or lost. You're the one that embarrassed the family. So best just to stay away. Fuck that, man. I figured out, a while back is that was exactly what they wanted is for me to fail, is for me to relapse. I truly believe that what they really wanted to happen is they wanted to make it impossible for my dad to emotionally, even remotely mount a campaign or to govern, knowing that there's only one thing that he cares more about than this country, and as I think everybody should, is their family. It's his family, and I refused.
The fact that Biden crime family as a phrase was ever uttered before Trump crime family took hold of the narrative is wild. I think people are starting to come around to it. now. I think that Trump's corruption in the second term is so just like on its face that it's hard to ignore at this point. And any of these accusations against the Biden family look absolutely ridiculous. Even if you took the, corruption they're accused of as like 100% true, it just pales in comparison to the like full scale selling of the White House under Trump.
Refuse to allow them to do that. And I knew there was one way, the fastest way to fail is to not figure out how to be clean and sober for good. But I'll tell you what.
There's a lot of silence in
They're
this
good at it.
conversation.
And I sit here and I talk about like the laptop, or I was on the board of a company, Burisma. You see what they're doing, man?
Yeah.
I don't care what.
It would, yeah, it's not that January 6th wouldn't have, happened. Yeah, obviously Trump does not deal with losing very well. He is a, man in denial. But what I mean is the justification, right? If you were to pin him down, I don't know, give him truth serum and say, Donald, what the fuck? Do you really think the election was stolen for you? I believe he'd say yes, it was. And he would describe this laptop thing. I think that's Trump's justification, right? That's not to say that he's above, trying to steal the election otherwise. I mean, there's another phone call that came out from Georgia just recently. It's even more brazen than the perfect phone call. Just find me 11,000 votes. But yeah, this is like the origin of the aggrievement. And if you talk to Republicans that are less, ridiculous, that are less like, I don't know, conspiracy minded, right? That's the story they'll give you too. Like, right, that's their kind of last refuge, right? When you say, hey, the election wasn't stolen, it was decisive, it was clean, right? Either that or they'll use the mail-in ballots, right? So you're right when you say that January 6th might have still happened, right? Yeah, he could have justified it by the mail-in ballots, sure. But what he did, and what a lot of these people justify it by, is their belief that that they got Hunter Biden, dead to right, and that the media, blocked it. And they'll even say the Biden administration blocked it, even though obviously Biden wasn't in power during his election, facing the incumbent Donald Trump. Like, Hunter's reminding us of that too. Give him the McDonald's the truth syrup. Oh my God, I love that. Anybody else love McDonald's breakfast? I mean, it's terrible. I shouldn't love it. It's bad. It's gross. It's unholy. But you know what I'm talking about? Like, you get it, and it's like the hot cakes, and then you either get, what is it like? But anyway, they're terrible pancakes. I don't know why I love them so much. And the syrup, just shitty corn syrup with a little bit of maple flavor or whatever the fuck that shit is. But I can't fucking refuse to eat McDonald's. Well, I don't eat it now. I don't eat any. McDonald's is a little bit too meaty for my diet. But I just remember when I was like little, like, that even though I knew the pancake breakfast was terrible, like, I don't know. I think I just wanted to play in the playground, probably. That was back when they had playgrounds. Damn. Did you know there was playgrounds at McDonald's once? Yeah, for real. 6, 7. Anyway, those hot cakes are like drugs. I don't know what the how do I love that stuff? How do I love it so much? All of the breakfast. I think it was just like maybe it was just a special thing growing up when we'd be so, for whatever reason, have to go by McDonald's for breakfast.
What you think about anything. I don't know how you can look at what they're doing in the way in which they are profiting off the presidency. Directly profiting and directly. Don Jr. opened up a club in Georgetown called the Executive Club, and he's charging people a $500,000 initiation fee to join the club, with the stated purpose of the club being it was the place where you can come and rub shoulders with the decision makers in his father's administration. $500,000, the second most expensive club in the country.
Are you serious?
I'm pondering some.
Yeah, where nobody knows your name. Yeah.
That's serious. $500,000 to join.
So they opened a club.
They're like, who are you?
They opened a club, and on opening night of the club, they had half the cabinet there. Of the club, $500,000 initiation fee for a private club run and owned by Don Jr. called the Executive Club. And they state the purpose.
I think I'm just craving carbs. I don't know.
Purpose. It's the place.
That's some serious carbs, right? The pancakes and the syrup. Yeah.
To go to be able to be with the people that are the greatest influence within the administration, cabinet members.
In before I get accused of hating waffles.
Has a private equity company. Don Jr. has a private equity company. It's just in the New York Times and in the Washington Post and in the Wall Street Journal and in every newspaper.
Oh my God, the hash browns. Oh my God. Those have to be so bad for you somehow because I love those. What the hell was it with those shitty hash browns that clearly they'd been sitting around for like, an hour by the time you got them, but somehow they were still good.
On page 14, of which his private equity company has a majority stake in a startup drone company that's never produced a drone. It has 13 or 30 employees, I don't know. They got the largest loan guarantee of $695 million that the Pentagon has ever issued. And that's just one of the companies in which he has his private equity firm is invested that has contracts with the Pentagon. Just one.
Chat, we got to take the rich's toys away. I hate to break it to you. Those of you that want social democratic reform to do it the right way, there's no time for that, right? We got to take their toys away. We're going to end up with a Trump family intelligence agency. I kid you not. Right? And don't worry, it won't be staffed by the Trump family. They'll hire all the, for all the most reactionary intelligence industry people they can find. I won't eat McDonald's because they are on the list, but maybe you shouldn't eat McDonald's, chat, in case you're hearing me and this sounds like a McDonald's commercial and I'm like reminiscing. It's not worth it. You could probably make those that's what I gotta do, chat. I gotta figure out how to make those pancakes myself and tell everybody how to do it so that they won't have to, violate the boycott and not, because some people out there aren't over McDonald's the way that I am. And, that's just my luck.
You want to talk about
Orange Pinkertons? Is that what Mayor McChee, or what's his name? What's the cop? Isn't there like a burger cop in the McDonald's menagerie or whatever? You can't call it T. Oh yeah, that's the total information awareness thing. Yeah, that's gonna confuse. Oh, for something else. Okay, I was thinking total information awareness, but McDonald's shouldn't be eaten. Yeah, mainly for health reasons. Yeah.
They talk about me doing foreign business. What fucking foreign business are you talking about? I had a partner.
Oh, that would be the Trump intelligence, the Trump family intelligence agency. It'd be the TFIA, just so we don't get it confused with any kind of, what is was that like a Palantir thing? The total information awareness? I thought it was like a NSA thing that they got caught doing, and people were like, what the fuck is this? So they basically handed it over to Palantir, and Palantir still kept working on the project in the private, but it's in the private industry, so it's okay.
It's part of a private equity company, and we were going to invest in natural gas in the United States in an industry that I knew of, and it fell apart, and it didn't happen. And I worked on the board of.
I'm sorry. Fracking is the word that you're looking for. All right, let's be real. He was talking about fracking. Trump crime family intelligence agency. Yeah, there we go.
And as a lawyer, I represented a guy that was from Romania for a 3-month period of time. There's my foreign business. I never had any business with any foreign government ever. They're building towers in Saudi Arabia. They're building towers in the UAE. They're building they're doing spas and golf courses and residential properties in Qatar. They're building on government property that they bought through Jared Kushner's fucking private equity fund, a government-owned island in Albania, I think it is, and they're doing one of the last public spaces in Serbia, a deal directly with the government. And that's just the tip of the fucking iceberg.
Well, don't forget about Gaza.
And Jared Kushner.
Wait, whoa. No reaction? Hunter Biden just like... And moving on.
Not basically, has flat out stated that Gaza is all about a real estate play.
Oh.
In which it is the best beachfront property in the Mediterranean. And they're going to redevelop Gaza. And where are they going to get the money to do it? They're going to get the money from the Saudi royal family. They're going to get it from the Emiratis. They're going to get it from the Qataris. They're going to get it from the Russians. They're going to get it from the oligarchs, from Blavatnik, from all of these guys. From Dmitry Firtash, who has been wanted for extradition in Australia and the United States for the past 10 years. And all of a sudden, he's off the extradition list. But by the way, he's doing a deal with Naftagaz and the Saudis and Don as it relates to the pipeline. As Jared Kushner and what's his name, Witkoff, who has zero experience. Everybody says that I don't have experience. I was a fucking adjunct professor at Georgetown University School of Foreign fucking Service. I served on 19 different boards. I was the chairman of the board of the largest the largest support group for the largest humanitarian organization in the world. I had traveled the world. I had been to all the places that you were jumping from. I've been, not with a gun, but there in the refugee camps and everywhere else. And they said that I didn't have experience. It's a Yale fucking educated lawyer. What experience does...
Okay, now I want to know what Hunter Biden thinks about Gaza. Right now, the host is just asking him about specifically like the Trump Gaza, corrupt development project or whatever the fuck they're doing down there. But yeah, neither the host nor Hunter Biden do we know what they feel about the overall of what Israel's done to Gaza.
Did Don Jr. have?
Or the relationship between the United States and Israel in general.
In anything other than being handed a check in an office by his dad. Name one. Jared Kushner had the biggest...
Fail son versus fail son? Can we do this? Can we start a fight between Jared Kushner, Hunter Biden, Don Jr., et cetera, et cetera?
Real estate failure in the history of real estate in New York when he bought the 666 building on Fifth Avenue.
Right next to the 67 building.
It had to be bailed out by the Qataris when Trump was president. And we're wondering, whether Hunter Biden... I don't get it, man. I really don't. And I sit here and I think, well, shouldn't that make you fucking mad? Shouldn't that make everybody mad? Forget about me. Forget about whether you think I'm a fucking, crook or whatever you want to believe. They're doing it right in front of our face. I mean, the New Yorker, assessment of how much money that they've made over in the first 10 months is $3.4 billion that they can identify in the increase in the wealth of the Trump family in 9 months. And by the way, it's not like that they're not directly telling us.
Also those Christian conspiracy theorists that like worship Trump as a quasi messiah, what do they make about the fact that he owns a property with the address 666? What do they make of that? How do they reconcile that?
And I don't understand. Like, if I give myself, or give the people that voted for him the widest latitude with the belief that, like what you said, is because they gave a shit about things. They gave shit about the prioritization of what's wrong in the United States rather than what's wrong overseas. Of us taking care of vets instead of taking care of illegal immigrants. Of all of the shit that you want me to give them the latitude to believe that that's why they voted for Donald Trump. Shouldn't this make you really fucking pissed off?
Hunter, I've been pissed off for a long fucking time.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I'm not just talking about you, and I don't want to get you in trouble, but I can like almost feel like the resistance from your audience of this message coming from me. But let me give you this one. He's in the fucking Epstein files, man.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And that's the reason that we're not getting them. And it's like what are we even talking about?
Yeah.
Susie Wiles came out today in a Vanity Fair article. Have you read that?
No.
It says that his chief of staff said that he acts like an alcoholic, and that, of course, he's in the Epstein files, and that Pam Bondi completely screwed this thing up and totally screwed them all.
All goes back to the Vanity Fair article, chat. We gotta cover that at some point.
That's his sitting chief of staff on the record in Vanity Fair that came out today. And what are we supposed to be distracted by? We're supposed to be distracted by the absolute ugliness of someone taking the barbaric murder of a beloved liberal. He's a beloved liberal, but he made like the movies of my that made my generation. A Few Good
Gen X, is that?
Good Men, Misery, Stand By Me, When Harry Met Sally. Like, my God, just as an artist alone, like, Jesus God, let's give the guy the reverence that he's due for gifting humanity The Princess Bride as a movie. And he says that basically he was murdered because he was infected by Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, we'll
deserved
throw
it.
the tweet or whatever you call it on Truth Social. I don't
yeah,
whatever that. We'll throw it up on screen so everybody can read it. I think the response that I saw from that was fucking horrendous, and
you know what's wild to me is that this is the issue that broke through, but I guess it's a generation thing. I don't know. Like I don't know. Is it like when a white dude, that is like they're only used to like scorning and like at the misfortune of somebody that like they can, you know, is like a minority of some kind. I don't know what it is about this, but for whatever reason, yeah, some conservatives, they were like, hey, Rob Reiner, that was too far. That was too far.
I wanted to bring this up a little earlier, but you know, when you're talking, because you seemed surprised at what people believe, and I can see how you would think that from your vantage point, from your perspective. But I'll give you the perspective of everybody else.
Yeah.
And so the perspective of everybody else is, yes, you know, we saw, you know, whether they're true, whether they're not fucking true, I don't know. You know, I just don't have the insight, and I'm not the person. I think a lot of people are painting things as fact now that are all complete bullshit. It makes it damn near fucking impossible to find if there is any real truth anymore.
Yeah.
But what we see is we just see corruption that's never corrected. And there are never any consequences. We see Eric Swalwell fucking Chinese spies still sitting in there. We see, you know, we saw all the corruption with Trump, and whether you believe it, whether you don't believe it, whether you think he's guilty, whether you don't think he's fucking guilty, they went at him hard. Nothing happened. Whether you believe the stuff that happened to you, whether you don't believe it, you know what I mean? Whether the laptop's real, whether it's not. Doesn't matter. Burisma stuff, nothing happened. The stuff, you know, when your dad was president, I can't think of any examples off the top of my head. I know there's 1,000 of them that people are going to get.
I got to stop you. Sean,
But
I get it. I
what
get
I'm
it.
saying,
What you
Hunter, is
basically
like you never
is-
see,
yeah.
you never, whether
Yeah.
it's true or not true, you never see any fucking accountability on the Democrat side, on the Republican side.
I don't
Right now,
disagree.
you brought it up,
Yeah.
the Epstein files.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this shit for I don't know how many fucking years now, and Trump was a big part of that, and the Republican Party was a big part of that. Well, now we got the fucking presidency, we got the House, and we got the fucking Senate. And we still have 0 Epstein files, you know. And I sat right across from the fucking current director of the FBI and listened to him spew lie after fucking lie after fucking lie to me, not even realizing he was going to get director of the FBI while he's sitting in front of me.
Yeah.
But he did fucking get it, and he told us all what he was going to do if he did get it. I don't see anything. I don't see any differences. So you see what I'm saying, which is just.
I know, but
pass the buck, pass the buck, pass the buck.
But actually, a bunch of the stuff you said I completely disagree with, and I need to correct you now.
This guy's guilty. This guy's.
No, this is what he does. This is what he does, chat. The whole thing, he is like a fucking welcome mat. He's just getting walked on. Like Hunter's just like, you know, just like you know, pour out your heart, Hunter, and you know, like I won't, like I'll just say a couple of words, right? And then at the end, he's like, well, let me just change this all into a narrative that is somewhat acceptable to my audience, even though I've been kind of agreeing with you on stuff that they definitely don't agree with. But let me just like kind of do a little both sides dance here. You know, you got the Eric Swalwell and his Chinese spy wife, and then you got Hunter Biden and Burisma, and you know, I mean, the point isn't like whether any of it's true or false. The point of it is there's never any accountability, and there should be a tit for tat. That's the problem. That's the problem. This mentality of there should be a tit for tat, right? That it's like this whole, you know, well, okay, if one, you know, Democrat is, or if one Republican goes down for corruption, then one Democrat should, if, you know, this whole kind of thing. Well, what happens when a Trump administration comes along, does shit that is like blows everybody else's corruption out of the fucking water, and you're like, no, you gotta only call you know, the Trump administration on the carpet as much as we called the Biden administration or the Obama administration on the carpet. And so since there aren't like major fucking scandals or, you know, I mean, like there were, you know, a few things that people chirped about, like what was that Soyinka's an author. Fuck. Chat. Soylindra. That was a scandal. I don't remember what it was about. I don't think it was a real thing, right? Jade Helm, Obama. There's a military exercise during the Obama administration. And it's in Texas. Conservatives become convinced that it is either a practice or a you know, run up to a real invasion of Texas by the military to enforce, I don't know, some form of wokeness, even though we didn't have wokeness back then. So you got to call it some kind of Obamaness, some kind of hope and change or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's just like a lot of bullshit. And that's the problem with the media. They can't, and here's what happens, right? When they finally do get to a point where they're just pushed too far and they're like, nope, everything in this Trump administration is fucking corrupt, we got to call it out, right? Then the reaction of the public is like, well, it looks like the media is in the tank for not Trump. Right? That's clearly bias. Or could it be that your dude is unbelievably and blatantly capricious, dishonest, and you know, harming the country as a whole for his own benefit in just like a most obvious manner, right? Yeah, the media is not set up for that, right? The media is very much set up for kind of a controlled environment in terms of the puppet show of, you know, 20th century democracy, which is basically, you know, you've got some sort of a consensus, whether it's a New Deal Keynesian consensus earlier in the latter half of the 20th century, or a neoliberal Reagan Thatcher consensus in the latter half of the 20th century, right? We're always operating with a kind of uniparty masquerading as two, right? And now that, the sort of wheels are off the media machine, the question is, will the right wing be able to buy it all up, buy it, own it, put the wool over our eyes, and just completely domesticate the working class? Because that's what's going on.
Is guilty.
John,
I never. I mean, we just never fucking see any accountability, and so then it becomes the political elite class, the oligarch class, which you are part of, whether you got a lot of money or not. Been in politics for a long time, and you see what I'm getting at. You see people, you see a population of people that are getting beat to shit with
the
fucking
most offensive thing that you've ever said.
with
oligarch. Oh my god.
With
all right, I get it. I get it.
You know
I get
what I
what you're
mean.
saying. I get what you're saying.
No,
is it
shit, is he gonna get to talk?
Political. This guy's guilty.
But Hunter's trying to bust in, or he really disagrees with a whole bunch of Sean's narrative right here. But
John,
I never. I mean, we just never fucking see any accountability.
You get lulled into a false sense of security, thinking this guy's a doormat, and then at the end, he just he just gives his spiel, and he's really good at just like, no, you're not getting a word in edgewise here. You're not coming in. It's not time for you to talk. I'm going to keep on talking as if you're not even here. It doesn't matter. You won't get you don't have a chance.
And so then it becomes the political elite class, the oligarch class, which you are part of.
There we go.
Whether you got a lot of money or not. Been in politics for a long time, and you see what I'm getting at. You see people, you see a population of people.
I would say that, his dad definitely was, mixing with that class of people. It definitely, kind of a part of that like interplay with power. But no, I mean, when we're talking about the oligarchs, we're talking about capitalists and very successful capitalists, right? We're talking about the captains of industry.
People,
or in this case, since we're in the United States, the captains of finance
that are getting beat to shit with
the most offensive thing that you've ever said.
with
oligarch. Oh my god.
With
all right, I get it. I get it.
You know
I get
what
what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Is it the perception of that? But here's what I want to say to you. There is truth, John. And the fact of the matter is that the only people that are benefiting is how I started off when we started talking 5 hours ago. Who's benefiting?
Them.
Yeah. I sure as hell not.
I see that.
But I'll sit here and answer any question. Like, for instance, let me just stop you on one thing. Like Eric Swalwell, that whole thing, bullshit. There is the truth. It's bullshit. It's a total bullshit story.
He didn't fuck a Chinese spy.
He 100% did not fuck a Chinese spy. 100% completely concocted. Have Eric on. Have Eric on the show. And I promise you,
you're duty bound now. You're duty bound.
Absolute 100% bullshit. But here's the thing.
Yeah, that's probably the best moment for Hunter on the show so far. And we're close to they're wrapping it up here. This is like the last. I'm not gonna watch this all. We gotta get to bonus content
of our algorithms.
Mm-hmm.
And so are you, and so am I. And I'm not like pointing the finger.
No, I'm aware, and I don't.
And that's my story about the people that came up to me at the screaming in my face. But there is a truth, Sean. But who's benefiting? Who's benefiting from turning us all at each other's throats of concocting this bullshit? I'll tell you that to begin with, it's our adversaries. And then on the second, it's the people that really control these fucking things. And it's oligarchs, not political people. It is the people that control billions and billions and billions of dollars.
There we go. That's a good note to end on. All right, Hunter, fairly based ending to a very mixed interview. I wonder what's going to happen to Sean Ryan, because I do feel like, at least from what we saw, it felt like he was, you know, at least during the interview, it felt like, you know, he definitely wasn't objecting to anything that Hunter said. I saw what he did at the end, where he tries to kind of like, well, here's my narrative. Here's the compromise between what you just said and like what I can sell to my audience, right? You know, the Epstein thing is bad, but Eric Swalwell is bad, and maybe Burisma. Some people think Burisma is bad, but you know, you say it's not bad. Who knows the real truth, right? Yeah, it's I don't know. Hunter, I guess, is the way that we would say it. Oh my god, chat, we gotta get to the bonus content. I've gone so long. Holy shit. Oh my god. I meant for this to be like a 6-hour stream max tonight. So yeah, we're gonna CIA case officer Hunter Biden. Nice. You know, it is the sons of privilege often, but usually more the sons of industry. You know, the history of the actual CIA. And not just shit that got posted on 4chan. But anyway, we should get to bonus content, because I owe you the bonus content. What's under Trump's ballroom? We're about to find out here. What's... there should be a theme song. What's under Trump's ballroom? What's under Trump's balls? I don't know. Probably something unspeakable. There's a few people that have made videos about the ballroom that aren't just about the ballroom. What this one is called? The channel is Dre's Dossier. It rhymes. Dre's Dossier. All right. Trump's ballroom is a lie. Let's find out why. Are you ready, chat? Because this is your bonus content. Look, I can look. I'll look at the poll one more time. AI Psychosis won tonight. Trump's ballroom would have been in second, with the animated Arab-Israeli War of 1967 in third place, and the New York YouTube plagiarism scandal regarding the internet anarchist, the so-called internet anarchist, in fourth place, right? But because of the addition of bonus donos to the poll, we're adding 66 to Trump's what's under Trump's ballroom, so it kind of looks pretty clear to me, chat, that that's going to win. Now, look, I don't want to prejudice your view of this, right? It's a theory. There's, you know, some research that's gone into this, but, you know, I don't even think the, you know, the YouTuber in question here is making like definitive, like this is for sure happening. It's just like what we know about the construction of Trump's ballrooms and what one might, if one were so inclined, conclude from those facts. So get ready for Dre's Dossier's banger video. Look at that, almost more than 500,000 views in 10 days for a fairly small channel. That's pretty impressive. Trump's ballroom is a lie. Let's find. I'm curious what you think about this.
It was mostly based off of like a... Look, Trump is not building a ballroom. This much, I feel like, is obvious. I made a video about this a few weeks ago, giving a thesis of what I think is actually being built, and that video got taken...
That video got taken down? Is it this one?
Yeah, so Trump is not building a ballroom. And I feel like I've known this in my soul, but now I feel like I have irrefutable proof.
I love how TikTok this feels.
Thanks to Andrew Kerr, an architect who posted on Facebook a few days ago and blew this case wide open. And he, by the way...
Is that the architect that was going to work on it, but then, like, he disagreed with Trump, so he got fired? Or did he quit?
He has over 20 years of experience working on federal projects, and he walked through in his Facebook post step by step why this does not make any sense, this ballroom. I mean, for one, he just kind of did the math. $300 million at 90,000 square feet would be about $3,333 per square foot. He said that even luxury federal construction doesn't usually approach $1,000 per square foot. He also mentioned the geometry of these renderings being nearly impossible because the renderings are showing a building that would need a 380 by 235 foot footprint, but the interior views show maybe 200 by 100 feet, and that's only 20,000 square feet, so that can't exist in the same building. Not to mention that the construction drawings, he said, look like they were thrown together in about a week, and I think that that's pretty generous considering I think that they were probably thrown together by Grok within, I don't know, a couple of minutes. Probably by Big Balls or whoever's still wandering around the White House from
Do you think they still got Big Balls? Trump has, I feel like a fatherly protection, inclination towards Big Balls. Remember when he got beat up by those 14-year-olds, chat? Remember when Big Balls got beat up by 14-year-olds and Trump's answer was to invade Washington, D.C. with the troops? That's where that all came from, chat. Gotta protect those balls.
So the $1 million question then becomes, well, then what is he building? And the answer, I think, is that he's building an underground data center. Hear me out. Think about where they're building, because it's not random. It's the East Wing, and that's where the PEOC bunker is. And just think about the significance of that, because that is where the tunnel systems are that connect the White House to the Treasury to the other federal buildings. It's where all of the secure communications infrastructure lives. I mean, that's prime real estate, just underground. Honestly, this kind of reminds me of the Oracle data centers that Larry Ellison built underground in Jerusalem. You know, the ones that were 9 stories deep, 160
Wait a minute.
feet below
Oh
the
my
ground,
God.
460,000 square feet. And guess how much those cost? $319 million per bunker. Yeah, and the White House is already at $300 million for this ballroom, and it's only climbing. Fiscally, it feels like a more...
I got worried for a second. This is a month ago, so it can't be the same video.
Apt comparison, I feel like. Even outside of the architecture anomalies, the fact that this is privately funded should have been our first red flag. I mean, this is Donald Trump we're talking about, baby. I mean, the man who has absolutely no problem spending taxpayer money on stuff that just benefits him. This is the same guy who spent over $3.9 billion in taxpayer money just to make over Air Force One. Didn't he also make Secret Service pay to stay at Mar-a-Lago? Like he charged the room bill to them? Just ridiculous.
Or no, I thought it was Trump Tower.
He suddenly won't spend government money on this. This means this isn't actually serving him. This means that this is serving someone else specifically. Look at the donor list. You've got defense contractors like Lockheed Martin and Booz Allen Hamilton.
Well, no, I mean, I guess he's spending it. I mean, look, there could be two reasons, right? You know, he doesn't want to be this to be like on the spending record. He wants to, I don't know, be, you know, not entirely public with the way the construction goes, but also you know, this is a way for people to bribe him, right? This is a way for him to say, look at this, I spent no money. The corporations paid for it because I'm such a big, powerful man and they love me so much. You know, when Joe Biden builds something, you have to pay for it. When Donald Trump builds something, the millionaires pay for it. You know, like, I mean, it's just like, you know, his whole thing, right? You know, it's just like he didn't take a salary in, it's just like Hitler actually did not take a salary in his first term, right? It's bullshit. It's a virtue signal. But yeah, that's the reason that, you know, he wants that off. But she's got a whole theory about when she looks into the donors that are public, that have been made public, and the nature of the services that they provide. And then you start to think that a donation is not necessarily a monetary donation. It could be a donation in services.
And you've got tech giants like Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Palantir. You've got crypto companies like Coinbase, Ripple, and Tether, and then telecoms like T-Mobile and Comcast. These aren't people who are funding a party space.
Yeah, I feel like you're right, Stickers for Cookie. He's the 14-year-old that kicked Big Ball's ass should take on the moniker Bigger Balls or Biggest Balls.
Companies who have very specific interests in government infrastructure, government data, and government operations. Don't get it twisted, they are funding infrastructure that very directly serves them. Also, think about Larry Ellison's vision, the one that he spoke about in the keynote the other day that I made a video on, the part where he said that he wants to automate the government. I mean, a lot of these tech pros have been talking about automating the government. And if you want to automate federal operations or create a single digital platform for the government, then that means you need a supremely secure physical home for that system. And by placing it directly under the White House, you eliminate latency problems and you ensure that the President of the United States has direct physical control over the system's core. Because remember, it's about centralizing control and securing the
core? I'm imagining like a Star Trek vessel or something.
Brain of the government. I know it sounds very dystopian, and in many ways it's because it is. But these are very real things that are happening around the world. And the companies that are funding this, well, they're buying access. They want their systems integrated to how the government operates. And that's what $300 million will get you, I guess. Yeah, so Trump is...
Okay, so yeah, somebody mentioned the first video I was watching has... Okay, yeah.
With
different outfit. Okay, different outfit. So yeah, different, same room, different outfit. Video posted later. Although, like I said, this is a TikToker that's kind of come over to YouTube. So, you know, sometimes stuff is... The date on YouTube, you know, like it might have been posted on TikTok before, I guess.
Because in the original video, while I had some solid architectural analysis from Andrew Kerr, it was mostly based off of like a gut instinct, you know, and my own pattern recognition. And since then, I have been digging deep, scouring the web across databases and looking for records, and I have come back with actual receipts, like some actual verifiable public record receipts. And now my theory is stronger than ever, okay? Because I know that Trump is not building a ballroom. He's building an underground data center, and I have the receipts now to prove it. But really quick, if you want to read all of the sources and the documentation for yourself from this video, then they're all going to be linked at the bottom of my Substack, the Dre Dossier.
Yeah, Reality Bites Back. I think it's this one, right?
And that's going to be in the description below. And your support means the world to me, so please like this video and subscribe to my channel because TikTok is slowly going to the bad place, and I'm trying to build my presence here on YouTube so that I can keep doing this kind of work with you guys. So sincerely, thank you all so much. And because going to be linked at the bottom of my Substack, the Dre Dossier, and that's going to be in the description below. And your support means the world. Sources and the documentation for yourself from this video, then they're all going to be linked at the bottom of my Substack, the Dre Dossier, and that's going to be in the description.
I'm sorry.
I keep doing this kind of work with you guys. So sincerely, thank you all so much. And with that, let's get into it. So you're probably thinking, okay, well, where did you even come up with this idea, right? And to that I would say, well, where does one come up with any evil genius idea? Larry Ellison, of course, my nemesis. You see, a few months back, I was doing a deep dive on Larry Ellison and his relationship with Israel and the war in Gaza. And it was during that research I came across something about Oracle building these underground data centers in Jerusalem.
Oh, that was the system sound.
In 2021. See, they were 9 stories deep under solid bedrock, about 160 feet underground, and designed to survive missile strikes. I mean, they were completely invisible from satellites. See, Israel needed data sovereignty, a place where their most sensitive military data could live that was physically unhackable and under complete government control. And when you're running these classified military operations, intelligence gathering, or government AI systems, you can't just have that data sitting in some commercial cloud that might be in another country or vulnerable to attack. And after learning all of that, I remember thinking to myself, all right, well, we're going to just go ahead and put a pin in this for now, right? Like, this is all really fascinating, but I don't know what to do with any of this information, but I'm sure that it'll come in handy later. And later in handy did it come, because fast forward a few months and I'm reading about Trump's new ballroom announcement, and that pattern recognition side of my brain starts tingling. Why, you ask? Well, let me just read the specs out loud to you, okay? Because Oracle's underground facilities in Jerusalem were 90,000 square feet and cost around $319 million. Trump's ballroom is about 90,000 square feet and $300 million and climbing. Curious. And then on January 21st, 2025, you have Trump's first full day in office, and Larry Ellison is standing next to him and Sam Altman, and they're giving this White House announcement about Project Stargate. Now, I'm not kidding when I say I could write an entire dissertation on January 21st, because they gave us so much information in that announcement that I feel like, quite frankly, many of us just glazed over. And I've broken it down ad nauseum in other videos and over on my Substack, but the short version is this. Project Stargate is this $500 billion AI infrastructure initiative for government operations, defense intelligence, and consolidating federal data across agencies. Because all of these AI initiatives Trump and his team keep launching need infrastructure. They need servers, power, cooling, and security. And then you look over to who's donating to Trump's Ballroom project, right? And the coincidences just keep stacking up on one another. And so I'm sitting here thinking to myself, okay, if this is actually what's happening, right? If this is actually what's being built, then there's got to be some evidence somewhere. Like, you can't just build an underground data center without leaving any paper trail. And so I start digging, right? Because the first thing I want to know is who's actually building this thing. So their lead contractor is Clark Construction. And I went to their website to see what kind of projects they normally work on. And under their critical facilities division, here's what they publicly list. So you've got National Geospatial Intelligence Agency campus, the CISA.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Wow. Wait, is this a competition between Twitch and YouTube? Is that what's going on? I think Twitch just took the lead again. We've had the lead change hands, like on the, 149 to 142. We've had the lead just change hands several times between YouTube members and Twitch subs. Lime Grinder, you just got jellyfished. She Hottie, oh wow, that's a play on words right there. You just got jellyfish. Pictish M, you just got I can't talk. Jellyfish, right? Metalhead Stoner Cat Girl, you just got jellyfished. Mr. Vince is here. Is he? You just got jellyfished. City of Doors, old school NCC chatter, you just got jellyfished. Know Your Chicken, Chibomato reference? You just got jellyfished. Smartest man in the world, you just got jellyfished. And I think old school NCC chatter, Frown Chad, definitely been a frown for a while, around for a while. Oh my god, why am I making bad jokes here? Anyway, you just got jellyfished, and this gun be brief. You just got jellyfish, and that's a good thing. And that's an amazing amount of subs. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous, for the subs.
Cybersecurity headquarters, UCENTCOM headquarters at MacDill Air Force Base. I'm reading all of this thinking, okay, so these guys build some serious government facilities. Like, these are no joke. But then I'm thinking, okay, well, if they're this comfortable touting these publicly listed, high security projects, then what aren't they listing? So I keep digging a little further, right? I'm going through these different government contract registries, procurement records, that kind of thing. And then bingo, I found some redacted contracts for Clark Construction, some top
bingo redacto
secret contracts.
Oh no, sorry chat, that sounds like a Hogwarts spell.
Looks like, and
not meaning to call forth the evil one who breathes of mold.
Never guess who they're for. Well, I mean, we can't guess because they're redacted, but I mean the type of job they're for. Guess what kind of job they're for. If you guessed data centers, you'd be correct. And it's not even like 1 or 2 of these kinds of contracts I found, right? Not even 3. I found 6 redacted contracts for—
Burble says, I think I know who Anonymous is. It's either Ted Danson or Larry David, not Marty Funkhauser. You don't think it's Marty?
For data centers that they built around the US. And again, I'll link all of these contracts in my Substack if you want to go check them out, but they're just listed as literally confidential.
Oh, that's right. Marty refused to go into the Palestinian restaurant.
Client data centers 1 through 6. And the client names are obviously classified because the facilities themselves, I'm sure, are classified. I mean, Clark's own description of their work says that they focus on security and survivability, reliability and redundancy, and complex critical facilities. So the company whose specialty is building classified data centers for clients that they can't—
It's like this. If you get a YouTube membership, you get weaseled. You get turned into a weasel. And if you get a Twitch sub, you get turned into a jellyfish. And you get to float.
The name is Building the Ballroom. Okay, sure, Jan, sure. And here's where it gets even more interesting, because Clark Construction holds a NAVFAC contract, Naval Facilities Engineering Systems Command, with a $950 million ceiling. And the way these contracts work is admittedly very clever. So the total value of these contracts is public, but the individual task orders, like the actual work that's being done, that can be considered classified, which means they can hide the true value, cost, and scope of projects by funneling them through these pre-existing military construction contracts. So not only do they specialize in classified data data centers, but they have a mechanism to hide what they're actually building. And then on December 4th, something pretty wild happened. Trump fired his ballroom architect. His name was James McCreary, and he was this classical architect who designs these beautiful churches and historic buildings, designing buildings like the Cathedral of the Most Sacred Heart of Jesus and the Supreme Court gift shop. I mean, say what you will about the guy, but he's got range. But alas, Trump replaced him with a different architect, a guy by the name of Shalom Baranes. When I say I went to look this man up and my jaw dropped to the floor, so a little background on him. After 9/11, when the Pentagon needed to be rebuilt and hardened against future attacks, they hired Shalom Baranes. Yeah, this man designed the post-9/11 hardening project for the Pentagon, the secure wedges, the skiffs, the bomb-resistant architecture. This was all Shalom. And skiffs, by the way, are sensitive compartment information facilities. They have electromagnetically shielded rooms for classified intelligence work and are built to survive missile attacks. And it's
Wait, they are hardened. Okay.
As this comes back into play a little later on. And his portfolio doesn't stop there. It gets a lot more intense with DHS headquarters, Treasury building modernization, the GSA headquarters secure facility, the CISA cybersecurity headquarters that, yes, Clark Construction also built. Yeah, so these guys have rendezvoused together before. And at this point, I wanted to see if I could take a peek at what was happening on the ground. So with my last remaining week of my free Planet Labs subscription, I looked through some satellite imagery, and what I saw astounded me. And I saw that these flatbed trucks had been photographed delivering these massive steel caissons to the site. Now, from what I understand about caissons is that they are these huge cylindrical retaining structures, basically. You use them for deep underground construction. They're designed—
No, there are these dudes from Louisiana that like speak French weird. Cajuns, yeah.
Specifically to hold back soil and water pressure whenever you're going—
Supposedly they came from Canada a long time ago.
Way deep underground. So you wouldn't use them for just standard foundation. And then I saw this heavy lift crane that was like permanently anchored into a concrete pad. I mean, that seemed to be for some long duration construction involving heavy structural materials and lifts from a deep excavation pit. And all of this brought me to my next question, which is if this is actually going to be a data center, then that means they're going to need a massive amount of power. Because data centers consume insane amounts of electricity. So I started looking into what's been happening with DC's power infrastructure. And here
So the part I don't understand is a data center for what? Is it for the, like, she's describing some kind of control center for the, I don't know, government? Like what? Like just a new platform that everything runs on? I don't understand. And then you need a data center. He wants a Batcave style omni-visual computer thing. Yeah, so he can be like computer enhance. He'll just use it to look at boobs, right? He'll just use it to like peeping Tom at people.
Gets interesting. In August and September of 2025,
it's basically a command center, like a Batcave under the White House, where Trump can look at you naked through your cell phone. That's what it is, right?
After Trump's announced the Ballroom in July, Pepco filed emergency requests.
Yeah, for all the information gathered on Americans.
For
Yeah.
infrastructure work near the East Wing. And this called for an emergency relocation of water infrastructure, large-scale water line modifications, and something called Champlain Substation Modernization, which I still haven't quite figured out what that means. But Pepco's own language in the emergency filing says that there's a lack of alternative supply capacity in downtown DC. And now here's the thing about that.
Trump is just going to sit in his basement and spy on us? Who does he think he is? Ethan Klein?
Downtown DC office occupancy has been declining since COVID. I mean, half the buildings are empty. In general, the commercial real estate market is shrinking, not growing. So where's this new massive power demand coming from? And speaking of infrastructure, DC Water increased their capital spending by $300 million, including a specific study of the Federal Triangle area.
Localized AI servers that can't be subpoenaed, and a ton of illegal surveillance and domestic enemy research. So anyway, I think she does make the case for this like being plausible. I mean, I don't get the she doesn't seem like she's laying anything down where it's like definitive. But yeah, I do kind of, after hearing this, think that like there's something more than just a ballroom going on.
I found a post by the Washington Aqueduct, which is run by the Army Corps of Engineers, and they were warning that data centers are planning to use Potomac River water for cooling. So at this point, I've got the contractor who builds classified data centers, the architect who designs Pentagon bunkers, physical evidence of deep underground construction, and massive power upgrades along with massive water upgrades. And so the next question I have is...
Sarah says, picture everything bad conservatives implied about Hillary's emails. So they're gonna fucking... but way worse. So we're talking about they're gonna like abuse children on that shit. They're gonna order pizza, but it's really gonna be kids.
Who the hell is funding all of this? Trump says it's being privately funded, and the White House put out a rough list of donors, although most of the amounts from those donors is unknown. So, I mean, really, they could be donating anything from checks to cash to Bitcoin to their own product, maybe. And when I was looking for more information about these donors, I saw that the Carrier Corporation was bragging about how they're donating an HVAC system to the White House Ballroom. And so this is interesting because I looked into Carrier and I saw that they have a lot of different products. They have residential AC units, commercial systems, and all kinds of stuff listed on their website. But they also have something called Carrier Quantum Leap, which is specifically their data center solutions. Comprehensive energy-efficient solutions for data center thermal management is what their website says. Now, if Carrier is donating an HVAC system and they're on a list with Microsoft, Amazon, Palantir, and all of these heavy hitters, then are they really donating a less than $100,000 ballroom AC system? Or are they perhaps donating the more expensive thing?
Oh, wait. It's an Epstein room. They're rebuilding, what's it called? The island.
New line of solutions, the data center thermal management
Little St. Paul
system, because wouldn't that be a brag to say it's our thermal management systems that are cooling the White House data center?
Little St. John. Why was I thinking Paul?
But that did
It's because I'm a Paul hater, Nadia.
get me thinking, like, if at least one company is donating a product on top of money, then I'm sure that there are others, right? I mean, who knows how many? So I decided to go through the donor list again, and this time with a different mindset, not looking for dollar amounts, but looking at what each of these companies do. And that's when I see one name jump out to me on this ballroom donors list, and that's Paolo Tiramani.
Oh, crap.
Many of you may not be familiar with his name, but I'm sure you know his company, Boxable. Boxable is a Las Vegas company that makes these foldable prefab buildings, and they're about 375 square feet, and they come with electrical and plumbing already built in. Their whole pitch has been basically disaster relief and affordable modular homes. But if you start looking into what Boxable has actually been building for the government, well, it's not just disaster relief housing. That's right, I found contracts showing that they sent over 150 units to Guantanamo Bay in 2021 and 2022. That's right, they've been working on Class 5 military installations, and their SEC filings mention government exemptions from normal state regulations, which means they have clearance to work in classified DoD sites, evidently. And that's...
Wait, how many Pauls were
I
there?
saw that their units come pre-installed with Faraday caging. That's right, electromagnetic shielding, the kind of thing you would need for skiffs. Remember skiffs? I told you to remember skiffs? Because think back to Oracle's underground facilities in Jerusalem. I mean, their own documentation shows that they use modular construction techniques.
I thought she was about to say Boxable, the sponsor of today's video.
For their own rapid deployment of internal infrastructure. Prefabricated rooms...
No, it's actually Carrier.
...be assembled quickly underground. And I'm seeing names like Caterpillar on this list where I'm sure that they've donated equipment like heavy machinery, excavators, and Caterpillar also makes industrial generators, the CAT 3516B models that provide over 100 megawatts of backup power. Union Pacific is also an interesting donor in that light because yes, they're a railroad company, but what many people don't know is they also own 1,400 miles of classified fiber optic cables that run along the railway right of way. And it's those fiber optic networks that the Department of Defense have as their secure telecommunications backbone, and it's because they're air-gapped from the public internet. And then you've got Microsoft and Amazon, Google, Palantir, like every major cloud computing and AI infrastructure company in America that matters. You've got Booz Allen Hamilton, who builds classified networks for the CIA and NSA, Blackstone installing over 200 megawatts of backup power infrastructure. And then I started thinking about who's not on the list. You know, Baccarat Cristal chandeliers, Versace, Hermes, Tiffany silverware, like Steinway pianos, the brands that would kill to have their name associated with the most elegant ballroom in America. I mean, the kind of luxury that screams White House state dinner. I mean, none of them are here, which is when it all kind of clicked for me because this is clearly not a list of donors for a ballroom. This is a supply chain for a data center. And if you're still not convinced about this data center infrastructure, well, Trump basically told us. October 22nd, 2025, in the Oval Office, the direct quote was, "We're also working with the military on it because they want to make sure everything is perfect. And the military is very much involved in this." The military is very much involved in the ballroom? Jesus Christ. Oh, well, then that explains why Pete Hegseth has been purging all of our gay service members because, you know, if there's one thing we know about straight men with a lot of testosterone, it's that they love giving their input on decorating ballrooms. It was just weeks after Trump said that very quote in the Oval Office that they fired the ballroom architect and hired the Pentagon guy. Okay, so what does any of this actually mean? Well, I think we should go back to the underground data centers in Jerusalem because understanding why Israel built those might tell us why Trump.
She's cooking here. I mean, she cooked my brain, but then again, I only have one brain cell right now that I'm sharing with all the orange cats across the world.
Is building one here, allegedly, supposedly, in my opinion. So
wait,
Israel built those facilities.
Her hair is orange too, chat. Oh my god.
For something called Project Nimbus, which
is she using my brains? Is she using my brain cell?
Which is their government cloud infrastructure. And we've seen what this looks like in practice, right? I mean, the AI system that Israel's using in Gaza, the targeting systems, the surveillance.
No, I actually owe you another bonus content too. We're gonna have to do it tomorrow though, because it's actually it's 30 minutes from like the latest that I should be going to bed. I don't know how I'm gonna do this, chat.
Infrastructure, the operation.
I kind of streamed all day.
Decision making, and that all runs on this underground data center network. I mean, we're talking full AI.
It's an 8-hour
military operations, intelligence gathering, government AI information systems, like
you've heard of half day Hasi. How about 8-hour Irene?
Banking, critical infrastructure controls, everything that keeps the country running. And they put it 9 stories underground because they needed it to survive, not just survive a power outage or.
Oh no!
Attack, but
this is some Strangelove shit. I knew it. Zira, is this some Strangelove shit?
Survive a war. I mean, they needed it to survive missile strikes and keep running no matter what happens above the ground.
They want to repopulate the earth with Elon's babies.
Because when you have your entire government running on AI,
they want to repopulate the universe with Elon's babies.
That is now the brain of your country, and you have to protect the brain of your country with a thick skull. That's what data sovereignty looks like. That's continuity of government, and that's what AI warfare infrastructure actually looks like. And then I'm looking at Project Stargate, announced on January 21st, 2025, Trump's first full day in office, and Larry Ellison is going on and on about this $500 billion AI infrastructure that's going to save the government and cure cancer. But all of these grandiose ideas surrounding AI, all of that needs a home. And that's why I think it has to be at the White House specifically, because when infrastructure is a part of the executive office of the president, then it has to be classified, protected, exempt from oversight, and the president has to have direct access to it. And lest we forget, the East Wing sits directly
Wait, is it
above
8 hours?
Emergency.
Is it 8 hours now? That's the cutoff?
Operations Center, the PEOC bunker. It's 5 stories deep, staffed 24/7 by military offices. And by demolishing the entire East Wing, they removed every structure blocking access to that bunker. And now they can expand it and go deeper or integrate new infrastructure if they'd like. And because it's at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, executive privilege covers all of it. I mean, think about it. The president controls what gets disclosed and what doesn't. I mean, this is what the government running on AI with all of that power consolidated under executive control in a facility that can survive anything and Congress can't audit looks like. And look, I'm sure they'll build a ballroom on top. You know, they'll host state dinners and take photos with world leaders in gowns and tuxedos, and maybe it'll even look fabulous. But don't kid yourself about what this was actually built for, because the ballroom isn't the project. The ballroom is the lid.
Yo, it's just a lid. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. That just blew my lid. Okay, listen. Oh no, it's Thai news. We're gonna listen to the Thai news, find out hopefully what the peace agreement between Thailand and Cambodia looks like. I'm hoping, chat. I haven't checked. It used to be 6 hours. Anyway, those are some high level ideas, and I am gonna have to now put my brain in recovery mode. But before I do, there's just one more last thing. God. You know, if I'd stayed up a little bit later, we could have raided Sean. I think we have once successfully. What am I trying to do here? Sure. We're raiding Grimlow again. The second time in 2 weeks, but you know, honestly, I just didn't like so for some reason I didn't see Grimlow for a long time. I know about Grimlow from way fucking back, and you know, if I kind of vaguely, I would always hear Hassan mention him and stuff. I just wouldn't see the stream, and then one day I did, so we raided in. I guess we're gonna raid in again because US A-hole has been up for like 13 hours now, so I'm guessing US A-hole's probably gonna be raiding out pretty soon. We're trying to raid somebody who isn't gonna raid right out. We've also got a few people that you know, are just not even started with their stream yet, so Grimlow it is. Anyway, let me thank my Patreons. Everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. And let me read those out right now. So shouts out go to Tracy Eva, User, JMB, Brian, Emily French, Big Owl of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, Direful, Sarah, Izzy Mandius, Steven Sayers, Animus, Infallible Fowl, Or Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noape, Funky Monkey, Temporal Insanity, Good for Gabby, Jules K, Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out goes to Sherry Safira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zera Xerex. And with that, chat, I must bid you adieu. There goes the raid. Hopefully, say hi to Grimlow for me. I'm gonna be getting out of here before I turn into a pumpkin. I'll try to be back again tomorrow. I owe you more bonus content. Don't let me get away with not reminding. Don't let me forget about it. Right? Remind me. AI psychosis. In fact, I might even incorporate that into the next stream, which hopefully will be tomorrow if I can get my ass to sleep soon enough. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my stream out to more and more people. Seeing like it seems like the stream is growing again on YouTube after having been away for some while. So that's really good, and I'm really thankful that my audience is still there for me like that, even though covering a little bit more politics, a little bit less drama these days. But either way, chat, I must go to bed now. Much love to everybody. Good night.